So this chick just full-on rips the door open. The girl, Qin Feng's sister, is absolutely losing her marbles cause he dodged her calls. Xiao Yu is having a total sook, booting everything like a brat. All because her boy toy Song Fei needed a loony or two to get his sad sack singing career off the ground. You should have just sent me an e-transfer, ya knob. Our guy, completely fuming, just decks his sister. So hard, she totally wiped out on the floor. Yep, that's her new home. Right there with the blue box, she was absolutely gobsmacked. Her bro had never so much as given her a dead arm before. He was always such a tryhard. But this time, Feng was not the guy she knew. With a look that could kill, he said he had zero patience left for her drama. He fires a credit card at her and says it's the entire inheritance their folks left. She can have the whole friggin' pile. Feng says, for their parents' sake, he's over this gong show. But from this moment on, he's not her brother anymore. The girl just cups her face, totally stunned. That was actually terrifying, not gonna lie. But hold up, you guys think that was a bit much? Back in his room, Feng spills all the tea. And buddy, it is a certified doozy. In his last life, Feng gave up literally everything to keep his sister safe. And she totally screwed him over. Years from now, I'm on this battlefield, just wrecking every kind of beastie, and the absolute slimiest creature of them all betrays me, stabs me right in the back. I couldn't even compute and was like, why though? Qin Xiao just calls him a complete hoser. She never even considered him a real brother. He was just some random kid their parents took in. She looks back and says she was just playing nice for her actual boyfriend, Song Fei. He planned to use Xiao Yu to snatch that god-tier loot after Feng did the entire miserable grind. Our hero couldn't even bring himself to look at his sister again. Xiao disses him, saying Feng was way too over a helicopter brother, and it was seriously cringe. Song doesn't want to wait around and decides to just yeet Feng from the server for good. See, in 2025, whenever you conked out, you were forced into this dream world. It was basically one giant online game, and dying in there meant you lost actual years off your life in the real world. For real. But then people figured out that the skills and powers you farmed in the game could be brought back to reality. Your lifespan was literally the in-game currency. Our guy gave his whole life to get the divine item and hit the top of the leaderboard, and it was on that exact day his sister double-crossed him. What a ripoff, eh? If I just had one more go, a do-over, everything would be different. His life was toast, but it seems the universe wasn't quite finished with him. Qin Feng woke up again. He peeked at his phone and saw the date. 2025. This was no joke, bud. He had been reborn 9 years in the past. Now, as he gets ready to log in again, Feng feels this weird sense of lightness. He wonders how OP he can get without the dead weight of his sister dragging him down. This time, he swears he's gonna use all his future knowledge to speedrun past everyone and snag all the power and opportunities he tossed aside. As for Xiao Yu, he decided to let her figure things out on her own. She'll have to face the real world without his help or his protection. And as for Songfay, the dude who masterminded the whole betrayal that got him deleted in his past life, Feng's gaze turns ice cold. He swears he's gonna send Songfay to the Shadow Realm with his own 2 hands and make that greasy pretty boy pay for every single thing he did. The scene flips and now Feng is in this massive, seriously trippy looking place. It's a giant hall jammed with mirrors that are glowing with this bizarre light. He explains this is the character creation screen, a super important spot where players pick their class in the game of gods. In his past life, he was stuck here for hours, totally freaking out and overthinking it. But now, with all his inside info, Feng strolls through the hall like he owns the place. This time, he knows exactly what build he's aiming for. He remembers picking the warrior class last time, basically to be Xiao Yu's personal meat shield. The warrior class was alright, but it's not his style anymore. Without having to worry about protecting anyone else, he realizes the most important stats now are speed and agility. With that in mind, he reaches out to one of the mirrors and picks the assassin class. When he touches the glass, a wicked blue light just explodes from his hand, and a system window pops up right in his face. The system announces that the artifact Eye of Judgment is already soulbound to him and will activate right away. Behind Feng, this massive, otherworldly eye just materializes out of thin air, with a look that seems like it can see your entire browser history. Another system window appears, showing that Feng has unique attributes, the power of judgment and a passive power. The system explains this gives him perks that no other player has. As soon as he enters the game of gods, he'll automatically get the highest S-tier profession and talents possible, putting him light years ahead of all the regular schmucks. Feng is absolutely geeked, vibin' with this whole Eye of Judgment thing. He's like, hold up, this sucker's still soul bonded to me even after I got sent back? If that's true, it's a total paperweight for anyone else who tries to jack it, like those absolute hosers Song Fei and Xiao Yu tried to pull in his last go-around. He's even wondering if this freaky eyeball is what slammed the reset button on his existence, giving him this wicked do-over. Then, right out of the blue, this sketchy, dark energy starts leaking into him, catching him completely sideways. The system's like, way to go, buddy, and announces he's unlocked a secret profession. The class transfer kicks off and poof, he's swallowed by this emo kid fog. When the fog lifts, Feng's had a certified glow-up. His black hair's gone full-on Gandalf white, and he's just radiating this insane main character energy. What a beauty of a power move. The system chimes in again, like, you are now a mortal shadow, which is pretty much a super secret top-shelf assassin class, way sicker than his old snoozefest warrior gig. Feng's thinking, yeah, no lies detected, this shadow class is busted right out of the gate, which is why literally everyone and their cousin wants a piece. He just facepalms trying to wrap his head around the absolute gong show of luck or maybe destiny that landed him here. See, normally when you choose a class, there's like a microscopic, lottery ticket chance of landing a secret one. Because my guy here has this authority of judgment life hack, that tiny chance got cranked all the way up to a 100% guarantee. For sure, the system then starts laying out the perks of the Eye of Judgment. And first on the list is, what else? The authority of judgment. So the system's gassing it up, saying it's the oldest, most powerful authority in the whole dang universe. Like it can just tell reality to take a hike. But, and it's a big one, the system warns him that without some divinity status, Feng can't actually use its full power whenever he wants. Still, the passive buffs are always active, which is already a ridiculously unfair leg up. What a total keener. Feng is just floored by this info dump. He remembers in his last life, it took humanity a solid 7 years of grinding in this game just to figure out this power of order stuff was even a thing. That's when some super tryhard player finally managed to glitch their way out of the game, landed in the land of order, and spilled all the details to everyone. But even after years of giving her, not one person ever managed to actually get this power for themselves. And now Feng's realizing he's holding the original recipe, the one that can just tell the universe's rules, sorry, not sorry. Like, this is a full-blown, reality-breaking cheat code. His face goes dead serious, realizing his chore list just got way longer than just get payback on some goofs. If he can somehow crush this game of gods, get to the land of order, and grab that divinity thing, he'll be able to unleash 100% of the authority of judgment's power. All of a sudden, a system screen just materializes in his face, asking for his player name. He mulls it over for, like, half a second, and settles on a name that just nails the new vibe. Shadow. A little on the nose, seeing as his whole class is literally born from darkness. The second he smacks confirm, the system's like sounds good, and that dark, edgy aura starts whipping around him again. Then it announces he's about to be yeeted into the game world, also known as the land forsaken by the gods. It gives him the scoop. It's a beat-up wasteland filled with chaotic monsters that just go around smashing stuff for kicks. The system basically says these things have absolutely zero chill and will 100% try to delete him on sight. It also mentions that once he bails from the starter town and starts wrecking monsters, he'll get this super key resource called Tradable Lifespan. But, and this is a massive oof, if you get wiped in the game, you lose half your lifespan, both the tradable kind and your actual, real-life kind. The stakes are huge, but Feng's not even breaking a sweat. The scene changes, and he's suddenly in the starting village, a place called Shelltown. The system pipes up that this is a peace zone, so no shenanigans. Basically a safe zone where monsters can't get in and players can't start a scrap. The lifespan drain here is at its lowest, just a one-time fixed rate. Feng glances around and it's a total gong show. All the other noobs who just got teleported into the game are running around like their hair's on fire, trying to figure out what the heck is happening. They're all clumped together, completely freaking out, asking each other how on earth they even ended up here. Most of them just remember going to bed and then waking up in that character creation room, with zero idea they just enlisted in a full-blown nightmare. But our boy, Feng, he's dialed in. He scans the crowd of fresh spawns, knowing this game got huge. fast. He knows the heavy hitters from all over are going to be logging on soon, and every last one of them is going to try to be the big cheese. If he wants to stay ahead of the pack, he's got to get a move on. So with that, he starts making his way through town, and the guy's turning heads, for sure. His whole look is fire, and that dark, broody aura makes him stick out like a toque in summer among all the default skin players. The crowd started buzzing. Low-key trying to scope out his class. This other player, also an assassin, totally scoped the dagger on Feng's hip but was floored by the huge difference. Like, this dude had zero special aura, no main character energy at all. Meanwhile, Feng was just giving off some serious, powerful, and mysterious vibes. The contrast was like night and day, and it got everyone even more curious. As he got close to the city exit, a whole crew of players just appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Their faces were ghost white, no joke. Apparently, getting owned in the game wasn't game over. Instead, players just got zapped back to the Shelltown safe zone. The crew was 3 guys and 1 girl. They were seriously cheesed off, complaining big time about some level 1 tracker monster they just battled. One of the guys is like, a single bite from that thing took half his HP. Another one's whining that even with all of them ganging up on it, they barely chipped off 1/3 of the monster's health bar. The third dude was absolutely wrecked. His confidence totally shot after also losing half his life. They all look over at the girl, who's obviously the crew's leader, waiting for her to make the next call. But before she can even say a word, her eyes land on Feng. He was looking right back at her. Unlike the others, she was sporting a long bow, not the basic short bow every other new Barcher gets. Feng noticed that right away and figured she must have a secret class, which is a super rare and OP advantage. Curious about Feng's whole deal, the girl walks up to him with an offer. She suggests they team up. Her logic is that the mobs outside are way too beefy to take on solo. She says that since her group already aggroed a monster, even though they got totally smoked, they have some experience. Feng, though, can't help but crack a little, sarcastic smile hearing that. The only experience they have is in getting wiped, he thinks. So politely, but firmly, he turns down the offer, saying he'd rather go it alone. The girl is totally floored by his answer, and the guys in her group start whispering. They're like, what's this hoser's deal, Thinks he can 1v1 a mob when the 4 of us got decked. Despite her team chirping, the girl had a gut feeling Feng was the real deal. Determined to figure out his secret, she decides to inspect his profile. Her eyes go wide when she reads the name Shadow. She lets out a little laugh, thinking the name's a bit much, but she can't shake the feeling he's hiding something huge. Turning to her crew, she announces they're gonna tail Feng and see what his deal is. Maybe he found some secret info on the monsters and is holding out on them, she thinks. With a sneaky grin, she says she can't wait to see if he goes hard or just completely beefs it. As Feng strolls confidently toward the exit of Concha City, the blonde girl and her team follow him, super quiet-like. They move carefully, planning every single step. The group ducks behind a tree, their eyes glued on Feng as he dips. The blonde girl, her voice full of frustration, starts ranting to her team about how weird and sketchy this world is. She admits she still has no clue why they got chucked into this nightmare, but as an experienced gamer, she'd quickly put a team together to face the chaos. Even so, she never imagined the game would rinse them so hard. The very first monster they found outside the city just wrecked them, no sweat. It was a massive sign that they were not ready for this. She basically figures that a monster like that is way too OP for any level 1 player. Meanwhile, the 2 guys on her team start talking about Feng. One of them, who's also an assassin, points out the huge difference between them. While he's using a regular dagger, Feng is carrying a short sword, a weapon that looks like it'll absolutely wreck your day, The assassin buddy is also bugging cause Feng's ripping around like a madman, and his getup is fully custom, not some off-the-rack gear for a hoser. Like, it looks totally custom-made and is giving off some serious don't even think about it vibes, Hearing this, the blonde is like, okay, no word of a lie, this Feng guy is definitely not just some random keener. She decides to keep tailing him, trying to scope out some info to give her crew the edge. But just as she's about to give her team the signal to get over here, Feng just stops on a dime and whips his head around. The blonde girl legit freezes, her heart's pounding a kilometer a minute, thinking, oh crap, he totally clocked us. Before she can even blink, Feng pops a skill, Latent Image. This absolutely gnarly dark aura just swallows him whole, and poof, he's gone. Vanished. Like he was never even there. Bud. The whole crew just stands there, jaws on the floor, totally gobsmacked, just trying to figure out what the heck just happened. The assassin in their crew is the first one to snap out of it, saying Feng must have used some kind of stealth skill, like basic Assassin 101 stuff. But even he admits that whatever version Feng just pulled off was way more OP than anything he's ever seen. Holy, the blonde, still rattled but now all business, is like, alright, plan B, boys. Tailing Feng is a no-go. She figures they should book it back to the safe zone in the city to regroup and figure out another way to grind some levels. She reminds them that leaving the city is way too sketchy, especially since they're already running on half health after their first wipe. Her buddies are all on board. They start spitballing ideas that the city's gotta have some hidden loot, like treasure chests or NPCs with some juicy quest info. They're desperately clinging to the hope that there's a way to get jacked without, actually risking their necks. Meanwhile, the system's all like, so, that skill Feng just used, latent image, it basically makes you a ghost to everyone, even your own buds. And while you're invisible, your first hit coming out of stealth does, like, a wicked amount of extra damage. On top of that, the Master of Invisibility skill doubles the time you can stay ghosted and bumps your stealth level up by 1. Feng's pretty stoked with how deadly his Mortal Shadow class skills are, unlike those regular schmegular assassins who are basically walking see-through blobs at level 1, even when they think they're all hidden and sneaky. Feng's unique abilities mean that nobody, not a single player or mob, can even sniff him out this early in the game. With that cheeky thought, he dips, leaving that blonde's crew in his dust. Feng's just thinking what a bunch of hosers. He knows the city's got zero shortcuts to getting jacked. It's just a glorified waiting room before the weak get turned into monster food. He just keeps on his grind until his invisibility finally poofs out of existence. He realizes that even though the skill doesn't last long, the cooldown starts the second he uses it, which means he can go ghost again in just a few seconds. A system screen pops up, giving him the lowdown. Codename, Shadow, Profession, Mortal Shadow, both are sitting at level 1. He's got a non-negotiable lifetime of 75 years and a big ol' goose egg for his negotiable lifetime. Feng's thinking about how every player starts with 10 points in each attribute, but the bonus points are a total crapshoot depending on what class you get. In his last life as a warrior, he only got a measly 3 bonus points in Strength and Constitution. What a ripoff. But this time around, the Mortal Shadow class is giving bonuses to times everything asterisk, with Agility getting a massive 8-point boost. What a beauty. Another window flashes up, telling him he's got 5 free attribute points to spend. Feng actually stops for a sec to use his noodle. He knows most noobs just dump everything into Strength or Spirit right away, trying to max out their physical or magical damage like a bunch of keeners. But he knows that's a total gong show of a strategy. In a world where one monster hit can send you packing, being a total beefcake is useless if you can't even dodge. So with that big brain play, he yeets all 5 points into Agility, which is now sitting pretty at a solid 10 plus another 13 from bonuses. The system's like, right on, bud, and Feng was feeling like a beauty. He's thinking, look, Agility is the ultimate hack for the early game, no sense wasting points on Strength or Spirit. Cause one tap from some random scrub and you're hooped, but if you're booking it, you can just deke him out and clap back without even a scratch. So he's just cruising when his spidey senses start buzzing, picking up some sketchy noise from way out there. He pumps the brakes and squints, trying to see what the deal is. And bam, just lurking in the shadows is this absolute unit of a creature. It's a level 1 crawler. The system's basically like, yup, just some guy. This thing is all messed up and making these gnarly sounds, totally wrecking the mood, but Feng's just staying frosty. He knows this thing. It's the same hoser that absolutely demolished that blonde girl's crew earlier on. The monster's all dinged up. You can tell they got a few good smacks in before they got yeeted. The crawler finally spots Feng and just gives her, coming right at him and growling like crazy. But Feng? Heck no. He's not flinching. He just sidesteps the whole attack, smoother than a fresh sheet of ice at the rink. The man explains that these crawler things are basically black holes for life force, always munching. When they gank a player, they hoover up their lifetime to get jacked and evolve, the greedy goofs. The dings on this thing show that Blonde Girl squad went full send, but all they really did was delay taking the L. Then, super smooth, Feng pulls out his short sword. This sketchy dark vibe starts coming off him. His eyes go full-on demon red as he activates his latent image skill. And just like that, poof, he vanishes, leaving the crawler completely shook. The monster's just growling, looking around all like, where'd the poutine go, searching for his meal. Little does this Keener know, Feng's already pulled a nothing personnel kid and is just chilling right above him. He drops the invisibility right as he's coming down, and his sword just rips through the air, absolutely deadly. This whole play, which totally cranks the attack bonus from his latent image skill, deals, like, a ridiculous amount of damage. The system's like, oh yeah, bud, that landed. A window pops up showing the damage, a massive 174 points. The level 1 crawler just bites the dust, its body poofing into energy. Feng scores 10 experience points, but even he's a bit rattled for a sec by how hard he just clapped it. Like, he knew it was going to be a decent hit, but this was a whole other kettle of fish, way beyond what he expected. The system pipes up, hey, that backstab ability really put in a shift, bud. Apparently, if you sneak up on a foe and get him from behind where they can't see you, the damage is doubled, which basically turns Feng into an absolute human blender. While he's just trying to compute this new power-up, he gets hit with a flashback to his past life. He's remembering what a total gong show it was as a warrior, when a critical hit was only doing, like, a measly 40 points of damage. Taking out just one crawler was a whole kerfuffle, and it always left him absolutely gassed and banged up. Back then, he was all about protecting Xiao Yu, so he basically handicapped himself to make sure she was safe. He'd give all the good loot to her, and because of that, he stayed a total noob. But now, nah, the tables have turned. Big time. This time, he's looking out for number 1, and the glow-up is already insane. The system drops the loot screen, 3 days of tradable lifetime, and a wild 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifetime. Feng just crushes the monster's energy orb, feeling that power rush. But hold your tokes, there's more. Another system window pops up, saying the authority of judgment has been activated. The system's like, attaboy, you just unlocked the infinite evolution talent, which is, like, a super rare and totally busted ability. This talent lets him farm evolution points by taking on mobs solo, and he can use those points to boost his skills. Plus, he gets 5 free evolution points every 24 hours, and he can pocket 100% of the Evo points from soloing bosses. Right now, he's sitting pretty on 5 evolution points. As he's trying to process all this, a galaxy brain idea hits Feng. Could this infinite evolution thing actually level up his skills? 'Cause in his last run, that was a hard no. In the game, any loot a monster dropped was always stuck at its base level. That was just the way she goes, eh? But this infinite evolution thing just chucked that rule out the window, going way past the normal limit. The sheer potential of this skill had Feng getting seriously curious. Super pumped to test it, he picked 2 skills to trick out: Backstab and his class, Deadly Shadow. The second he confirmed his choice, the system announced he'd spent 4 evolution points, and that the skill upgrades were a go. First on the list to get a boost was his class, Deadly Shadow, which leveled up to the bronze tier with some wicked bonuses. Now he can stay all stealthy for 16 seconds, even while he's in the middle of a scrap. So get this, the surprise party attack now smacks for 80 damage instead of 60, and the cooldown got trimmed from 28 to a beauty 26 seconds. And to top it all off, his backstab skill got a sick buff, eh? The bonus damage for sneak attacks from behind got cranked to a solid 15%, up from a measly 10. With all these upgrades, Feng realized his whole latent image deal now lasts a full 16 seconds. And since his invisibility mastery literally doubled that time, he could stay ghosted for 32 seconds, which is, like, an eternity, buddy. He's thinking to himself, geez, if I had this earlier, I would have absolutely smoked that crawler in one shot, even at full health. His train of thought gets completely wrecked by some hoser nearby, chirping about how a scrawny guy like him could never solo a monster. Feng turns and sees these 2 goofs, some meathead trying way too hard to impress a girl. The girl is super stoked, calling him Genji and gassing him right up, like, oh my god, with those guns, you could probably wreck, like, 10 monsters at once. Genji is totally loving it, laughs, and tells her not to worry her pretty little toque. He's got this. Feng's watching this absolute gong show and his spidey senses are going haywire. A huge shadow creeps over the couple, and he looks up to see this nasty spider thing just chilling in the tree right above them. Genji, totally oblivious, turns to Feng and tries to cut a deal. He's like, hey buddy, you can roll with us, I'll keep you safe, eh? But Feng's already bailed. He peeped that the monster was a nurse and, without even blinking, hits his latent image skill and just vanishes. The girl totally clocks it and points to where Feng just dipped. Genji just shrugs and lets out this massive, goofy laugh, totally convinced the keener got scared off by his sheer awesomeness. Yeah, that whole tough guy routine fizzled out fast. Before the hoser could even figure it out, the giant spider just drops on him, with a little baby one right behind it. By the time Genji realized he was in deep doo-doo, it was way too late, buddy. The things just go to town and flatten him and the girl in, like, a hot second. The system dings with the monster IDs. The nurse, a level 1 bronze, tier boss, and its sidekick, a level 1 common baby spider. Meanwhile, Feng's just over there, still ghosted, taking it all in, cool as a cucumber. The nurse is a heavy hitter with about 1600 health points. No way some newbie could even dream of taking that on, especially since it's got a whole crew of mini spiders. Even with all that, Feng's like, sweet, perfect time to test out my new gear. He doesn't even think twice, just full sends it at the nurse and goes in for the attack. He drops his invisibility to get that max damage boost. His blade hits true and the nurse stumbles back, leaking everywhere. The beast swings back hard, but Feng is too quick and just ducks right under its leg like a beauty. Without missing a beat, he pops latent image again and vanishes. A system notification pops up, 338 damage dealt. A decent hit, for sure, but on this tank, barely a scratch. Another ping says he took 9 damage. Whatever, but with his crazy agility and only 130 health, he knew a straight-up fight would be a one-way ticket to getting wrecked. Still, he was pretty pumped about his buffed-up attack doing over 300 damage in one hit was insane. The nurse, totally ticked off, just loses its mind and starts wrecking everything in sight, trying to get him back. Feng's just watching, totally focused, cause he knows these things aren't just dumb brutes. They learn, they adapt, and they hit back hard. This scrap was far from over, but he was absolutely buzzing to see what his new power could do. He figured out pretty quick the nurse was just flailing around like a goof, so a direct charge was a big no-go. And with the little spiderling on patrol, a frontal assault was a hard pass. So, he changed his game plan. Just as the nurse started shooting webs to bail, a rock comes flying out of nowhere and nails it right in the gut. It tears a hole and the system says 299 damage. His genius plan was to use that bonus damage from break and stealth, but with his new skills, even yeeting stuff counted as a proper attack. And since the game system was like, yeah, a rock is a weapon, every single one he chucked was basically like hitting it with his sword. He hucked another one, knowing as soon as the cooldown was done, he could just rinse and repeat this forever, buddy. A sec later, the system confirms another hit for 279 damage. Just by spamming this move, he was slowly whittling down the nurse's health bar. Before long, this huge announcement blasts across all of Shell City. The leaderboard just got a fresh update, telling everyone some player named Shadow just wrecked the nurse and was the first one ever to hit level 2. With his name plastered everywhere for all to see, the city's official rankings were now live. All the other players were absolutely losing it. A bunch of them remembered getting totally owned by the nurse again and again. So they were all convinced it was impossible for one player to take it down. Right away, rumors about this mystery Shadow character started flying. Some figured he must have used a glitch, while others just stared at the rankings, completely gobsmacked, like actually floored to see just one name on the whole list. In the middle of this stunned crowd was that blonde girl from before with her crew. She couldn't get her head around how a level 1 player soloed a boss when her whole squad was struggling with regular mobs. The doubt started to creep in. Like, could the whole system be bugged out, Genji and his buddy, the same two that got turned into Spider Chow, were also there, looking totally lost. Then it hits Genji's friend. She remembers that scrawny dude they were chirping at earlier. No way. Could he be Shadow, she thought. Meanwhile, Feng gets a system notification confirming he's the big winner. He'd snagged 300 XP, dinged level 2, and scored 2 evolution points. On top of that, he unlocked the Shell City rankings and got 1 reputation point. The whole city just got a push notification about his legendary move, So, Feng's watching the nurse boss go poof into a bunch of sparkles, and he's like, figures. The second the big baddie bites the dust, all her little spider babies just take off. He's totally kicking himself for not ganking them first. What a brutal loss of XP. And bam, another system pop-up blesses him with the loot. 46 days of lifetime, totally tradable, and a bronze tier skill book called Hand of Avarest. He also snags the Dagger of Corruption, a bronze weapon juicing his attack by 135 and agility by 4, plus 2 more Evo points. Beauty. He zooms in on the Hand of Avarest book, totally nosy. The system's like, listen up, this is an assassin-only skill, lets you 5-finger discount extra loot from monster bodies with a 20% success rate. The only catch? You gotta be level 1. Feng was absolutely shook. Like, what is this luck, buddy? For real, a bronze boss dropping a skill this mint is actually nuts. This is gonna crank his gear-grabbing game way up. It reminds him of this player from his past life, the God of Sin, who was honestly brutal at combat but got ridiculously famous in the game just cause of this one skill. The dude got so huge he was rolling with bodyguards. What a beaut. Then, a light bulb goes off in Feng's head. If Hand of Avarest has a 20% chance, what happens if he juices it with his infinite evolution talent? Like, in theory, he could not only boost the success rate but also the haul times of stuff he could nab. Just the thought of it had him absolutely buzzin'. Asterisk zip times and we're back to reality, where a bunch of kids are dragging themselves to school. In the mix is Xiao Yu, Feng's sister, and one of her pals. As they're walking, her friend is like, for real, you gotta call your brother and say sorry. She's reminding her they bailed on a huge exam yesterday just to go fangirl over Song Fei, and that her brother's gotta be absolutely cheesed off. But Xiao Yu is not about that life. Dead set that she did nothing wrong. To her, the real problem is her brother for trying to block her from seeing Song Fei. If anyone should be apologizing, it's him, she huffs. Her friend tries to talk some sense into her, like, he's always been so good to you. I'm literally jealous of how much he cares. But Xiao Yu just gives her the cold shoulder and tells her to mind her own beeswax. He's not even my real brother, she says, all salty. My brother is Song Fei. Just then, they get to school and there's a total gong show happening in their classroom. A whole bunch of kids are crammed around a desk, whispering like their lives depend on it. They creep closer and see something totally messed. Their classmate, Zhang Hui, is just slumped over his desk, and his body is literally fading out. Everyone starts to lose it, and some girl is like, what is even happening? Another kid explains that Zhang Hui just said he was gonna have a nap, and then he started dematerializing. The gossip spreads like a wildfire as other students say he's not the only one. The socials are blowing up with vids of this going down all over the world. People are just passing out and turning transparent, and nobody has a clue why. Totally freaked, one of the girls whips out her phone, saying she's gotta call her parents and telling Xiao Yu to call her brother. Like, right now. But Xiao Yu, still holding a grudge, is like, hard pass. She actually says she can't stand her brother and won't call him, even saying the world would be better if he just, wasn't in it. Ouch. Meanwhile, back in the game, a notification dings, Evolution of Hand of Avarest complete. The skill just rocketed from bronze all the way to gold, and the chance to score extra loot went from a measly 20% to a solid 40%. Let's go. The system also tosses him 2 more evolution points and another 46 days of tradable lifespan. He's just sitting there like, am I the luckiest guy in the world or what, eh? On top of the extra points, he just needs 1 more to evolve Hand of Avarest again. With 3 points, he can max the skill out, giving him a 100% chance to get bonus items. The thought of it is making his brain do backflips. His power-up journey is on absolute hyperspeed, way faster than he figured. Feng pops latent image and bails, guessing the whole world's gotta be clued into the weird, sleepy fade-away situation by now. Pretty soon, a wave of noobs is gonna flood the game, and he's gotta stay ahead of the pack. Priority 1, get better gear and keep his lead. System confirms he's rocking the Dagger of Corruption, boosting his attack by 35 and agility by 4. He's thinking it won't be long before people realize you can bring skills and items from the game into the real world. And when that happens, the world is gonna turn into a complete free-for-all. He remembers there are 2 things you gotta do for that. Hit level 10 and bank enough tradable lifespan. He checks his stats and realizes just grinding on regular mobs isn't gonna be enough. It's way too slow. To really get the ball rolling, he needs to go hunt some big league bosses. His train of thought gets sideswiped by the sound of a brawl happening nearby. He follows the noise to a cliff edge and takes a peek over. Down below, a squad of players is getting absolutely smoked by a runner, a level 2 bronze monster. A little smirk plays on Feng's face. Just when he was starting to space out, an opportunity literally falls right into his lap. He squints and, what do you know, he recognizes one of the guys fighting Wang Ming. Feng is surprised to see him here, but it looks like the rumors about him were legit. Word on the street was, when he logged on, he put together a crew of 6 players. And get this, each one of them had a secret class. Mid-fight, Wang Ming pops Sacred Barrier, throwing up a golden shield to tank the runner's relentless attacks. Feng's just watching silently, piecing together that Wang Ming's secret class, Sacred Shield Warrior, gives him double the stats of a normal warrior times an invincibility skill. Then the camera swings over to a red-headed mage, who steps up and chucks a fireball. The spell hits, but it only does a measly 70 damage. Feng pegs her as an arcane prophetess, another secret class that doubles magic damage. Then his eyes flick over to the team's archer and priest. So the archer was this cracked, sharp-eyed class, A. Guy had juice stats and was basically a human, a 10 warthog but with arrows. And the priest, an oracle, so their heals were, like, double the strength of some regular hosers. Even with the archer and mage spamming everything they had, this runner thing was way too slick, just styling on him. But then, plot twist, the monster absolutely yeets Wang Ming with a massive hit, completely shattering his barrier and sending him flying while he was scrambling up. The archer was fuming, like, sorry, but this thing's booking it. I can't get a shot from here. Even after a boost from the priest, Wang Ming was still ready to give her. He told them to just stick to the game plan. He'd be the meat shield, the priest would keep his health bar full, and they'd eventually pull out the W. Looking down from his perch, Feng just smirked at Wang Ming's whole vibe. His strat was solid on paper, for sure, but this was the real deal. The longer this gong show dragged on, the bigger the chance of attracting some random hosers. And right on cue, these sketchy figures just materialized out of thin air. Feng narrowed his eyes, scoping out the new problem. They were contaminators, just some scrub tier level 2 mobs, all covered in some nasty goop and lobbing junk from the back. Wang Ming's face just went white as these things shambled closer. One of his buddies went full Leroy Jenkins, screaming about the danger and charging in with a massive sword. But, get this, the hit did sweet FA, clocking in at only 33 damage. Big oof. Watching this disaster unfold, Feng was actually getting kinda invested. That crew had some secret classes he'd never even heard of. But even with their special kits, they were getting totally clapped by these things. The contaminator spit back, and this gunk just cemented them to the ground. Wang Ming's crew was freaking, complaining it smelled like a hockey bag and that they were completely stuck. Meanwhile, another goop monster was chasing the red-haired mage, who was just hauling ass and screaming for help. That's when Feng decided it was his cue. He just ghosted from the cliff. A second later, the monster chasing the mage was suddenly headless, one-tapped. Wang Ming and his squad were just frozen, totally gawking, trying to compute what just happened. A contaminator got nuked in one shot, its body fizzled into light, and the mage was like, did we just get boosted? The swordsman, now free from the slime, was absolutely mind-blown. He was thinking, buddy, it takes us a solid 10 seconds of everyone wailing on a level 1 crawler to kill it, and a level 2 contaminator just got vaporized? Before they could even blink, another one dropped from a single hit that did a fat 441 damage. Panicking, the swordsman asked the mage, Lizzie, if she saw the attacker, but she just shook her head, just as clueless. Wang Ming, though, snapped out of it and got the boys back in line. He ordered everyone to get their heads in the game, cause even with their mystery carry helping, they still had a fight to finish. Meanwhile, Feng, still in stealth mode, was just posted up in a tree behind Wang Ming. As the team turned back to the runner, Wang Ming realized that without the minions, only it was left. Just then, a system pop-up hit Feng's screen, confirming he'd smoked 2 contaminators and scored 40 XP and 1 evolution point. He also snagged a new skill book, Poison Dart, plus another 8 days of not being dead. Tradable. Beauty. Feng checked out the new skill. Poison Dart was a ranged attack that did damage over time, a ridiculously OP skill for an assassin. Without a second thought, he evolved it right there. The skill jumped from normal to silver tier, and the system laid out the upgrades. Poison Dart could now be launched from 14 meters out, dealing a solid 120 damage on impact. It also poisoned the target, dealing an extra 50% damage every second for 5 seconds. The effect didn't stack, but the cooldown was a beaut, only 5 seconds. Feng was grinning at his new toy. Meanwhile, Wong Ming's fight had turned into a total nightmare. The runner was going full sicko mode, stronger and faster, just running the whole show. When Wang Meng put his shield up, the creature's claws just ripped his side a new one. Before he could recover, it attacked again, sinking its claws in deeper and chucking him to the ground like an old toque. The shield clanged on the ground, and Wang Meng just screamed. His partners watched, completely horrified. The priest rushed to heal him, but it was useless. With the monster's claws literally still inside him, the healing magic was doing jack all. Blood was trickling from Wang Meng's mouth as he tried to tell his team to dip. But before they could do anything, a projectile came screaming out of nowhere and smacked the monster square in the face, dealing a whopping 845 damage and making the beast recoil. Wang Meng's team was in shock, watching the boss's health bar get deleted by half in seconds, and the attack wasn't even over. The poison made it leak HP like a sieve, weakening the beast. The runner writhed in pain and finally let go of Wang Meng, who just collapsed on the ground. The monster screamed as its health drained by a nasty 324 points per second, until it finally cashed out for good. At that moment, a system screen popped up for Feng. Since his attack did more than 90% of the total damage to the boss, he scored the whole jackpot. The system announced he'd killed the runner boss, earning him a sweet 600 XP. Another notification congratulated him on hitting level 13, granting him 2 more evolution points and another 55 days of lifespan, tradable. Feng looked at the results, feeling like he was the king of the castle. He hadn't expected the poison dart's damage over time to sync up so perfectly with his other skills. Then it hit him. Using his invisibility, he could just stay hidden forever, just spamming poison darts for days. He figured with that strategy, he'd be basically a god in the early and mid-game. Meanwhile, Wang Meng was still rattled, watching the boss vaporize into a loot explosion. The pain from getting stabbed had felt so real, he was starting to doubt if this was even a game anymore. His thoughts were cut short when the items just vanished right in front of him, snagged before he could even blink. It was Feng who had grabbed everything. Moving so fast, Wang Meng didn't see a thing. Struggling to his feet, Wang Meng bowed his head and thanked the mystery person who had saved them, even without knowing who it was. Feng's voice echoed out from the shadows, his identity still a total mystery. He warned Wang Meng not to trust people so easily, especially in a sketchy spot like this. Wang Meng got it, nodding, and thanked him for the tip. Then he introduced himself. Name's Wang Ming. If you ever need a hand, just hit me up. Meanwhile, Wang Ming's surviving teammates were having a full-on group hug, relieved to have escaped that total gong show. Back with Feng, he stood in silence, holding the monster's drops and scheming his next play. He knew Wang Meng wasn't just some strong dude. He was plugged in with the feds, which meant he had serious pull and a fat wallet. This gave Feng an idea. He needed a safe way to flog the gear and items he wasn't going to use. Activating Hand of Avarest on the items, a system notification popped up, congratulating him on getting another 3 evolution points and 55 days of life, tradable. On top of that, he also got a sweet bronze tier item, the Runner's Greaves. The system explained the item gave a +9 boost to physical defense, a +5 to all resists, and slashed ability cooldowns by 15%. Looking at his inventory, he saw he'd acquired a bunch of good items for different classes. He decided as soon as his inventory was maxed out, he'd head back to Shell City to trade what he didn't need for more life. With a look that could freeze a Timmy's iced cap, he thought, "Holy, I'm ripping through this way faster than my last go." A truly gnarly smirk crept onto his face as he muttered that Song Fei was about to get absolutely hosed. And boom, we cut to some other poor hosers getting mobbed by contaminators and runners. Their whole situation was a proper gong show, with monsters coming at them from every which way. One player, realizing they were completely hooped, screamed for everyone to bail, but before they could even make a move, they were frozen solid. This massive, jacked-up monster just appeared, radiating some serious "you're about to get smoked" energy. Then the thing just went for it, eating parts of its own body like arrows that just kebabbed the players, killing them instantly. A few seconds later, the whole squad respawns in Shell City, absolutely fuming and chirping the game's devs. They're complaining that the mobs always jump you in packs and then peace out when they're almost dead, which is, like, proof they've actually got brains. One of them asks, all stressed out, How are we supposed to get out of this game if we can't even crack level 3? Then another player starts spilling the tea on their grim reality. The only way out is to hit level 3, so they better start grinding, like yesterday, buddy. One of the players pitches the idea of making a bigger crew, like 6 to 10 people, to make things less of a kerfuffle. But some other guy immediately shot that down, saying he literally just watched a 10-person team get completely deleted by a giant mob. Then a third player jumped into the chat, warning them that a team that's too big is basically just a boss magnet. He said he just saw a group of 40 players accidentally summon a boss called the Accursed, which wiped out 30 of them with a single move. Elsewhere, the blonde girl and her crew also popped back up in Conch Town, looking super cheesed off and spooked. If they don't hit level 3, they're stuck in this digital prison for good. The blonde girl's fists were clenched in pure desperation. It hit her that since everyone logged in while they were asleep, it was just their minds in here. If they can't get out, their actual bodies back in the real world are just gonna starve. The thought alone sent a shiver right down her spine. One of her teammates, an assassin, started whining that they'd already died 3 times and had less than 10 years of lifespan left. Before he could even finish, the blonde girl cut him right off, saying that dying again was absolutely not on the agenda. Just then, the Kongtown leaderboards shimmered into view in the sky. Everyone's eyes went wide. At the very top was this mystery player, Shadow, aka Feng, who was already level 3. He was followed by Wong Ming and Bala, who were still stuck at level 1. The blonde girl's mind was going a mile a minute. How was this dude leveling up so fast? He had to have some secret strat. Looking determined, she made a call. If this mystery player knew the cheat codes to leveling up, they had to get him on their side. Clenching her fists, she gave her team their new mission. Get the word out, she said. If Shadow can help us get to level 3 and bounce from this game, I'll personally e-transfer him $10 million when we're back in the real world. She flashed a confident smile, thinking there was no way anyone would turn down that kind of cash. Then we cut back to Feng, who's just casually wrecking contaminators with his poison dart. Another monster drops, and the system dings, telling him he scored 20 XP and 1 evolution point. Since he was already stacked with points, he immediately started to evolve his hand of Avarest. A confirmation window popped up, ate his 5 evolution points, and left his balance at a big fat 0. Then another screen showed off the upgrade. Hand of Avarest was now Jade level, up from Platinum. The system explained his chance of getting extra loot jumped from 110% to 160%. Plus now there was a 20% chance for the extra item's rarity to get a tier up. Looking at the new stats, Feng realized this upgrade was absolutely busted. A skill that could literally make items rarer was worth its weight in gold. As his mind was being blown, a bright light way off in the distance caught his eye. A freaky, massive figure started to take shape, the very same one that had turned that other group of players into dust bunnies earlier. Feng knew it right away when the system ID'd it as the Accursed, a bronze-level boss. The creature was hunched over, literally slurping up the blue energy wisps left behind by dead players. Taking it all in, Feng knew the monster was evolving. It was chugging soul juice to become a silver-level boss, and judging by the sheer number of glow sticks, it must have taken out about 40 players. A quick peek at his inventory, however, showed a major problem. His bags were completely full. Even if he immersed this thing, he had no room to pick up the loot. This called for a new game plan. After thinking for a hot second, he pinged the location on his map. The monster's power-up sequence would take a while, giving him the perfect window to zip back to the city, sell off his junk, and then come back for the boss fight. With his plan locked in, he hit his latent image skill and just vanished. We snap back to Conch City, where the players are all gobsmacked by a wild public service announcement. The blonde girl was offering $10 million to the #1 player for a power leveling carry. In the middle of the crowd, some girl just started bawling, saying normal folks like her had 0 chance of ever leaving the game. Her little sob story got cut short when someone just yanked her away, showing just how tense things were. Amid all the whispering and stress, the whole vibe of the place changed. This insane aura of power just washed over the area, and every single head turned to see who just showed up. It was Feng. His presence alone screamed power, and the entire crowd went silent. Without saying a word, he opened his system menu and hit the sell function. Instantly, a massive notification popped up over his head, announcing he'd opened a pop-up shop for gear and skills. The message also said the shop would only be open for 10 minutes, which sent a wave of panic-buying energy through the crowd. Sitting there calmly, Feng laid out a whole collection of shiny items he'd looted. An absolute uproar exploded from the players, their voices a mix of total confusion and awe. Some were like, "How do you even get here, eh?" While others were losing their minds seeing he was selling 2 whole sets of bronze-level gear and even more stuff. Then it clicked when they saw his name, Shadow, the #1 player. But even though he was famous, no one could see his face because of the appearance concealment setting. One player pointed out that since your in-game avatar looks just like you, Feng must be hiding his identity on purpose. Through all the gossip, a woman stepped forward. You could tell from her outfit and her whole vibe that she was a mage. She got straight to the point and asked the price for the Cone of Ice spell. Feng replied flatly, 100 days of tradable lifespan. In his head, he recognized her as Grey Rosie, ranked 11th in the city. He also noticed her face was hidden too. Grey Rosie thought for a second and tried to haggle, saying 100 days was way too steep and asked if he could cut her a deal. But Feng wouldn't budge. He explained that Cone of Ice was a game changer for mages in the early game because it helped you farm monsters way faster. Given how useful it was, 100 days was already a pretty sweet deal. She then asked if he'd take real money, but Feng shut that down. He suggested that if she had cash, she should just buy lifespan from other players and come back when she had enough. After thinking it over for a moment, Grey Rosie turned to her 2 teammates to get their 2 cents. They were totally on board, saying she was the only reason they'd even made it to level 2 so fast. One of them added that with Cone of Ice, their group would hit level 3 way quicker, letting them finally get back to the real world. So, without any more back and forth, Grey Rosie told them to transfer all their lifespan to her, promising to pay them back with real cash once they were out of this kerfuffle. Then she turned back to Feng and sent over the 100 days, locking in her purchase of the spell. Feng was already doing the mental math. He figured that for a level 2 group to have gotten this far, they must have killed at least 30 or 40 crawlers, which meant that together they had over 100 days of lifespan to spare. The system confirmed the sale of Cone of Ice, and Feng gained 100 days, bumping his total to 368. Just as Grey Rosie was about to take off, and who shows up? A familiar face, it was that blonde chick from before, swaggering over like she owned the place. Acting all high and mighty, she was like, "Finally found you." And then with this totally smug grin, she offers him a deal. If he boosts her to level 3, she'd toss a cool 10 million bucks at him once they were back in the real world. Everyone around them was losing their minds, whispering like, "No way, the rumors are actually true. Nabbing 10 mil that easy? Super sketchy, eh?" She kept running her mouth, flexing that her dad was the big shot at Yang Industries, so cash was basically monopoly money to her. But Feng, he was just standing there, completely unfazed, like he was waiting for his double-double or something. He sized up the whole scene and was like, "Oh, it's times her asterisk. Yang Li." Yeah, he remembered her from his past life. She was the head of this proper sketchy crew that got totally busted by the feds. The old reports were brutal. Her whole deal was luring people with cash for their lifespan, and then straight up kidnapping them and turning them into her personal goons. Anyone who put up a fight? Yeah, they got seriously messed up back in the real world. So, with a look colder than a January morning in Saskatoon, Feng just told her to take off. Yang Li just froze, completely rattled. Like, it wasn't computing why anyone would turn down that kind of dough. She was so cheesed off, she tried to give him a heads up. Like, "Sure, you're strong in here, but nobody knows what's really going on," and promised him a beauty life with a cottage up in Muskoka and everything. But Feng didn't even blink. He was just like, "So, are you buying something or just wasting oxygen?" 'Cause my guy knew what was really up. Soon, all that cash would be worth less than a Canadian Tire dollar. The only currency that would matter is tradable lifespan. Yang Li's face went full-on goblin mode. She absolutely lost her marbles, calling him every name in the book, a real hoser, and threatened that if this was the real world, he'd be done for already. But Feng was so done with her drama. His whole vibe went dark, and in a voice that could freeze the Great Lakes, he was like, "Say one more thing and I promise you'll be down to 0 days, buddy." To really drive the point home, he unleashed this wicked, spooky aura that made everyone feel like they were about to get steamrolled by a Zamboni. Yang Li and her crew of goofs immediately bailed, all their fake swagger vanishing as they scrambled to get the heck out of there. Once things settled, Feng went right back to his little shop like nothing happened. Kerching, the system confirmed he sold a tunic for another 19 days of lifespan, bumping his total up to a solid 546 days. The players who snagged his gear were losing it over how OP it was, but Feng's mind was already on the next move. Everything sold? Alright, beauty. Time to go wreck that boss. He activated his latent image skill and just ghosted. As he took off, he was thinking about how clueless all these other players were. Not gonna lie, none of them had a clue that this whole tradable lifespan deal had a secret feature that was about to flip the whole world on its head. Nobody knew this game was about to change reality like a poutine with extra curds. As everyone just stared at the empty spot where he'd been, totally floored, Feng was mulling over the grim truth of it all. All the stuff the rich and powerful had, about to be useless. In the new world that was coming, only one thing mattered: strength, and anyone who didn't get that was gonna get left behind, for sure. Cut to Yang Li and her crew, who are totally winded from booking it. She's fuming, ranting that Shadow not only shot down her offer but threatened her too. She's swearing up and down that the second she's back in the real world, she's gonna find him and mess him up. Then, this random dude sidles up and introduces himself as Mai Li Xian, or Lao Mao for short. He's like, "Hey, I'm level 2 and I know some tricks for leveling up." Then he shoots his shot, asking if he can take that deal. Shadow passed on the 5 million to get her crew to level 3. But since he's not as buff, he'd do it for half price. Yang Li gives him the side eye and asks what these tricks are all about. Lao Mao breaks it all down. The secret to power, leveling, is to dump all 5 of your attribute points into agility. That way, you're just a little bit faster than the monsters, so you can kite them all day without getting totally wrecked. Yang Li's eyes went wide, like a moose in the headlights. She's thinking, wow, I'm a total bonehead for maxing out strength. She immediately agrees to Lao Mao's deal. He's psyched and adds that Shadow must be a few pucks short of a hat trick for turning down that much cash. Then we cut back to Feng, who's just gotten to the spot he pinned on his map. Still stealthed up, he sees the cursed one has already hit its silver evolution. Judging by the gray fog swirling around it, it was still in the middle of its glow-up. Feng did some quick math. The full evolution to gold would take about 7 or 8 hours. And yeah, he was not about to sit around and wait for that. So he just chucks a poison dart at it. Bam! The sneak attack hits for a massive 659 damage. The poison starts ticking for 219 health per second. Feng moves in, thinking how a silver boss has like 2 or 3 times more health than a bronze one. Then, all of a sudden, the monster starts charging up this huge ball of energy. Feng figures he needs to land 2 or 3 more darts, but the monster unleashes its attack first, nuking the entire area. Feng's like, yeah, the cursed one is a magic-type boss, all about those big area of effect attacks that hit like a transport truck. He explains that the second he threw that first dart, he bolted and barely dodged the blast. Still invisible, he knew if he'd taken that hit head-on, with his current HP and defense, he'd be deader than a doornail. The fight's still on. The monster charges another attack, but Feng is cool as a cucumber, just bobbing and weaving and watching his cooldowns. The plan was simple: wait for an opening, smack it, and then bail before it can hit back. A few moments later, the monster stumbles. That was his opening. He darts in, lands another poison dart for another 659 damage, and gets that poison debuff ticking again. Realizing it's in deep doo-doo, the boss tries to book it, but Feng wasn't having any of it. He chases it down with this ice-cold glare. The monster's attempt to run was pretty pathetic, honestly. In one slick move, Feng teleports right above its head and just slams it into the ground. System pops up. Beauty! He wrecked the cursed one, a silver tier boss. Notifications just spammed his screen. 1800 XP, launching him from level 3 straight to 5, plus 4 evolution points and 124 days of tradable lifespan. Feng cracks a smile. Wrecking one boss got him 2 levels and bonus Evo points. As the monster's body poofed into a pile of loot, he whips out his evolved Hand of Greed. The system says it worked, and the rewards get even sweeter. Another 4 evolution points and another 124 days of lifespan, literally doubling his take. He grins. Not too shabby, eh? All in all, the silver boss coughed up 12 evolution points and 372 days of life. But that's not all, folks. The bonus effect from Hand of Greed kicked in, upgrading a silver item to gold a golden tear. No wonder this skill is Jade tier, he thinks. He glances at the loot pile. There were about 7 or 8 pieces of gear scattered around, but his backpack only had 10 empty slots. He lets out a sigh. Having to teleport back to town after every boss was a real time waster. The dream would have been a storage ring or something. Just as Feng was about to check out one of the items, we cut back to the city. Lizzie, the mage from Wang Meng's crew, pops back in a flash of light, looking super relieved. The rest of the team ports in right after, all thanking Wang Ming. They're like, buddy, without you leading, we never would have hit level 3 and made it back in one piece. But Wang Ming just brushes it off, saying it was a team effort. Lizzie, though, is bummed she couldn't friend that mystery guy during the fight. She figures it was probably because she was covered head to toe in mud. One of her teammates teases her, saying that now she's all cleaned up, she's looking like a total snack, and there's no way the mystery player would shoot her down a second time. Right as they're chatting, a system announcement echoes across the whole city. The leaderboard's been updated. Shadow just hit level 5. The news made everyone's jaws hit the floor. Someone yelled out, totally freaking out, asking how Shadow jumped from level 3 to 5 that fast. The only way was if he soloed a massive boss. Another player chimed in, saying he literally saw Shadow selling gear in the square like 10 minutes ago. In the middle of all the chaos, some guy, half joking, half desperate, goes, "My little sister just turned 18. If Shadow wants to link up, it'd be a huge win for the family." His buddies immediately shot him down, like, "Dude, are you for real? Shadow's the guy who told $10 million to get lost. You think he's gonna be interested in your sister?" Meanwhile, Wong Ming's crew started to freak out. They barely had a second to celebrate hitting level 3, and Shadow was already light years ahead. But Wang Ming, ever the chill dude, told them to just put a pin in it for now. The main thing was to log off and get back to the real world, and give their fam and buds a heads up about this sketchy as heck game. As their bodies started to fade out, the system was like, "Log out confirmed." Wang Ming's last words were dead serious. If the world is actually going sideways, the least we can do is give our people a fighting chance. The scene snaps back to the real world. Wang Ming's eyes fly open, and in that exact second, a voice yells, "Captain." Turns out, this dude wasn't just some rando gamer. Wang Ming was a cop. His crew was all over him, proper freaking out. One of them blurts out they were super worried cause Wang Ming's body was literally starting to go transparent while he was conked out. And then the absolutely terrifying truth hit them like a transport truck. If you die in the game, you don't just get booted, you get straight up deleted from existence in the real world. But with zero time to wrap their heads around that, Wang Ming scrambled to his feet and told everyone to get it together. "Something seriously messed up just happened," he said. The scene jumps to a police station, where some bigwig is grilling Wang Ming about his report. The voice sums it up. So, Wang Ming's squad was totally stacked, all of them with a secret class. And even then, they almost got dusted by one monster and were only bailed out at the last possible second by some rando player, Shadow. Wang Ming confirms the report is bang on and starts breaking down Shadow's crazy fast progress. He explains that when Shadow bailed them out, he was at level 3, but by the time Wang Ming's crew finally scraped their way to level 3, Shadow was already level 5, a 2-level jump that was totally insane. This news clearly had the higher-ups a bit rattled. One of them asks the $64,000 question. So, does this mean Shadow is the top player in the world right now? How the heck did he level up that fast? Theories started bouncing off the walls, and Wang Ming floated a possible explanation. Maybe he ganked some superpowered boss or pulled some legendary move. Another suit, getting curious, pointed out something kinda hinky in the report. Shadow was already level 3 when he saved them. If that's true, why didn't he log out of the game with everyone else? Could it be he's got no family or friends in the real world? No reason to bounce? Wang Ming had to admit he knew zip about Shadow. Just then, a female officer jumps in with a totally out there theory. She suggests that maybe Shadow is a transmigrator. She explains it's like people who just show up out of nowhere and get stupidly OP, and they're usually orphans, which would totally explain why he's still in there. Her theory was met with dead silence, and realizing what she just said, she turned beet red. The bigwig, looking totally unimpressed, deadpans her name, Amy, and tells her to knock it off when things are this serious. He totally torched her theory, saying she's been reading way too many light novels, and then got back on track with some heavy info. According to some top-secret reports, researchers had been looking into something pretty sketchy. A whole bunch of elderly folks were mysteriously cacking it in their sleep. When they mashed that data up with info from the game, the conclusion was properly terrifying. The people who passed away in their sleep had also perma-died multiple times in the game. This confirmed it. If a player's HP hits 0 in the game, they don't just die in there, they die for real. One of the officers said the game was a total anomaly, something way out of their league. The chief agreed, suggesting it could be some kinda interdimensional invasion. That idea just hung in the air, leaving everyone speechless. Wasting no time, the chief got right down to brass tacks, announcing the government was issuing an emergency order. Every officer had to squad up, get in the game, and hoover up as much intel as they could. He made it clear this wasn't just a cop thing. The entire government was mobilizing. It was a total global free-for-all, with every country scrambling to get a handle on this new reality. Falling behind meant getting left in the dust on the world stage. With that, the chief spelled out the plan. Amy would be captain of Team 1. She snapped to it in a second. Wong Ming was made her vice captain, and the two of them got free rein to pick their own crew. Wong Ming agreed, knowing how massive this whole thing was. The chief then brought it back to Shadow. According to the report, he didn't seem like a bad sort. So, the chief gave them a direct order. Amy and Wang Meng had to try and buddy up with him. The goal was to get the lowdown on who he is and try to get him on our side. The chief explained why he put Amy in charge. Her whole nerd background with games and fiction made her the perfect choice to look into a guy like Shadow, whose moves were basically straight up legendary. The chief said he was hoping they could get Shadow on Team Canada. Meanwhile, the rest of the force was tasked with keeping a lid on things and stopping the city from losing its mind. And with that, the meeting was done. The sun was going down, and the officers geared up for the gong show to come. The next day, we're at a high school, where Xiao Yu is just staring at her desk, completely zoned out, while all the other students are going off about everything that went down. A few of them are talking about some news. Apparently Zhang Hui, the guy who went MIA, actually hit level 3 and got out of the game in one piece. One of the girls says he spilled some major tea. If a bunch of people from the same area all pass out at the same time, they all pop up in the same starting zone. This news has the students feeling both stoked and wicked anxious. Another girl is totally wigging out over this. She's like, I need to go home and get my folks into the game, cause they're total boomers when it comes to games, and she's scared they'll get absolutely pwned if they go in clueless. But another student argues back, saying it's a bad idea to drag their parents in just yet. He thinks they should focus on grinding and getting buff first, so they can actually cover their families later on. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu is just glued to her phone, deep in her feels, and getting seriously cheesed off. She could not figure out why her brother hadn't even talked to her yet, especially with this massive game thing happening. She was expecting a text at the very least, but got zilch. Not only did he not check if she was okay, but he didn't even say sorry for hitting her, which was so not him. Usually whenever they fought, he'd always find a way to patch things up, but today it was just crickets. Her parents had never even raised a hand to her, and her own brother went and did it. Salty, she tries to justify it in her head, thinking that she only skipped class to see Song Fei's concert. Like, was it really that deep? She crosses her arms, deciding she'll only forgive him if he calls and says sorry like 1,000 times. But her anger quickly fades into a total daydream when she thinks about Song Fei. Good thing I went yesterday, she thinks. Once this game becomes everyone's whole deal, I might not get another chance to see him in real life. A look of goo-goo eyes comes over her face as she remembers last night. She imagines Song Fei on stage and swoons, thinking about how amazing he was. But then, it clicks. If everyone gets into the game by sleeping, then pop idols are gonna be in there too. She goes all red, just thinking about the possibility of meeting him in the game. Could this be her chance? Was fate, like, finally shipping them? Her heart's going a mile a minute at the thought. As she's getting ready for bed, she remembers something. Song Fei hit level 13 wicked fast, which means he's already a total pro at this game. To not be a complete noob, she's gonna need some solid advice. So she slides right into Song Fei's DMs, asking if he has any hot tips for her before she jacks in. The scene cuts to Song Fei, swarmed by his classmates. When he gets the message, a slick grin spreads across his face. Well, what do ya know, he thinks. Even a 10 like Xiao Yu is sliding into my DMs for advice. He sees this as a golden ticket, a gift from the RNG gods. This was his shot. Without skipping a beat, Song Fei messages back, all smug, telling her she came to the right dude. Then he spills the secret that at the start, she needs to slam all her attribute points into agility. Otherwise, she'll never be able to kite the mobs and will get instantly wrecked. She asks if that's for real, even for a mage class, and Song Fei confirms it is, for sure. He explains that agility is super useful for mages, cause it boosts their spellcasting speed, which is a total game changer early on. Xiao Yu was still a bit sketched out, hitting him with, but what if I'm still garbage, even with more agility? So Song Fei had to reassure her, promising that the second someone in their city hits level 5, the teleportation portal would finally boot up, connecting all the newbie cities. He swore on a stack of Timbits that when it did, he'd squat up and power level her, no questions asked. Hearing that, Xiao Yu was totally jacked. Lying in bed, she's smirking, thinking what a complete hoser Song Fei was, so easy to play. And just like that, boom, she scored herself a personal booster for the game. As she was dozing off, another wicked idea popped into her head. This was a beaut. She'd get in the game before her. She was gonna make his life a total gong show. No help, no boosts, absolutely nothing. He'd be on his own. Buddy, totally vibing with her evil scheme, she crashed, absolutely stoked for the mayhem. Then, boom, we're back in the game. And Feng's sifting through the loot the boss coughed up. In the middle of all the junk, this fully sick, shiny ring catches his eye. He scoops it up, and the system pings him. You got the cursed ring, a gold tier beaut. The stats pop up, good for any class, +8 to all attributes, and it jacks up dark damage resistance by 26. It also boosts weak point damage by 1.5 times. The only catch? You gotta be level 4 to rock it, Feng's crunching the numbers and figures the whole +32 attribute points is basically like getting a free 3 levels. He's like, okay, this ring is absolutely filthy. Before his brain could even wrap itself around that, another pop-up hits. He just bagged a new skill, Instant Shadow Strike, a silver tier move. The game says it's a bunch of slashes in one direction, with a 15-meter range. And oh yeah, you're invincible for 5 seconds. No big deal, Feng figured out it was a beauty of an AoE attack. Not wasting a single second, he learns the skill, and since he's still got evolution points to burn, he decides to juice up his Hand of Avarest. The system devours 8 points and bam, the skill levels up from Jade tier to Diamond tier. The effects got a serious upgrade. The chance for extra loot shot up to 220%, and the odds of that loot getting a rarity boost jumped to 40%. Feng's doing the math, figuring he's now getting at least 2 bonus items per mob, which basically makes every kill worth triple. So not being a keener who wastes points, he dumps 3 levels into Instant Shadow Strike. The skill just freaking yeets itself from silver to platinum tier. The upgrades were insane. The range is now 21 meters, the invincibility lasts 7 seconds, and he's doing 5 slashes instead of 3. But the real kicker, the damage for each hit doubled to 200. He sorts through the rest of the loot. It's mostly junk, but then something catches his eye, a silver tier warrior skill book. He's staring at this warrior skill book and realizes that flipping it could score him a solid chunk of lifespan. Just as he's thinking that, he hears something. He spins around and sees 3 massive things barreling right for him. He knows them right away. Limb crawlers, these nasty level 4 monsters. But instead of losing his toque, Feng's like, beauty, target practice. Without even hesitating, he unleashes instant dark slash. In like a split second, he lets loose this flurry of crazy fast slashes and just absolutely gives her and wrecks them. The crawlers get torn to shreds before they even knew what hit them. When the dust settles, a system message confirms the win, giving him 80 XP and another 5 days of tradable lifespan. After the dust up, this dark, powerful vibe is just radiating off Feng. He's just chillin', thinking about his new power, realizing he can absolutely mop the floor with enemies way faster now. He checks his lifespan ticker and sees he's at 618 days, but to bring his skills and gear to the real world, he needs at least 900. So, a plan starts forming. First up, he's gonna sell off all the good stuff in his inventory. If it all goes according to plan, he'll hoard the lifespan he needs way quicker than he thought. And once he hits level 10, he can finally start yanking stuff from the game into reality. Scene change, and Feng's sneaking back into the city, completely invisible thanks to his skill. Nobody sees him, and he eavesdrops on a conversation happening nearby. Some dude is hyping up a woman for hitting level 3 and brings up a deal they made. Feng takes a closer look. It's Young Li and Lao Mao. Their chat reveals the whole story. Lao Mao boosted her to level 3 so she could ditch the game, all for 5 million. Now that she's done it, he wants his dough. Young Li tells him to chill out, asking if he's seriously doubting her dad's company. Zheng Industries is loaded. She explains she's gonna log out and pay him in the real world. Before she bails, she gives Lao Mao her number and tells him to call her as soon as he's out too. Then she sweetens the deal. She wants to buy all his tradable lifespan, offering 10,000 for every single day. Lao Mao is all over it, grinning at the easy cash. All smug, he's chirping about how dumb Feng was to turn her down. Little does he know, Feng is literally right there, hearing every single word. Lao Mao's thinking this whole lifespan is important thing is a bunch of malarkey. To him, cashing out game stuff for real-world money is the smart play, and he thinks he's a total genius for it. Cut to Feng standing in front of the city's teleporter. He gives it a tap, and the portal starts glowing with this wicked blue light. A system window pops up, giving him a nod for activating the teleport in Kong City and handing him 1 reputation point. The system breaks it down. He gets 1 free trip a day, but after that, it'll cost him lifespan. For now, though, the portal's about as useful as a screen door on a canoe, since no other city has one up and running yet. Feng mulls this over. He gets that the whole teleport network needs 2 active spots to even work. Some other player in some other city has to hit level 5 and turn on their portal. He remembers from his past life that Song Fei was hanging out in Firefly City. To keep an eye on things, he sets up an alert to ping him the second someone gets the portal going over there. He's not just sitting on his hands, he's getting ready. The moment that portal lights up, he'll be ready to go toe-to-toe with Song Fei. As he's walking through the city, Feng's mind is laser-focused on his goal. For most players, just hopping between cities would be a major flex. But he knows the real grind hasn't even started. The real mission is to hit level 10, get into the realm the gods abandoned, and finally unlock his authority. That's when the Times Real Times game begins. A bit later, he sets up a shop, and a server-wide message goes out that he's selling gear and skills, but only for 10 seconds. You snooze, you lose. The reaction is instant. Players go absolutely feral and swarm him, calling him a legend. Some are saying they were waiting for this and even hoarded their lifespan. One guy's bragging he's got 150 days saved up. Another remembers that last time, Feng sold that Cone of Ice spell that boosted Grey Rosie to 2nd place on the leaderboard. Another player spots a silver-level skill book called Battle Roar for Warriors and snaps it up instantly. The system confirms the sale, 300 days of tradable lifespan. The other players are just gawking at the price, but some other dude calls them hosers, explaining that with that skill, a warrior could make back the 300 days in, like, under 2 days of grinding. It finally clicks, and the rest of the players rush forward to buy whatever's left. In literally seconds, it's all sold out. Checking his system window, Feng sees the take. In just 1 minute, he's raked in 650 days of lifespan, bringing his grand total to 2,174 days. But he's still not satisfied. A few players are complaining that they missed out and ask if he's gonna open shop again. Feng's like, "Oh, for sure, bud." Then, out of nowhere, a girl's voice pipes up. She says she's got a treasure and wants to make a deal. When Feng turns, he knows who she is. She's one of Wong Ming's crew. The system scans the item, a spatial ring with 12 inventory slots, which, get this, doesn't even take up a backpack or an equipment slot. Feng is floored because he knows its value. It's a super rare storage item, He knows the drop chance for a ring like this is next to nothing. The fact this girl scored 1 so early in the game is just insanely lucky. He asks for the price, because he already knew what it was worth. In his last go-around, a ring just like it sold for a beauty 3,600 life days. But instead of taking the cash, the girl just grins and chucks a curveball. She's like, "Nah, you can keep the life days." Instead, she wants him to add her and squad up to wreck some boss. Feng's like, "Say less," and instantly mashes accept. The system pops up. Player Black Plun is now your buddy. As they peace out from the city, Feng hits her with, "So, what's the deal with this boss, She explains it's a gold tier, but she was too far out to get a look at its nameplate. She tells him it's just chillin' on some busted up old boat, floating in the swamp. The second he hears that, Feng's eyes go wide. No friggin' way, he's thinking, could it actually be the legendary Golden Ghost ship? He remembers this thing's a super rare spawn, like, the chances are pretty much zero. And in his last playthrough, whenever it decided to show up, the massive guilds would have an absolute gong show over the OP loot it dropped. From what Black Plun described, he figures this version's gotta be around level 5, which is way more manageable. Still, he's wondering how the heck she stumbled on a boss this rare so close to the city. His brain starts connecting the dots. The spatial ring, the fact she's rolling with Wang Meng's crew, a gold tier boss just popping up out of nowhere. And then it clicks. Holy smokes, could she be the legendary Lucky Carp from his past life? Feng's mind is absolutely blown. He remembers the rumors, how Wang Meng's team had some secret member with totally busted luck. Someone who'd literally just trip over rare bosses and treasure chests by just wandering around. Back then, Feng figured it was just a load of bull. But now, staring at Black Plun, he's like, oh, it's 100% true. He's so deep in thought, he's just gawking at her, and she totally calls him on it. She's like, why are you staring at me like a total hoser? He snaps out of it, like, who? Me? It's nothing, and quickly looks away. As they're heading out, some creepy bald dude is totally spying on them from behind a tree. Then, scene change to a bunch of sketchy-looking players, where this long-haired guy, who's clearly the head honcho, is bragging to the rest of his crew, who are all, by the way, completely bald, about how he totally wrecked his own brothers to become the top dog of Sand City. He's promising them that if they stick with him, they'll be absolutely laughing in this game. But before he can keep running his mouth, the bald spy from before comes sprinting back. He's all out of breath, reporting that their target just left the city with a girl. A greasy smile spreads across the leader's face. He just scoffs, thinking Feng is just another clueless kid, simping over some girl. Without even thinking twice, he rallies his bald brigade and tells them to move in for the gank. Meanwhile, back outside the city, Feng lays out the deal for helping Black Plun. If the boss drops any gear she can use, it's all hers, but every other piece of loot is his. She's cool with that, totally gets it, but asks if any gear for her team drops, if he'd sell it to her for a bit of a discount. Feng's like, yeah, for sure, no worries. So, with the deal sealed, Black Plun says they'll head for the boss as soon as Wang Ming and the boys log back on. After they've been walking for a bit, it suddenly hits her that she has absolutely no clue where they're even going. It's only when Feng casually drops their destination that her brain catches up. They're going to fight a gold tier boss. She's completely shook. The whole idea is just nuts. He's an assassin, she's a mage. 2-manning a gold tier boss? That's not a plan, that's a death wish. But Feng is just super chill about it. He explains he doesn't even want her to fight. His master plan is for him to solo the boss while she just watches from way back. Black Plun is still thinking this is impossible. Like, for real? As she's about to argue, Feng just stops dead, like he senses something. Without saying a word, he pops latent image and just, poof, gone, leaving Black Plun just standing there, completely baffled. Meanwhile, the bald crew is still creeping. Their leader, oozing arrogance, sees Feng vanish and just assumes he played Black Plun and ditched her. With this nasty grin, he tells his goons to move in and grab her. But right as they're closing in, a shadowy figure just materializes right in front of them. The leader freezes, his gross smile wiped clean off his face as he clocks the dark vibe coming off this guy. Before they can even flinch, Feng unleashes instant shadow strike. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, it was game over. A flash slices through the air and the whole squad just drops into a pile of loot bags. Feng vanishes again, not a trace left behind. The system dings. 5 players smoked, plus 12 tradable life days. He barely even gives them a look. To Feng, taking them out was no different than farming a few low-level mobs. Before she can even process what the heck just happened, he's right back beside her. She's immediately like, "Where'd you go?" Feng just shrugs it off, saying, "Oh, some guys were following us, so I, sent them back to the city." She starts firing off a million questions and even jokes that his invis skill must be primo for, taking a leak in the woods without anyone seeing. Feng, totally weirded out, just cuts her off and is like, "Can we just hurry up and get to the boss, please?" And scene change, we're back in the city where Xiao Yu just logged on. Judging by the staff in her hand, it's obvious she rolled a mage. She's looking around, totally amazed at how real everything looks. She glances at her staff, thinking all proud, Like, heck yeah. I got a secret class called Sacrifice. This should be more than enough to help out Song Fei. Then her thoughts drift to her brother, and she gets all annoyed, grumbling about how he's never there when she actually needs him, but then she just shakes it off. Whatever. With her secret class and Song Fei promising to boost her, she doesn't need to rely on her brother. He can figure his own stuff out, she thinks. Then Xiao Yu's eyes land on the city rankings. Feng is already level 6. She's like, why is Song Fei bragging so hard when he's only a measly level 3? The real pro here is Shadow. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off. If she can just get in with Shadow, she'd level up way faster than with Song Fei. Only problem is, where is she even gonna find him? Nearby, Wang Ming and his crew are having a bit of a crisis. He's complaining that one of their teammates just ghosted them, and he can't get a hold of the guy. Getting ticked off, he's like, so, does anyone have a plan or what? One of the guys points out that without a healer, this fight's gonna be a tough go. Another one chimes in that, unlike that Shadow guy, they can't exactly solo stuff. With not many options left, someone suggests just calling up another healer to fill the spot. Hearing this, Xiao Yu sees her chance. She strolls over all confident, and Wong Ming totally spots her. With a big smile, she offers to help, saying she's got a secret class, Sacrifice and Life. Cut back to Feng, who, with Black Plun, has just made it to a cliff. Peering down into the fog, he knows his gut was right. It's the golden ghost ship, alright. Not wasting a second, he pops latent image and goes invisible again. He tells Black Plun to find a hiding spot and watch for any other players, while he goes to have a little chat with the boss. She nods and carefully starts heading down into the swamp. A pop-up appears in his vision. Because of the boss, the whole zone has become a violent domain, where your lifespan drains 100 times faster. Feng does some quick mental math. Staying here for 15 minutes means losing a whole day of life. But honestly, he couldn't care less. The system IDs the boss as a level 5 monster and says it'll despawn in 45 minutes. Feng gets ready to go, knowing 45 minutes is more than enough time. He opens with instant shadow strike and the damage is just disgusting, hitting for 549 damage 3 times in a row. To keep the pressure on, he yeets a poison dart right into the ship's weak spot. It's a critical hit, doing 621 damage instantly, plus a nasty 207 damage per second from the poison. The boss fires back with a huge AoE attack, making water pillars shoot up everywhere. Lucky for him, Feng's agility is cracked and he dodges it all. The real party starts when the boss summons 12 water phantoms, each as strong as a silver tier monster. Good thing Feng is still invisible, so the phantoms have no idea where he is. He gets into position and uses instant shadow strike again, wiping out all of them in one go. From way back, Black Plun's jaw is on the floor. So this is how the #1 player throws down. She thought, completely stunned. In just a couple of minutes, the gold boss was already down to half health. Then, totally out of the blue, Feng calls her Little Blackie and says he's about to get smoked. She's like, what? 100% confused and starting to freak out. She's like, what's the deal? But he's just all, chill out, do jack squat, and wait for me to respawn. She's still totally buggered, and asks about the nickname. Little Blackie? Are you serious? Where'd you even pull that from? Ya hoser. The name's Black Plun. She was super cheesed off, but whatever, Feng just kept on calling her Little Blackie. Cut to that crew of absolute goofs Feng totally smoked earlier. Their leader, Furious, is still dead set that it was Black Plun who wrecked him. One of his goons comes ripping in, all, found her. She's watching Shadow throw down with a boss. The leader gets this greasy grin, rounds up all his boys, and is like, alright, this time we're gonna clap Shadow. For sure, bud. Back to the scrap, Feng knew that once the golden ghost ship's health hit the halfway mark, it was gonna unleash its gnarliest attack, a full-on soul wave. And, like, no surprise there, that's exactly what the boss did. Feng instantly knew this was gonna be a problem, buddy. The attack had a massive range and was gonna stun him for a solid 5 seconds. With his stats being what they were, there was zero chance of dodging it. The soul surge just erupts into this massive shockwave, blasting some seriously spooky energy all over the place. Even Plun, watching from way up, is just floored by how massive this attack is. Then, bam, direct hit, 10.59 damage. A system pop-up confirms the obvious, Feng got wrecked. Then another one pops up, Player Shadow has died, lost 326 years of non-negotiable life, lost 1,087 days of negotiable life. Meanwhile, up on the cliff, some other players show up just in time to see Feng get deleted. They just start losing it. That dude's an expert? Get out of town. They're chirping. Some joker called him a top player, but he actually thought he could take on a gold-level boss. Another one's cracking up, but then something catches their eye. Their eyes go wide when they see Shadow's death drop. Judging by the size of that loot pile, they figure it's gotta be at least 300 days of life. The hype is real, And being total loot goblins, they start getting ideas. With the golden ghost ship already at half health, they're thinking they can just cruise on down, finish it off, and score a stupid amount of life from the boss drops. One of them shouts, "Today's the day we snag the win from that so-called top player." Full of swagger, they charge in and get absolutely dusted. The scene flips back to the starting city, where the same crew respawns, totally gobsmacked. One of them, still huffing and puffing, is like, how'd Shadow even aggro a gold-level boss when he's so squishy himself? Another one chimes in, complaining that they barely even got their boots wet in the swamp before the boss's water column attack just dusted them. Their leader, though, is not having a good time. With a face like a slapped arse, he says these losses are completely unacceptable. He's not about to let it end like this, and tells his squad they're going back for round 2. Meanwhile, back in the swamp, Feng respawns and touches down, scoping out the scene. Life orbs are just littered everywhere. What a beaut. Not wasting a second, he pings Plun, like, "What's the deal? Why is it raining life orbs?" Super amused he's back so quick, Plun explains that some crew of absolute keeners rolled in, thinking they could take on the gold-level boss. Sucks to be them, cause they got instantly deleted by the monster's water column attacks. Hearing this, Feng just cracks up. Classic, he says, chirping that those players were clearly gassing themselves up way too much. Then he has a flashback to his past life. He remembers how this boss, the Golden Ghost Ship, gave him a proper shellacking before. Shaking it off, he gets his head back in the game and starts breaking down the boss's attack patterns. That first big bada boom attack was a one-and-done deal. After that, taking down the rest of its health bar is going to be a cakewalk, for him anyway. Usually, when the boss's health drops to half, it's got a chance to just peace out and teleport, which is super frustrating for most players. But for Feng, that's just a minor inconvenience, buddy. Without even thinking, he pops his poison dirt skill, aiming right for the shiny bells hanging off the ghost ship's mast. It's a direct hit. The golden ghost ship immediately winds up for a counter. Some purple energy starts glowing from its core, but Feng couldn't care less. He's still got his invincibility buff, so he just keeps moving in. A little smirk plays on his face as he's like, "I've already got all your moves downloaded, bud." Closing the gap in a flash, he unleashes a wicked stunt shadow slash, slicing the boss with surgical precision. Nearby, that same crew of hosers from before finally makes it back to the cliff overlooking the fight. One of them points, all frantic. Shadow's back. He's taken on the Golden Ghost Ship again. The group's leader, still super salty, sees his chance. With Feng and the boss all tied up, he figures he can just take them both out and snag all the rewards. Plun spots him rolling up, but she's not even surprised. It's like these goofs are allergic to not causing problems. The fight was getting intense, and Plun knew she couldn't let him mess it up. Without a second thought, she casts a lightning spell and zaps the crew on the cliff. The hit is dead on, sending the leader and one of his boys flying. Dazed, the leader stumbles up and tries to see where the attack came from. His boys, still shook, just point towards Plun. Oh, the leader is getting properly cheesed off now. He whips out his weapon and tells his boys to get her done. Realizing she's now public enemy number 1, Plun starts booking it and screaming for help while the whole gang's chasing her. For them, taking her out is the main quest now. Meanwhile, hiding in the trees, another crew of players was just vibing and watching the whole gong show unfold. Unlike that first bunch of goofs, these ones were playing the long game, keeping their eyes on the real prize. Feng's scrap with the boss. Feng just keeps circling the boss. Cool as a cucumber. The fight was wrapping up, just like he said it would. Even though it was only a level 5 boss, the battle was dragging on cause his damage output was kinda meh. This delay was basically a dinner bell for randos. He knew there were 2 crews watching him, one on the cliff, now playing tag with Plun, and another one hiding in the swamp. Their plan was so obvious it hurt. wait for Feng to land the finishing blow, then jump him and yoink all the loot. Before either crew could make a move, the fight was over. With one last hit, the golden ghost ship just crumbles. Right then, the system blasts out his victory. Feng smoked the gold class boss, getting 4,800 experience and leveling up to level 8. He also bagged 7 evolution points and 216 days of lifespan. The second the boss loot starts popping up, Feng is on it. He hits his Shadow Snake skill and just vanishes, right as the swamp crew was about to pounce. At the same time, back in the starting city, a server-wide message lets everyone know that Shadow was the first to take down a gold-class boss, scoring 3 reputation points as a reward. The announcement gets the whole server chirping, with everyone wondering who this Shadow character is and how he pulled it off. Some are even asking if he's a local. Among the people freaking out is Wang Meg, who's just staring at the message, totally gobsmacked. Like, a minute ago, Shadow was fighting a bronze-class boss, and now he's already downed a gold-class one. The power gap between him and everyone else was just ridiculous. Meanwhile, Feng's little sister Xiao Yu has zero doubts. To her, this Shadow guy is the GOAT. If she can just get him to help her power level, she'll hit her goal way faster. Back in the swamp, the ground is absolutely decked out with boss loot. The amount and quality of the stuff was way better than anyone expected. The players hiding nearby are all murmuring about how much the loot's worth, their greedy little faces all lit up. The crew's leader's sizing things up. He notices Feng didn't grab the items, which means he's gotta be close by and invisible. Playing it safe, the leader tells some dude named Wang to find Feng and waste him before he can collect his prizes. Wang gets his bow ready and fires off a green energy arrow. Mid-air, it morphs into a horned ghost eagle, which is a tracking skill. The eagle starts circling the area where Feng went poof, trying to find him. Feng, still stealthed, knows the skill. It's a detection move he really didn't expect to see this early on in the game. So that's why these guys are so cocky. They've got a way to track him, but it's totally useless. Their skill is only level 1, but Feng's assassin class gives him a buff, making his invisibility level 2. That tiny little edge makes their tracker completely useless. Feng's still playing 4D chess over here. After the eagle comes up with nothing, Wang tells his crew that Feng must have bailed, scared of their numbers. The leader has a good laugh, thinking Feng was smart to run. Feeling all high and mighty, he leads his boys over to the loot. He tells everyone to keep their eyes peeled while they wait the 5 minutes for the items to unlock for everyone. But, while they're just hanging out, some sketchy figure just materializes. Before they can even react, Feng goes absolutely buck wild. A blast of dark energy literally nukes the whole crew. Poof, they're just loot drops now. Feng's like, some peace and quiet, finally, He's scoping out the massive pile of gear, but then he's like, hold up, where'd Plan get to? Whatever, he'll find her later. First things first, he dumps his points to level up his Hand of Avarest skill. Bing! A pop-up confirms it's officially gone from Diamond to straight-up Epic. So this skill now gives a 220 to 300% chance of extra drops, and get this, any extra item has a 100% chance of being a whole tier higher. To max out this totally broken new skill, Feng piles all the loot orbs together and bam, smokes them with the Hand of Avarest. A massive flash of light, and his screen just gets flooded with notifications. Check it, 7 evolution points, 3 times 216 days of life he can trade, and 3 Ghostfire bells. Feng's holding 2 of them, grinning like a total beauty. My guy didn't just get 1, he got 2. The system explains it. The Ghostfire bell is basically a get-out-of-jail-free card for dying, so you don't lose any lifespan, but it's got a 1560-second cooldown. It has 3 wicked abilities. First, a passive called Soul Absorption, which juices the life you get from mobs by 20%, and it doubles if you're rocking 2 bells. The second one's an active, Soul Shock, which basically freezes any enemy in a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds, but it's got a 521-second cooldown. The best part? The bell is an item, not gear, so it doesn't even take up a slot. On top of that, both bells chill in one inventory spot, which is ridiculously rare and super mint. Feng's totally vibing with his luck, but his little party gets crashed by a voice he recognizes. It's Plun, screaming her lungs out for help in the swamp. Those same hosers from before have her cornered, and from the sounds of it, they're being absolute jerks. Too bad for them, though, cause their fun time is about to get wrecked. Cut to Plun, trapped on a cliff edge by these clowns. The main dude's like, "Nice run, but you're toast now, bud." One of his goons gets all greasy, telling her to just give up and they'll make sure she feels good when she dies. Ugh, what a skid. But Plun just glances at the cliff and is like, "Nah, I'm good." In a total power move, she just yeets herself off the edge, leaving the whole squad completely shook. After a super long fall, she splats, and her body turns into loot. The leader's actually like, "Respect, she chose her own way out." Meanwhile, Feng gets a DM from Plun. She's like, "Yo, call off the rescue. I already kicked the bucket and respawned in the main city." She says dying was a total bummer, but her tradable life was safe with Captain Wang Ming. Feng texts back, telling her to just hang tight in the city, promising he'll bring her cut of the loot when he gets back. She's cool with that. Feng's relieved and turns back to the spoils. And holy cow, what a haul. His tradable life shot up to 3,115 days, and he's got 21 Evo points. He's about to buff the Hand of Avarest again, but a system pop-up stops him in his tracks. Turns out the skill is already epic, and now it needs 10 times the points for the next upgrade. The system's like, "Sorry, bud, you need 210 points to evolve the Hand of Avarest." Since he's way short, he figures he'll just juice up his attack skills to pump out more damage. That way, he can take on tougher bosses and get even sicker loot. The second he starts the upgrade, this wicked gold light surrounds him. A window pops up saying his Shadowcut skill just went from platinum to diamond. The range on it got buffed, going from 21 to 24, and then all the way to 27 meters. His invis time also got a boost from 7 to 9 seconds, and the whole skill now lasts 10.43 seconds, letting him get in 5 to 7 hits on chumps in front of him. Each slash now reaches from 3.1 to 4.1 meters, and they each dish out 300 extreme damage. Another pop-up tells him he just blew 10 evolution points, so he's only got 3 left. His backstab skill also hit gold tier, with the damage jumping from 15% to a solid 30%. He realizes that after upgrading his instant shadow slash thingy, the damage literally doubled. Now, even when he's not being sneaky, he can deal 3,000 damage with the stealth break bonus. Stack that with his backstab skill, and the full 7/ combo can hit for, like, 6,000 or 7,000. Feng's checking out the loot, thinking a gold tier boss usually only drops 2 to 4 silver gear pieces, and maybe a couple gold ones. But thanks to the effect of Varisa's hand, he scored 11 gold gear pieces and a skill book. On top of that, he got 2 platinum pieces and another skill book. He's thinking this is a pretty decent haul, especially since 3 of the items are for assassins. First up is the Ghost Ship's Dual Blade, a platinum weapon just for assassins. It boosts attack by 136, agility by 22, and attack speed by a sweet 24%. The weapon's also got 17 armor penetration and needs level 5, which he's already passed. Its special effect doubles his basic attack damage. Feng's kinda meh on that, since he's all about his skills. Still, the high base attack, the agility buff, and the faster attack speed are clutch, cause they'll make his skills pop off faster and shorten the cooldowns. He also grabs the Ghost Fire Leather Armor, a gold piece that jacks up his physical defense by 25, fire resistance by 50, blocks 14 damage, and bumps his health by 419. Feng notes his base health is still pretty weak, only 350, so this armor bonus is a huge help. With this on, he's pretty sure most players won't even be able to put a dent in him. He decides to make the armor invisible to keep his stealthy assassin look and hide his gear. The last thing is a skill book, Ghost Shadow Blur. It's a gold passive for assassins that gives a 15% chance to dodge, and when it procs, he gets total damage immunity. Feng's stoked. He finally has a skill to keep him from getting one-shotted. He knows this skill is usually kinda mid, cause stacking dodge means your other stats are garbage, and if you fail a dodge, you're toast. But for him, it's a whole different ballgame, since he can just infinitely upgrade it with his Evo points. So, he can crank his dodge chance to the moon without nerfing his other stats, which is a massive win. Heading back to the city, he's thinking about the leftover loot stuff for warriors, priests, and archers. Like he promised Plun, he's gonna sell it all to Wang Ming and her crew for a 10% discount. Feng knows they're probably too broke to pay for it all up front, but he figures Wang Ming will be cool with putting it on a tab. He realizes all this progress is basically thanks to Plun, his good luck charm Little Black. No cap, without her luck, he'd never have stumbled on a level 5 golden boss. So yeah, he definitely owes her big time. So as Feng is cruising back to the city, the same group of goofs who cornered Plun are heading back too, and their leader looks super cheesed off. The second they see each other, the whole group freaks out and tries to bolt. The cronies just ditch their leader and take off, and he tries to bail too. Feng just pops his latent image skill, and with a totally casual look on his face, he uses his instant shadow slash to just erase the henchman. Only the leader is left, still trying to scramble away, but then bam, Feng teleports right in front of him, blocking his path. The dude immediately starts begging, admitting he messed up big time by going after Plun and swears he'll never do it again. He's so desperate he even calls Feng daddy, whining that he's got less than a year to live and dying here would be game over for real. Feng's just stone cold and asks if he ever thought about other people's fates when he was ganking them, like Plun. Then he hits him with his poisonous earth skill, which does damage every 5 seconds. The leader starts bleeding out with this nasty green goo dripping from his head, and he's just wailing. As Feng just walks away, this red aura surrounds him, and an assassin title pops up over his head. A system notification explains that because he's been ganking so many players, he's hit the first level of the assassin status. This means if he dies, he'll lose a whopping 75% of his current lifespan. Feng just shrugs it off though, cause he's got the ghost fire bell. With that thing protecting him, he could totally lawn dart off a cliff and still not lose any years of his life. Cut to Feng rolling up to the starting city. The moment he drops his stealth, other players are absolutely gobsmacked to see him. People start whispering that Shadow must be back after trashing a gold tier boss. Then, all of a sudden, he runs into one of the squads that tried to jump him during the Golden Ghost Ship boss fight. The squad's lead starts chirping him, saying he glitched to solo the boss, which is why there was zero loot. He's also like, "Why are you rocking no gear, bud?" Which, lol, totally proves Feng's whole invisible armor strat is bang on. Seeing Feng's death stare as he stomps over, the team leader's like, "Whoa, easy does it, bud." He shoves an assassin skill book at him, admitting it was a total hoser move to jump him. Apparently, they cashed in some of their life force to buy the thing, so he's begging Feng to just take it and pretend this whole kerfuffle never happened. Feng snags the book, and a system pop-up flashes. The skill's called Impale. It's a basic assassin move, a single poke that adds 20 damage points and a 2-second stun, but with a 22-second cooldown. Feng's like, right on, a control skill, not bad. Feng just takes it and bails. One of the guys, totally cheesed off, spins on their leader, Xiao, and starts whining about how they got decked by Feng and still had to give him a skill book just to make him scram. He's like, "Are we not the biggest hosers right now?" And another dude chimes in, "For real, since when do we get walked all over like this?" The first guy keeps going, saying they should hit up their buddies and get a whole crew together, cause there's no way Shadow can handle a Zerg rush. He's all, "Why are we even so sketched out by this guy?" But the leader cuts him off, pointing out that Shadow's leveling up at a sketchy fast pace, which means he's gotta be hiding some massive secret. If they can track him down and snag him, in real life, they'll not only figure out his secret sauce but can also make him farm resources for them, like their own personal grinder bot. Hearing this, the other guys get super pumped and start gassing up Xiao for his genius's plan. Xiao then says he'll get his family to send some girl to sweet talk info out of Shadow. He notes that Shadow's voice sounded like he's from out of town, which probably means he's not from around here and is likely broke. Xiao figures he just needs to find a girl who's a total rocket and knows how to play the game, cause Shadow will for sure fall for it. Meanwhile, Feng links up with Plun. He calls her Pekina Negra and asks her to accept a trade so he can drop her some gear. Plun's like, "Oh, thanks, but corrects him, saying her name's Grande Plun, not Pekina Negra. A sec later, Plun's already trying on the new kit she got. Totally chuffed, she's freaking out about how sick the items are and how she's gonna be so OP now. She explains the skill and the necklace jacked up her damage like crazy and more than doubled her mana regen. Super grateful, she turns to Feng, who just shrugs it off like, "It's no big deal, just holding up my end of the deal," he says. Feng then asks for that spatial ring Plun promised, and she happily passes it over. Then Plun's like, "Oh yeah, so when I was booking it through the forest, I found this cave that looks like an entrance to some old ruins. You interested?" And he's just shook, thinking about this girl's insane luck. First, a golden ghost ship, and now, ruins? He figures being buddies with her would be a major plus, and wonders if she would have even mentioned the spot if he hadn't hooked her up with the gear or tried to pull a fast one on her. After getting the ring, Feng checks and sees his inventory has bumped up to 27 spaces. He asks Plun where Wong Ming is at, because he wants to offload some items to the crew before hitting the ruins. Plun says Wong Ming and the others might be a bit since they're busy training the new priestess. She shows him she's already pinged the ruins entrance on his map and explains there's a stone slab thingy hidden behind some bushes, and she'd pulled one over to hide it. She says she went in a little ways, but heard some sketchy screaming, freaked out, and bailed. If it wasn't for that, she wouldn't have gotten nabbed. Hearing the story, Feng just pops his invisibility skill. He tells Plun he gets it and that he's heading to the ruins right now, figuring he'll trade with Wong Ming later. Plun's just left there, gobsmacked at how fast he vanished. As he gets closer to the spot, still cloaked, Feng thinks his original plan was to grind to level 10 somewhere else. But these ruins are a way better opportunity. He knows the mobs inside will be bronze tier, with a shot at some silver tier ones, which is primo for farmin' life points and evolution points. When he gets there, he finds the stone slab Plun was talking about and slides in, no time to waste. Inside, he starts scoping out the area. There are 3 types of ruins in the starter cities: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Checking out the paintings on the walls, Feng confirms it's a temple of faith. He knows tombs are just straight-up dungeon crawls full of mobs with a gold-tier boss at the end. Cursed ruins have creatures that used to be human but got twisted by some evil gods. Temples like this one are home to god followers and are usually laid out like a maze. But the payout is usually special items or skill books. Leaning in to look at the drawings, he recognizes the art. This temple belongs to some ancient god of judgment, the same source as his Eye of Judgment skill. Then, all of a sudden, he hears faint screams coming from deep inside the place. The scene cuts to a forest where Wong Ming is getting absolutely wrecked, just barely blocking hits with his shield. Some monster lets out a huge roar and just clobbers him with a massive hit, sending him flying. Flat on his back, he looks over and sees Xiao Yu just frozen, completely like a deer in the headlights. A teammate is screaming at her to heal him, but she's just paralyzed with fear. She can't even pop her skills and is just whimpering for help. The others know they're hooped and beg her one last time to heal the group's tank. Instead, Xiao Yu just collapses to the ground, shaken and mumbling about how scared she is. Next thing you know, Wong Ming and his crew respawn back in the starter city. The monster wiped the whole squad. They're so cheesed. Plun greets them with a big smile, asking why they're back so quick. She then casually mentions that Shadow isn't back yet, so no new gear for them. That's when Wong Ming's group completely loses it on Xiao Yu and just starts reaming her out. One of them yells that he's never seen someone so useless who can't even dodge or use their skills. The whole blow-up totally catches Plun off guard. She's never seen her buddies this mad before. Plun steps in to defend Xiao Yu, who's on the verge of tears. She asks why they're being so harsh, saying it's normal for a noob to wipe a few times. But the guy, still fuming, just tells Plun to butt out. Another teammate clarifies that they didn't just die once, but 3 times in less than an hour, which leaves Plun totally speechless. Ever the keener, Plun suggests Xiao Yu should just join her team. She flashes her 2 sweet new items from Shadow and promises that with her in the squad, nobody will die. Wong Ming, trying to de-escalate, agrees it's a good idea. With Plun in the group, things should chill out, and maybe they'll run into Shadow when they go back. Then Xiao Yu apologizes and says she'll try harder, but on the inside, she's thinking something completely different. She's convinced Wong Ming's crew are a bunch of useless scrubs who are just blaming her for their own screw-ups. If they didn't have a connection to Shadow, she wouldn't even give them the time of day, mentally calling them a total gong show. Meanwhile, Feng pushes deeper into the ruins, checking out the crumbling walls. He hears those same creepy sounds again, until he spots 2 figures kneeling in the middle of what looks like a temple chamber. The system IDs them as devout followers of the judged god, level 10 and silver class mobs. Without wasting a second, Feng pops his latent image skill and goes invisible. He uses instant shadow to blitz them, but the damage is pathetic. Feng realizes that even with the backstab and invis-break bonuses, the monster's health bar barely budged, which is pretty much what you'd expect from level 10 silver class bosses. Their combined HP is even higher than that golden ghost he fought. Feng also notices the followers kneel again, but this time they're facing him, like they're praying to him or something, even though he's cloaked. He's wondering if they can sense the Eye of Judgment on him, and if that's the reason they aren't attacking. To test it out, he asks if they can guide him, but gets nothing back. Feng figures they were corrupted ages ago and are now just mindless beasts that exist only to drain the life force out of people. All of a sudden, the two followers start freaking out and make a break for the temple entrance, their hands glowing with some nasty poison energy. A whole squad of players had just shown up, and seeing the threat, they start yelling at each other to be careful. Watching the scrap, Feng sees the players completely lose it when they realize they can barely handle one silver class boss, let alone two of them. They try to bail, but get absolutely hosed before they can even start running, leaving behind a huge pile of lifespan. Feng recognizes the defeated players. It was the Grey Rose crew, the same hosers who bought a spell from him. He clocks their gear and is like, "Yeah, no, you weren't ready for this deep dive, buddy." Kneeling to hoover up the items, Feng is gobsmacked to see they left behind more than 100 days of negotiable life expectancy. He had zero clue they were that stacked. Meanwhile, the two minions go right back to kneeling in his direction, like they're still worshipping him or something. After giving the temple a full shakedown, Feng finds Jack Squat no traps, no treasure. Super cheesed off, he figures the two silver tier mini-bosses are the only valuable things here and decides to just yeet them. He uses his poison dart ability and domes them with a perfect shot. A system window pops up, confirming the kills. After icing the followers, Feng scores 4,000 XP and dings level 9, bagging another 4 evolution points. By using his ability on the items, he snags another 188 days of life and is totally floored by the power of an epic grade ability. With this, he's now sitting on 32 evolution points and a grand total of 1,504 days of life. He also scoops up a bunch of gold and silver grade items, including a sick gold grade accessory for assassins, the Devotee's Pendant. The item was mint, it jacked up his agility, slashed the cooldown of his abilities by 20%, and even let him summon a silver grade follower to scrap for him. Since the other equipment he picked up also required level 8, Feng decides to bank it to sell later. Suddenly, he clocks something. When he gets near a mechanism in the temple, the whole joint starts moving. The floor drops like some sketchy ancient elevator, taking him down about 300 or 400 meters deep. When it stops, the passage above seals shut. He looks around and recognizes the place right away, a hidden labyrinth. In his previous life, he'd found a bunch of these inside ruins. He knew that these labyrinths were absolutely littered with deadly traps, and that, with his current stats, one mistake would be game over, buddy. Fortunately, the new pendant was the perfect clutch. Using its effect, Feng summons the devout follower. Without even thinking twice, he orders the creature to go first to test the path, making the whole exploration way less sketchy. Still, just to be safe, he decides to use his points. First, he dumps 5 points to evolve his evasion ability, Phantom Shadow, to the epic grade. The improvement is absolutely bonkers. The passive evasion rate rockets from 15% to 75%, and when he activates it, he becomes straight up immune to all damage. Pretty chuffed. He uses the rest of his points to juice up Instant Shadow Strike, also to the epic grade. The ability gets a massive glow up in every way. More range, more invis time, and more slashes, which now deal way more damage in a bigger AoE. The ability's cooldown drops to 12 seconds, making it way more spammable. To evolve a skill from epic to legendary grade, it needs 10 times more evolution points than normal. Therefore, evolving a skill that already starts at the epic grade is a huge cheat code. Its first evolution to the legendary grade costs only 10 points. Feng knows that, with enough points, it's possible to rocket them quickly to the mythic, ancient, or even immortal tiers. In comparison, a skill that starts at the normal grade would need 7 evolutions just to hit epic. By the time it got to the 10 times multiplier, the cost would already be in the hundreds of points to keep evolving. The good news is, from the epic grade on, the costs level out. In other words, from now on, all his skills would be epic grade at a minimum. Looking at his own hand, Feng notices that, with the 11 remaining evolution points, he has enough to upgrade one more skill. He chooses Latent Image, his OG starter skill. A system window confirms that he spent 7 points to evolve it from silver grade to gold, and then to platinum. The stealth duration jumped to 24 seconds, and the first hit that breaks the invisibility now slaps for an extra 90 damage. The cooldown was cut down to 22 seconds. Feng calculates that, thanks to his 35% reduction attribute, Latent Image's final cooldown is only 16.3 seconds. Even so, he considers the time way too long for a skill with such meh burst damage and thinks about ditching it in the future. Suddenly, his attention snaps right back to the labyrinth. The devout follower he had summoned just face-checked a trap. A huge boulder rolls and totally pancakes the creature instantly. The body just poofs, and Feng knows he'll need to wait for the cooldown to summon another. Considering how gnarly this labyrinth is, he can only count on his follower to explore it cautiously, bit by bit. Still, he hopes the rewards at the end will be worth this whole gong show. Meanwhile, on the temple's upper floor, the group of players that got wiped before sneaks through the entrance. One of them tells the captain in a low voice that the two monsters responsible for their defeat have just vanished. The captain is totally confused, and they realize that the lifetime item, the loot they dropped when they bid it, has also vanished. It doesn't take a rocket surgeon for them to figure out that someone ganked the monsters and yoinked the loot. As they speculate on who could have done it, the captain states that only one player would be capable of bodying 2 silver-level bosses so easily at this stage of the game: Shadow. As the team lets that sink in, one of the members sighs in relief, commenting that at least they won't have to get stomped again. The captain, however, keeps going. She remembers that when they arrived, they saw some dude who looked like he was straight up vibing with the 2 bosses. She wonders if that person was Shadow, and if he has some kind of skill that lets him team up with monsters. If so, that would be a terrifying and totally broken skill. Back to Feng, his devout follower gets insta-deleted by another trap. He has been exploring the labyrinth pretty chill for about 3 hours. From the path's layout, and based on his past life experience, he believes he is finally getting close to the end. He knows that using actual people to navigate a labyrinth like this would result in hundreds of deaths, for sure. Without hesitating, Feng summons his follower again and moves on to what seems to be the final section. The follower goes ahead until they reach a huge and intimidating door. Feng orders his follower to open it, but despite giving her with all its strength, the door doesn't budge an inch. This intrigues Feng. After all, his follower is a silver-level boss and is not weak at all, Curious, he walks up and touches the door, which swings open with no resistance. He's shook for a moment, not knowing what he's about to find. The two of them get into a defensive stance, but Feng soon realizes there is no danger. On the other side, there is a mysterious altar. In the center, a treasure chest is protected by spikes, and next to it is an NPC. The weird thing is that not even the system can identify her. Feng realizes it's the first time he's ever run into an NPC that the system can't even ID. She greets him, but he can't understand what she says, as if his level is too low or something. Suddenly, she kneels and dissolves into a yellow light, poofing right in front of him. The spikes around the chest vanish along with her. Confused, Feng figures that the NPC might have been linked to his Eye of Judgment. He turns his attention back to the chest, which is now accessible and shining with a golden light, a dead giveaway that it's an epic grade item. Even so, he's still being cautious. It could be a trap or even a mimic. To be sure, he orders his follower to open the chest. A golden light just explodes from inside, revealing a skill book, and holy smokes, it's not just any book. It's a divine-level skill for assassins. The system notifies him that he has received the Gift of Mercy, an epic book. Its passive effects are absolutely busted. A 100% weak spot hit rate, and get this, it's like double damage on him. Total PWNH. Then the system drops the deets on a new active skill, Throat Cut. Absolutely savage. It's a DOT, dealing 100% of the first hit's damage every second for 3 seconds straight. The cooldown's supposed to be 60 seconds, but his stats are so jacked it drops to 44. Sweet. Like, 4 seconds, Feng is totally losing his mind over this skill's power. It makes the enemy's weak spots basically dummy thick, so hitting him is a piece of cake. But the real zinger is this throat cut move. He does the quick math. A starting hit of 300 damage just skyrockets to a whopping 1200 total. That's basically a 3 times damage multiplier with 1 clean shot, buddy. He's thinking, unlike other skills that are all about spamming weak sauce attacks, this one dumps all its energy into the first hit, which means your timing and aim have to be mint. Plus, since it's an epic skill, it only needs 10 evolution points to hit legendary status. A total steal for something so OP. He's satisfied, thinking that labyrinth grind was 100% worth the hassle. His damage output just went through the freaking roof. Alright, time to book it. He decides he'll hawk the rest of the loot he got to Plun's crew. He fires her a quick DM. He messages her, telling her to get the squad back to the starter city cause he's got some seriously wicked gear to offload. Plun's like, bet, totally gobsmacked by how fast he ripped through the ruins. When Feng teleports back to the city, he gets a major shocker. A whole swarm of players is just camped out waiting for him. There were all kinds of randos there, all spamming him with friend requests. Some wanted to be his followers, others were suits from big guilds trying to poach him. A bunch had even made the trek from other starter cities just to meet the guy. One girl, who claimed she was from Underwear City of all places, even offered to be his e-girl in exchange for some power leveling. Others were from the city of Aesir. Seeing that, Feng figured the teleportation portals between cities must be up and running, and that could only mean one thing. It was time to head to Firefly City and find Song Fei. Wasting zero time, Feng pops his skill and just dips. The crowd is left standing there, totally bewildered and wondering what the heck just happened as he ghosts away. The players start chirping each other, blaming one another for scaring off Shadow. The argument gets super heated and a few of them even start to drop the mitts. In the middle of all the chaos, Feng meets up with Plun, who takes him to her group. When he gets there, what a surprise. His little sister, Xiao Yu, is just standing there. She's looking at him with stars in her eyes, completely clueless that Shadow is her own brother. Feng's just thinking, how in the world did she end up on Wang Meg's team, knowing what a gong show she is? He's worried she's going to be a liability for the whole crew. He's got to be careful. Now that the whole world knows Shadow, his anonymity is on thin ice. If his real identity gets leaked before he can bring his powers into the real world, any old hoser with a weapon could take him out. That was a risk he absolutely could not take. At the same time, Xiao Yu's over there plotting. She can tell Shadow is a total unit, and compared to him, the rest of Wang Meg's group seems kinda meh. She starts scheming about how much easier it would be to find Song Fei if she could just get Shadow's help to level up. Meanwhile, Feng gives Wang Meg a boatload of equipment for the whole group, all perfectly spec'd for each class. He also chucks in some skill books that'll seriously boost their combat strength, asking for a payment of 2,200 days of lifespan in total. Wang Meg sees right away that the items are all gold and silver tier, way out of their budget. But Feng just says they can pay him back later, making it super clear he trusts the group. Wang Meg is incredibly grateful and promises to return the favor if he ever needs anything. Feng agrees and hands over the gear. The crew is absolutely buzzing. Getting such rare equipment this early in the game is insane. Wang Meg, in particular, is stoked by his huge damage increase and wonders if Feng's chill attitude is a legit sign of trust. Amid all the excitement, Xiao Yu is eagerly waiting to see what kind of sick gear she'll get, but to her massive disappointment, she gets diddly squat. Wang Meg explains there weren't any items for the priest class, and another guy in the group chimes in that she should just feel lucky to be there leeching experience off them. Xiao Yu introduces herself, saying she's the team's priestess, and marches right up to Feng to get an item. She even tries to add him as a friend, but he just gives her this ice-cold stare and then poofs right in front of her. She's just frozen on the spot, not getting what just happened. "Where'd he go, eh?" she asks. Wang Meg tries to calm her down, suggesting maybe Feng didn't have any priest gear. Another member of the group is more blunt and says it looked like he straight up ghosted her on purpose. Plun thinks the whole scene is iconic, commenting on how slick Feng is for just appearing and disappearing like that. Far away, Feng reappears right next to the teleportation portal. He thinks to himself that he actually does have a gold-level priest staff and a skill book of the same tier in his inventory. However, there's no way in hell he's giving items that rare to someone like his sister. Besides being a total loose cannon, her being here could screw up his whole partnership with Wang Meg's group. He figures that he'll have a steady flow of high-level gear and books later on. Selling it all one by one would be a massive pain, but using Wang Meg's influence since he's a cop with government connections is the perfect play for some large-scale sales. For this to work, the team needs to be reliable and efficient. His sister just doesn't pass the vibe check for the plan, and the decision is made. She's got to be replaced, and he already has the perfect person in mind, Gu Yichu, who also goes by Xiaoshu. In his past life, she was the manager of the Good Slayer Guild and had a super rare priest class, the White Avian Priestess. This class came with a little white bird that could heal and buff allies. She was the only priestess he'd ever seen solo an epic level boss. Comparing her to his sister would be a straight-up insult. Gu Yichu was a brilliant strategist, while his sister was just dead weight. Arriving at the teleportation portal, he has a wicked idea. Gu Yichu was from Firefly City, the same place Song Fei is, and what a coincidence. That's his next stop. It's perfect. he'll find her and recruit her for Wang Meg's team. As soon as he steps through the portal, he activates a skill to go invisible. Unlike the other cities, the sun is always shining in Firefly City, which really helps him sneak around unseen. He overhears two nearby players chirping about some silver-tier monster they need to kill. They also start trashing Song Fei, saying he's gathered all the girls in the city and basically brainwashed them into becoming his personal fan club. Being an idol definitely has its perks, eh? The two players can't figure out how someone like Song Fei, who's barely a C-list celebrity, could have such a ride-or-die following. Frustrated, they declare they're not putting up with it anymore, and that today, they're going to take him down. Seeing this, Shadow finds it pretty hilarious. The tea on Song Fei is spilling so easily, but he seriously doubts these two hosers could even lay a finger on the guy. If anyone's gonna do it, it'll be Shadow himself. Curious, he follows them to the Valley of Laments, a level 5 area with monsters like Amorites and Quarentes. Upon entering, he spots signs of a recent dust-up and goes to check it out. The scene is absolute chaos. A group is fighting a marine, a silver-tier boss with 2 heads and covered in flames. But instead of working together, some players are just attacking each other. In the middle of all the confusion is Song Fei, protected by a circle of his stands. The 2 players from before are getting ready to attack, screaming that Song Fei's group jumped them and stole their life expectancy. They want payback. One of them, who has an old-school magic skill called Lockjaw, moves in with a ton of confidence. But before he even gets close, one of Song Fei's mages intercepts him and just caves his head in with a single blow. Shadow watches and remembers that Song Fei holds the title of heaven-defying mage god. In his past life, Song Fei manipulated his fans into all picking the mage class. After that, he'd slowly borrow their equipment and skill books to juice his own stats. It was a scummy tactic, but super effective. Of course, a team made up of only mages wouldn't work in the long run. To compensate, the fans all spec'd their stats in different ways. Some went all in on intelligence and became total glass cannons. Others invested in agility to kite enemies, or in vitality to act as meat shields. The more aggressive ones put points into strength and became battle mages, using their staffs like clubs to just demolish their opponents. This strategy, as proven by the girl who just pancaked that player, worked shockingly well in the early game. Song Fei and his army of mages dominated, stealing life expectancy and wiping out enemies left, right, and center. But, after a bit, that whole shtick got super stale and most of his stands just dipped, eh? Song Fei kept laying it on thick with the ones who stuck around, though. All like, "You guys are grinding so hard for me, it's actually breaking my heart." He'd go on about wanting the silver-tier boss to just croak so everyone could take a load off, wishing for a world of peace and love, not this absolute gong show. Hearing this, one of his fans, a total keener, was like, "Heck no, Song Fei's the one who's truly suffering. He doesn't deserve any of this." Then she gets the whole crew riled up, telling them to absolutely yeet this boss into next week so their boy doesn't even get a paper cut. So they start just giving her on the monster, even belting out some super cringe song about how Song Fei's the actual goat. Then, out of the blue, the monster lets out a roar and makes a beeline for Song Fei. And get this, one of his diehard fans literally takes the hit for him. The instant she explodes into a pile of loot, Song Fei collapses, pretending he's totally gutted by it. The same fan, now a ghost or something, is still cheering on the squad, like, "Go harder, you hosers. If we smoke this silver-tier boss, Song Fei will finally snag the top spot and totally own Feng." So the fans just start spamming their spells, fully sending it for the cause, eh? Right, so their attacks are finally starting to make a dent in the boss. On the inside, Song Fei is absolutely vibrating, thinking this thing is as good as dead. But he's also bugging out about how Feng managed to solo a gold-tier boss when this silver-tier scrub is such a pain in the butt. Song Fei just convinces himself Feng must be cheesing some glitch, no cap. He's thinking about his own grind, eh? Even with this whole mob carrying him, he's only scraped his way to level 7, while Feng's out there solo and miles ahead. But then Song Fei gets this greasy smile. He figures taking out this boss will boost him to level 8. And since Feng's been parked at level 9 for a minute, he's 100% sure he's about to blow past him and become the #1 player in the entire game. But then, bam, Feng just materializes, grabs Song Fei by the dome and just yeets his head right off his shoulders. It was so fast, you couldn't even tell if he sliced it or just tore it off. Holy smokes. Before Song Fei's corpse even hits the ground, Feng unleashes his instant shadow slash, mincing every enemy in the area and turning Songfei's body and head into literal confetti. Songfei's fans are just frozen, completely shook. Before they can even process it, Feng's fury is on them. He just flattens everything in his path, including the silver tier boss. A system notification pops up saying he just murked the 12-headed Ember Fiend and scooped up 1,500 experience points. He also wiped out Songfei's entire fan club, including some beauty named Sky-Defying Maiden Goddess, and other beauties with bonkers usernames like Songfei Meow Meow, Forever Faithful Follower, and Little Fei Ma. When the Ember Fiend's body turned into a loot piñata, the two players watching the whole gong show were just gobsmacked. Feng deleted the boss with a single skill that hit for over 1,000 damage points, a wallop 10 times stronger than anything they could dream of doing. And since it was a daily skill, it didn't just mess up the boss, it straight up vaporized Song Fei and his entire crew in one shot. The spectators were like, who else could even do that? Besides the legendary Feng, the same solo god who snagged the first ever kill on a gold tier boss. Without a second thought, they started cheering for Feng and celebrating Song Fei getting absolutely dunked on. They weren't actually his fans, they were just terrified they were going to be next, and Feng knew it. Back in his past life, when he was a total noob, those same hosers would have ganked him for his boots in a second. Meanwhile, back in the starter city, Song Fei just respawned, completely baffled, like, what in the heck just happened? A system message informs him he got absolutely clapped by a player named Shadow. He lost 1,106 days of tradable life expectancy and 18 years and 113 days of non-tradable life. Song Fei's just standing there, absolutely fuming, His brain's just going a mile a minute. He's trying to figure out why Shadow would pop up in Firefly Town of all places, out of literally hundreds of starter zones. His fans mob him, whining and asking why Shadow wrecked their whole day. So Song Fei, thinking fast, just pulls an excuse out of his arse. He claims Shadow wanted the silver tier boss for himself and jumped them while they were distracted. His fans immediately start chirping Feng, calling him every name they can think of. Just then, a girl shyly approaches Song Fei and asks if she can join his crew. She introduces herself as an archer with a rare skill called Eagle Eye, which can spot players in stealth. Kinda clutch, The other fans get all salty, going on about how they're a mages only club and her weak sauce damage would totally tank Song Fei's ranking. But Song Fei, what a beauty, steps in. He wanders over and tells the girl that even though they're usually just mages, he can feel her passion, and that's what really matters, buddy. He's like, even as an archer, you're welcome in our family, and together we'll get totally stacked. The girl is so moved, she basically declares her undying loyalty to him. This gets the other fans all hyped up, and they start shouting out their own classes. One's like, I'm an assassin with stealth, I'll get that Shadow loser back for us. Another one chimes in that she's got a control skill to freeze him solid. Song Fei welcomes them all with open arms, saying anyone who wants in is part of one big happy family. The fans start screaming that they'd follow Song Fei into a volcano, totally ready for some payback. They're all saying Shadow's a gutless coward for ambushing them and he's gonna pay for messing with their boy Song Fei. Some other players nearby hear the whole kerfuffle and are like, what's all the fuss about, One of them explains that Song Fei just got completely and utterly owned. The others are confused, like, how is that even possible with his personal army of simps? But when they hear the one who did it was Shadow, it all suddenly makes sense. Still, they're wondering how he had the stones to take on that entire mob. Meanwhile, Song Fei is over there smirking. For him, this whole situation is mint. With so many people watching, when he finally crushes Shadow, everyone will see that some solo player's power is nothing compared to his. Far away, Feng activated his Hand of Avarest. The system notification flashed his score, 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable life, loot from a silver level boss multiplied by 6, and from a gold level 1 multiplied by 1. He then made a decision. He was going to evolve the Gift of Mercy. The system gobbled up 10 evolution points and boosted the skill from epic to legendary. And the changes were massive, The passive effect, which auto-targets weak spots, doubled from 100% to 200%, basically making an enemy's crit zone the size of a 2 to 4. The damage on those weak spots got a wicked boost, too. The active effect, which slaps on a fatal throat cut status, now dealt anywhere from 100 to 150% of his total attack per second for 3 seconds. The cooldown dropped from 30 to a range between 25 and 18.5 seconds. Looking at the upgrade, Feng realized that now basically half of an enemy's body was a giant neon hit me here sign. His instant shadow cut skill would trigger the bonus way more often, and with the new fatal throat cut, he might just be able to one-shot the gold level boss. He also checked out the cost for the next upgrades. Upgrading a skill from legendary to mythic would cost him a cool 200 points. For a skill like Hand of Avarest, going from epic to mythic was 210 points, and from legendary to mythic was a bonkers 400 points. Since he only had 9 evolution points left, he switched focus to another skill, Backstab Enhancement. The upgrade cost 8 points, bumping the skill from gold to platinum. The passive effect juiced up the bonus damage from behind from 30% to 40%. Finally, Feng checked his stats. Wiping out the silver level boss and Songfay's fan club had netted him more than 400 days of tradable life. With all his business in Firefly Town wrapped up, Feng was ready to dip. But just as he was about to jet, one of Songfay's followers, the same one who claimed she was an assassin, tried to gank him. She shrieked for him to die and lunged with a dinky little dagger, but Feng dodged it like it was a joke, leaving her totally stunned, wondering how he moved so quick. The girl face-planted, all huffy, and then activated her stealth. Feng glanced over at a nearby cliff and spotted the rest of Songfay's crew. They were all yelling that he was cornered and about to get wrecked. The second they raised their weapons, Feng didn't even flinch and activated Latent Image. He went into stealth mode, but that archer who was bragging about her eagle eye skill stepped forward with her bow. She started chirping at him, saying his invisibility was totally useless against her. The archer unleashes Eagle Eye, sending sparkly feathers flying everywhere to try and find him, but the skill was a complete dud. Instead of revealing Feng, it decloaked the assassin girl. The fans, absolutely certain she was Feng, just went to town on their own buddy without even letting her get a word in. What a bunch of absolute hosers. The head Stan, who was clearly running the show, yelled at everyone to pop their ults. Like, right now. The assassin barely had a sec to even blink before getting absolutely smoked by a storm of attacks. Once the dust settled, the fan club realized they'd massively hosed it, but their leader was just, like, totally unbothered. She was all, whatever, no big deal, claiming the girl wasn't even a mage, so she obviously wasn't a true Songfay stan. Super snooty, she called it divine punishment or some garbage and told the archer to fire up Eagle Eye again and find Feng. But just before the archer could let her fly, Feng whipped out this wicked item, the ghost fire bells. The chime sent out this gnarly soul shock, freezing every enemy solid in a 100-meter radius for 3 whole seconds. The moment that bell went off, the stands just stopped dead, their eyes bugging out, completely clueless. They had no idea why they were suddenly stuck, and before their brains could even catch up, Feng got to work. He dropped an instant shadow slash and literally deleted the entire squad before the 3-second stun was even over. Poof! Their bodies just disintegrated. Still stealthed, Feng crept up on Song Fei, who was hiding and shaken like a leaf behind some rock. Song Fei was freaking out loud, like, how'd my whole crew get wiped without Feng even showing his face? He figured Feng had to uncloak to attack, but the poor schmuck had no clue he was literally right behind him. Feng leaned in and whispered in his ear, "You're already dead, buddy." Those words sent Song Fei into a full-on meltdown. He popped his magic shield right then, but sorry, way too late for that. Feng hit him with a nasty poison skill, gave him a good bonk on the head, and shattered the barrier. Song Fei dropped like a sack of spuds, his body poofing into a pile of loot. Sifting through the gear, Feng saw that Song Fei was sitting on over 2,000 days of lifetime. He thought it was super sketchy that none of the stands had any lifetime on him. He mumbled to himself, wondering if they'd seriously given it all to Song Fei. Like, do they still think this is just some game? He let out a dark chuckle, just shaking his head. Brainwashed fans are next level creepy, eh? Their non-tradable lifetimes, adding up to centuries, would now just be monster food. Brutal. Meanwhile, back in the city, Song Fei respawned, super salty about getting wrecked. His account was down to only 500 tradable days, the price for taking that L. He turned to his crew and was like, why was the archer's detection skill so completely useless at finding Feng? The answer came pretty quick. Turns out, the skill only pinged their own team's assassin, not the enemy. Ouch. One of the fans explained that Feng's stealth stats were just way too jacked. Their Eagle Eye skill only had, like, a measly level 1 anti-stealth, which was totally useless against anyone with level 2 stealth or higher. Song Fei was so cheesed off, wondering how he was supposed to defend against some guy who just pops in and out of nowhere. He whined that he hadn't even done anything to Feng. I mean, Feng already snagged a silver-ranked boss kill from him, right? So why come after him again? He was even thinking maybe Feng was just jealous of how good-looking he is. His stands, feeling the bad vibes, suggested they bail for safety and go grind somewhere else. They swore they'd follow Song Fei to the ends of the earth, just pure, hardcore fan loyalty. A bit later, Feng rolled up to the now ghost town and saw that Song Fei and his crew had bounced. He wondered if they'd bailed to another starting zone or just booked it somewhere totally different. Spotting some random player nearby, he went over to get the lowdown. This guy, who nearly jumped out of his skin when Feng just materialized, nervously pointed where Song Fei's crew went. Then he made this super weird request, asking Feng to please spare his girlfriend when he found them. The girl, Fei Bao Kit, was a hunter proly, the same one who hosed the detection so bad earlier. In his head, Feng was like, yeah, not happening, thinking it'd be way easier for the dude to just find a new girlfriend. Without a word, he popped his cloaking skill and vanished, leaving the guy still pleading into thin air. As he headed off in the direction the guy pointed, Feng thought about the problem. He knew the general direction, but their exact spot was a total mystery. Just wandering around would be a huge waste of time, eh? He figured he needed to find Gi Shui, and right then, like the universe was literally reading his mind, a familiar face walked right past him. It was Gi Shui. Feng walked right up to her and asked if she could give him a hand. The second she saw him, her heart basically did a backflip. She knew who he was instantly. It was Feng. She couldn't believe she was meeting the legend himself in person. Not wasting any time, Feng said he heard her class had a skill for tracking people over a huge area and asked if she could pinpoint Songfay for him. For her trouble, he offered to sell her a gold-level mage staff for a beauty of a price. Gi Shui was totally stoked. Curious, she asked how he even knew about her area search skill, cause she'd never told a soul. But Feng just waved it off, telling her not to sweat the small stuff. So, you want this gold-level staff or what? He pushed. Gi Shui immediately said yes, even though she was a bit nervous, not sure if she had the dough. Feng told her he was letting it go for just 500 days of tradable lifespan. A total steal, considering it usually goes for at least 700 to 800 days. Super pumped, Gi Shui confirmed she had enough. A few seconds later, a system notification popped up, sealing the deal. Holding the shiny new staff, Gi Shui was just staring at it, completely starstruck. But Feng gave her a little bonk on the head, telling her to get a move on. As she started casting the spell, Gi Shui thought, like, this was the first time she'd ever met Feng, but he gave her some serious deja vu. All of a sudden, she turned to him and asked if he wasn't worried she'd just take the staff and bail. Feng just coolly replied, asking her if she didn't totally hate Songfay. Gi Shui froze, completely shook. How did he know about the major beef she had with Songfay? She wondered if Feng was someone she knew in real life, but then she was like, nah, his voice wasn't familiar. Feng teased her, asking if she wanted to take a guess. She shot him down, saying she didn't have the patience for that. Then, she sent her bird out to scout the area. Turns out, Gi Shui and her bird are, like, mentally linked. She basically gets a live feed straight from its eyes. The view switches to a bird's eye view, soaring over the city. A couple minutes later, Gi Shui had what he needed. She found Songfay and dropped the coordinates. But she added a warning. She couldn't promise that Songfay and his crew would still be at the same spot when Shadow got there. Hearing that, Shadow took off right away and told her to add him as a friend. That way, she could give him a heads up if the group moved. Gi Shui yelled after him, asking how long she was supposed to keep her eyes peeled, cause the skill doesn't last forever. But Shadow just told her not to worry, saying it wouldn't take long. As he was booking it, he slowed down near some trees. He spotted something kinda sus and stopped next to one of them. He checked out the bark and saw a symbol carved into it. From way back, Gi Shui was confused by the pit stop and asked what he saw. Shadow told her to scan the area for other trees with the same symbol. Gi Shui sent her bird out to look and quickly reported back that there was another one about 100 meters ahead and one more 100 meters to the left. Shadow reached out and touched the symbol, and it started to glow. Gi Shui was like, what's that symbol mean? He just told her to guess. All of a sudden, beams of light shot out and connected the three trees, making a massive glowing triangle. A bright light flashed in the middle, and a jade treasure chest just materialized out of nowhere. Shadow explained he didn't expect to just stumble upon a blessing from an ancient god this easily. He added that these things pop up randomly. Some spawn chests, some summon monsters or bosses, and others just drop rare loot. Guishui was absolutely losing her mind when she realized how valuable that chest was. A single jade chest was worth at least a cool 1,000 days of tradable lifespan, which was like more than 10 million RMB. But Shadow knew it was worth even more. In his past life, the price of tradable lifespan went totally bananas, with one day jumping from 10,000 to over 50,000 RMB. Meanwhile, Guishui was busy making a mental note of how Shadow activated the symbol. With her tracking skills, she figured she could find a whole bunch more. A system notification pinged Shadow. He'd opened the chest and scored a jade skill book called Flourishing Curse. Shadow's like, okay, what's the deal with this skill? The system fires back with, listen up, buddy. Flourishing Curse is a proper jade level skill. You pop it on a player's body less than 15 seconds after they croak, and some messed up plant sprouts out, draining every single drop of their tradable lifespan until they're completely rinsed. And get this, the skill has 0 cooldown. Feng learned it right then and there, totally losing his mind over how busted it was. He'd heard whispers about this back in the day, but had no clue it was called Flourishing Curse. With a wicked grin, he thought the name was a perfect fit. Now, every time he dusted a player, he could just chill by the body and watch this cursed flower suck him dry. His target was locked. Songfei's good times were officially over, buddy. Feng planned to troll him so hard he'd have to uninstall, and once he hit level 10, he could take his skills to the real world. That's when he planned on finishing Songfei for good. Way out in the boonies, Songfei and his fan club were just wailing on some random mob. Songfei was leading the charge, all cocky like, we're so far out that Feng Hoser will never find us. He was getting super cheesed off remembering how Feng not only jacked his boss achievement but also ganked him twice. For him, that was crossing the line. With a smug smile, Songfei promised he'd get his revenge the minute he leveled up. Then, all of a sudden, one of the fans piped up, heads up, some players are fighting a boss just ahead. Songfei just pulled something out of his arse, saying, they look like Nujiaki's fans, his main rival. Hearing that name, the chubbier fan went from 0 to 100 real quick, and the others totally fed off her energy. She screamed at them to go wreck those so-called fans for trying to sabotage Songfei's leaderboard spot. The 3 players ahead had no idea what was coming. When they saw Songfei and his crew approaching, they thought it was help and were all, oh, sweet, thanks guys. The boss is almost toast. Then, bam, the chubby fan just decks the group leader with her staff, taking him out in one shot. The other 2 were just shook. A girl yelled, "What are you guys doing?" But the fans just sneered, "This is what you get for supporting Nujiaki." The girl tried to explain, "We don't even know who that is," but got turned into a pincushion by arrows mid-sentence. The last player left screamed her name, Masha, but he had 0 time to mourn. Songfei's fans were screaming that all of Nujiaki's supporters had it coming and just blasted him and the boss with a storm of spells. The player was instantly deleted. Songfei waltzed in to grab the loot, praising his fans and calling them his fam. He lied again, saying he was this close to getting jumped by Nujiaki's fans. His followers started bawling, saying he didn't need to thank them. Feng had arrived silently, just watching the whole gong show from a cliff. He hit his invisibility skill and poof, just vanished. The next moment, his chilling voice rang out, declaring that Songfei was already a dead man walking. Songfei and his fans were frozen stiff with fear. Feng appeared behind him and, in one move, took his head clean off, leaving the fans completely stunned. The chubby fan was paralyzed as Feng grabbed Songfei's body before it could even hit the ground. Then, he activated the Flourishing Curse. A giant, gnarly red flower bloomed out of the corpse, making everyone even more horrified. The scene flips back to the starting town, where Songfei respawns. He's totally losing his marbles, yelling his head off, wondering why Feng is so obsessed with hunting him. Is he jealous of my followers, or is he crushing on one of them? Just then, a system notification flashed. His tradable lifespan was tanking hard. The number was just plummeting, and he was seriously bugging out. Songfei wondered if it was some kind of penalty for getting owned so many times. His fans started to respawn shortly after, and the chubby fan immediately flagged that something was super off. She explained that Feng used some messed up skill on Songfei's body, making a blood flower sprout and just, siphon something from him. Hearing this, Song Fei was even more shook. He wondered if Feng was actually trying to zero him for good. And then a new system window popped up, showing his life expectancy was in a nosedive. Panicking, Song Fei decided to dip, figuring if he stayed in the game, Feng would end his whole career for real. He told his fans to log out too, and promised that he would buy more lifetime. In real life, convert equipment in the game, and come back stronger to deal with him. The fans all agreed, saying they'd follow him to the ends of the earth. For real. Song Fei was silently cursing Feng, vowing he'd get him back. He remembered all his hard work over the last 2.5 years, and swore there was no way he'd lose to some player who didn't even drop cash on the game. Back on the battlefield, Feng had also used the same skill on Song Fei's fans. A system notification informed Feng that because of the ridiculous number of players he'd killed, he had reached level 4 of the assassin class. Now if he died, he'd lose 96% of his life, but Feng wasn't bothered. He saw he'd gained over 1,000 days of life from Song Fei and his fans, but the absorption suddenly stopped. That meant they'd logged out. At that moment, Gichi, his companion, who's a white bird, arrived and was just shocked by the absolute gong show. She thought Feng's power was actually terrifying, especially since he was ranked number 1 in the game. Feng saw her and asked if Song Fei had logged out, and she confirmed it. He asked her to keep an eye out and let him know the second Song Fei logged back in. Guichi agreed and then asked if she could leave. Feng said he had a gold-level skill book, the Sword of Sacred Judgment, and asked if she wanted it. Her eyes basically turned into loonies, and she immediately said yes. He told her to wait for him in the city. The hunt for Song Fei was far from over. In Firefly City, Feng explained to Gichi that the skill book was worth 500 days of life, but he'd sell it to her for half price, with just one condition. Hearing that, Guichi's mind went straight to the gutter, and she said, "Whoa there, buddy, I'm not that kind of girl, you know." Feng was bugging for a sec, not getting what she was implying at all. He clarified that the condition was just for her to join a specific team as their full-time healer. Gichi agreed right then and there, but warned that she'd bitch and moan nonstop if the crew were a bunch of scrubs. Feng assured her the team was decent and decided to message them. Meanwhile, Wang Mei's group had just wrecked a boss, but Wang Mei was poisoned and asked Xiao Yu to purify him. Being a total noob, she didn't even know what a purification skill was. Wang Mei had to explain that every priest has one and told her to get on with it, just dying to be useful. Xiao Yu started using the skill and told everyone to watch her, but she totally whiffed and nailed a tree, leaving everyone speechless, especially Plun, who was mortified. Xiao Yu apologized, but the poison had already done its thing, and Wang Mei died. Shortly after, the group reappeared in the starting city. Super frustrated, Wang Mei thought they needed to replace Xiao Yu, like yesterday. He wondered where they could possibly find a decent healer, since the best ones were probably already scooped up. At that same moment, Xiao Yu was looking at her status window and thinking with major irony that the game wasn't that hard, and that hitting level 4 was a total breeze. Her goal was to keep it up until she found Song Fei. Suddenly, Feng contacted Wang Mei. He said he knew a white avian priestess, some hidden class, and that she was totally cracked. Then he asked if Wang Mei would let her join the group. Without a second thought, Wang Mei replied that if Shadow was recommending her, she must be amazing, and he accepted right then and there. Feng let him know the priestess was in Firefly City and, since Shell City was jammed, suggested they meet there to level up together. Wang Mei agreed, saying they were already planning to relocate because of how many players there were. Turning to Xiao Yu, he warned her that they were going to a tougher zone and couldn't take her, since she was still a lowbie. Xiao Yu was blindsided and tried to argue that she could be useful, but Wang Mei and his group just bolted, saying there was no time to explain. Left behind, Xiao Yu became furious, calling the group a bunch of chickens and liars. She decided she would find Shadow and make him power level her. Meanwhile, Wang Mei arrived in Firefly City and met Feng. He transferred 800 days of life expectancy as payment for the gear Feng sold. Wang Mei also mentioned that they still owed 500 days, which Captain Yu would transfer as soon as she arrived. When he heard the name Yu, Feng knew that name. He introduced Wang Mei to Gichi and asked them to introduce themselves. Then, out of nowhere, some voice hollers for Wang Ming. "And who is it? You, rockin' the game ID Justice Execution." Feng recognizes her in a flash. Yu's got the secret Dragon Knight class, and in his past life, She was one of the top 20 gnarliest players on the planet. She was a total beast for the Xillia forces, and an absolute menace for the other factions. As they say what's up, Feng admits to himself that this is legit the first time he's met someone who was actually stronger than him back in the day. Yu introduces herself and admits she's a massive Shadow fan, asking all nosy-like what his secret is to leveling up so dang fast, and even jokes, asking if he's a time traveler or what. Feng accepts her 500 days of life expectancy, thinking that in his past life, he for sure doesn't remember Yu and Wong Ming ever teaming up. He figures Yu must have already hoarded a crazy amount of life days for the Zhongkai City officials who trust her a ton cause her class is tanky as all get out. Yu then tells Feng that if he's got any more gear, they're down to buy it. She adds that all the official life expectancy of Zhongkai City is on her, and then cheekily asks if he's gonna try and jump her for it. He tells her to chill, saying that working together is a way better play for both of them. Yu gives him props for not being a keener, and Feng realizes every single word she says is a total vibe check. Just like the rumors said, she looks all innocent, but she's wicked, smart, and an absolute savage. He figures that having her as his connection to the officials is gonna save him a heck of a lot of hassle. Songfay's fans are logging off, completely losing their minds over the official announcement. Life expectancy was a real thing, and if it bottomed out, you'd actually croak in real life. The architect girl goes absolutely feral when she realizes this wasn't just some game, cause she'd given all her tradable life to Song Fei, and now she only had a couple of days left. The assassin, who was already flagged for Peking, realizes that dying one more time would make her lose double the life. They were freaking out. The girl who was the group's tank starts scrolling the messages, and her face is just pouring sweat. She realizes in a full-blown panic that because she was always charging into the fray, she'd killed and died a ton. Now she's only got 1 day of life left. If that hits 0, she's done for. Just then, something snags her attention. Song Fei was buying up life expectancy. Seeing a chance, she decided to track down Song Fei, totally convinced he'd help a girl out. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, Feng's sister, also bounced from the game. She was still completely spun out, having a hard time telling the real world from the game. When she flicked on her phone, she grinned seeing the exchange rate was bonkers. 1 day of life could be sold for 15,000. With the 200 days she had, she could be a millionaire, but her smile completely face-planted when she saw the news. Shadow had dusted Song Fei 3 times. She started to panic, remembering that dying in the game was for keeps if your life hit 0. Even with 100 years of non-tradable life, those 3 deaths left Song Fei with only 12 years on the clock. All the group chats were going off about how Shadow managed to wreck Song Fei, even when he was surrounded by dozens of people. To her, he seemed terrifyingly powerful. A minute later, some fans started blowing up a chat, saying Song Fei needed backup. She spilled that he was at Zhang Plaza, buying life expectancy for 10,000 a pop, and begged any fan in Jinghai City to get over there and sell theirs. Xiao Yu couldn't believe her eyes. Zhang Plaza was just a stone's throw away. She couldn't just sit there while his life was on the line. Thanks to Shadow and the crew, she had over 200 days of tradable life, more than enough to help. Without even thinking, she decided to book it over there. At the same time, back in the game, Feng was casually clearing out a mob of monsters when a system window popped up. He'd hit level 10, getting a sweet little stat bump and 5 free points. On top of that, a whole bunch of achievements unlocked for being the first player to hit this level. In the Jinghai City region, he scored 7 reputation points. In the Great Xia Kingdom, he nabbed 14 reputation points. Globally, he racked up 21 reputation points. The system also gave him a heads up that the teleport function to the continent of the Forgotten Gods would go live once 7 players from Jinghai City hit level 10. The announcement echoed through all the cities, leaving players absolutely gobsmacked. The comments were just pure chaos and awe. It was Shadow again, the same guy who got the first kill on a gold tier monster. Some figured he was just way too OP and that Song Fei, the little celeb he wrecked, was a total hoser who had it coming. Other players were getting super cheesed, comparing their own progress and wondering if anyone could even keep up with his pace. Near the sea, Feng decided to spend the points he'd racked up. He blew through 13 evolution points, and his backstab enhancement skill leveled up from platinum to emerald, juicing the passive effect up from 40% to 50%. Even with over 7,000 days of tradable life, he knew it wasn't going to cut it. To leave the starting city, he needed 6 other players to hit level 10 to get the portal going. Since the highest level after him was only 7, this was going to be a bit of a wait. For now, he decided to dip back to the real world to sort some stuff out. He returned to the real world and the system asked if he wanted to use his life expectancy to transfer skills. Feng accepted, not even a hesitation. First things first, he decided to pull out his class. The system slurped up 1,000 days of life and finished the extraction, giving him the Shadow class. His passive skill fired up and his attributes got a boost. Strength +3, Constitution +3, Agility +8, and Spirit +5. Next, he extracted his level. This cost 2,000, 1,000 days, and his real-life level dinged to 3, buffing his stats again. We're talking +4 Strength, +4 Constitution, a wicked +14 Agility, and +4 Spirit. After that, he torched 900 days to yoink the Platinum Tier Shadow Step skill and another 2,262 for the Silver Tier Poison Dagger. He was pretty pumped to still have one, and 92 days left over, even though he couldn't pull anything else for now. It was a sweet deal. He paid the price of a low-level skill but got the Platinum Shadow Step. He clenched his fist, absolutely seeing red as he thought of Song Fei. Now his base stats were double a normal person's. His agility hit 32 points above the human limit and he had infinite invisibility. To top it off, his poison dagger could be yeeted a distance of 14 meters. With all this, he was dead certain he'd get a chance to finish Song Fei for good. Feng picked up his phone and saw, totally floored, that Song Fei was buying a metric ton of life expectancy. He guessed that Song Fei was planning to hop back in the game and hunt him down. He saw he was at Jianyang Plaza, about 7 or 8 clicks away, and figured that, at his current speed, he'd be there in a little over 10 minutes. Just then, he saw a message from Hu Qibin, his supervisor. She was absolutely losing it because Feng had vanished and wasn't answering his phone. She knew about some rich girl being into him and could not believe he didn't want to play along. Feng blocked her number. As he walked, he chucked his phone, went invisible, and thought that pretty soon, everyone would get what the game of the Forsaken God was really all about. A few hours later at Jianyang Plaza, Song Fei's whole publicity stunt was underway, and it was swarming with girls. Feng's sister was also there on stage with him, right beside a blonde woman. The woman mentioned that she heard Song Fei got zeroed out 3 times by Shadow in the game. She told him not to sweat it, since they'd already sent people to figure out who Shadow really was. Curious, Song Fei asked how the search was going. She revealed that she sent someone to Firefly City to hit him up with an offer he couldn't refuse. When he showed up in the real world for the cash, they'd snatch him so that Song Fei could take out his frustrations. Hearing this, Song Fei got a greasy smile and asked to be kept in the loop. Afterwards, he asked if she knew that the Jianyang Corporation was pulling the same sketchy moves to control players and make them grind for free. The woman just laughed, saying those players were total scrubs and weak, couldn't even build up their own life expectancy. To her, it was way smarter to be on Song Fei's side, since so many women gave their life days to him for nothing, even willing to get wiped out for him. Song Fei started cackling like a true movie villain. Right in the middle of the event, some guy in the crowd started shouting, telling everyone to stop selling their life expectancy. He turned to Song Fei and put him on blast, accusing him of knowing this whole thing was literally life and death, but that he was basically scamming his followers into yeeting their life expectancy. This guy was all, Song Fei's playing with people's lives, were 1 to 100% reporting him. Song Fei just smirked, thinking, of course some hoser shows up to wreck the vibe. He gets up and launches into this whole spiel, saying he's clued into all the recent kerfuffle. He owned up that his whole life expectancy grind caused a bit of a gong show, and for that, he was like, my bad, sorry His fans were just screaming that he had nothing to be sorry for. With this massive grin, Song Fei thanked them for being so loyal, but said their love should be, like, a force for good. He told everyone to take a chill pill and think straight. You know, stay safe and maybe give back to the community a bit. Then, full-on waterworks, he explains he's working with the feds and grinding his butt off in the game to help out the country. He said he used his own dough to buy life expectancy because he wanted to be a proper A-list idol, someone they could actually be proud of. It was his way of returning the love and making sure they had a good, safe life out in the real world. Song Fei was like, I honestly never thought it'd cause this much of a tizzy, and his words just made all his fans lose it. He apologized again, which was a real downer for the whole crowd. The stands started screaming that he was innocent and were absolutely ripping into the accuser guy to take a hike. They were like, we're doing this because we want to. Yeah, knob. Then, this one fan hops on stage and tells everyone to stop listening to all the fake news. She was like, only a total donut would buy that, and asked how game life points could even touch the real world. With a hand on her heart, she declared she was ready to get deleted for him. She said that when she logged out, the game told her she had less than a day to live. But look at her, she's perfectly fine. She basically said that even if it was all legit, if you're not willing to get your account deleted for your idol, you're not a true fan. Her speech got the whole crowd fired right up, and they all decided to just yeet their life expectancy over to Song Fei. He was totally feeding off their energy, reached out to the fan on stage and said it was an honor to be loved by someone so ride or die. As she's sobbing her eyes out, ready to log off for good for him, something just zips through the air and punches a hole right through Song Fei's head. Everyone was shook. He started spitting blood and all his hair just noped right out of there. Song Fei's body just did a nosedive onto the fan, who lost her mind and hit the floor, screaming her lungs out with zero clue what was happening. With him officially cashed out, his fans went into a full-blown meltdown. The security guard started to grab Hook Bin, but she was just howling, screaming that she saw a life expectancy orb pop out of Song Fei's body when he got clocked out. She warned everyone to bail because whoever did it used a game skill. Totally bugging out, she was like, how can game skills even work in the real world? She thought about what the attacker did, going full stealth and farming life points, and realized the only one who could pull that off was Shadow. Just then, a dart zips through Hook Bin's head too, instantly wiping her and leaving the guards just staring. And there, in the crowd, was Feng. It was night by then, and the news was going ballistic about the celebrities Song Fei and Daijiang getting taken off the board. The news also reported that his biggest fans got deleted right beside him after ditching all their life points. The police investigation concluded that some freaky supernatural business was to blame. Feng's sister, Xiao Yu, and her friend were total wrecks, completely unable to wrap their heads around Song Fei being gone just a day after his concert. The friends quickly figured out that the invisibility and those throwing knives had to be skills from the game. Her friend was like, "You think it was Shadow? He's famous for ganking people in-game." Xiao Yu was just as mind-blown, trying to figure out how game skills could even be a thing in real life. She remembered all of Shadow's in-game kills and decided he had to be the one who smoked Song Fei. If Shadow could use his skills for real, then she was going to figure it out too. From that moment on, Xiao Yu had one mission: get totally OP, no matter the cost. After they hopped out of the cab, Xiao Yu's eyes were practically glowing. All she wanted was to wreck Shadow and get revenge for Song Fei. Meanwhile, Feng was just chilling at a noodle shop, housing some ramen. He was thinking how, even though he was basically a god in the game, his real body still needed food. His phone buzzed. It was a text from Xiao Ya. She was warning him that the fat man was having a total meltdown, had blocked Feng's number, and was threatening to fire him without his month's pay if he didn't show up. Feng remembered her from his past life. She was in his guild. A good kid, but super sensitive. He texted back, telling her not to worry about him or the job, and to just focus on the in-game grind. Xiao Ya was shocked, asking if Feng played too, saying it was wicked hard and was draining tons of people's lifespans. Feng told her to just dump all her points into agility at the start. She was like, okay, bet, but mentioned that the lifespan for sale in the game was super spendy. When she asked how much Feng had made, he was like, not a whole lot, since he'd already torched most of it. Feng knew the fat guy was just a scrub. The real endgame boss was his actual boss, Qian Shiki, the daughter of the Qian Group's president. In his past life, this girl moved to North America and started one of the 3 biggest guilds over there, Alice's Wonderland. That guild was always starting beef with his country and caused endless grief for his own guild, God's Plan. He figured he had to deal with her before she bailed on the country, because it would be way tougher later. Feng figured if Qian Shiki got taken out of the picture, Alice's Wonderland might never even exist. All the founders were connected to her, and without that connection, the guild would just fall apart. His phone went off again. It was Xiao Yu calling. She sounded shocked he actually answered, probably figured he'd been deleted in the game. Super relieved, she said she'd already made enough money to buy a house, so he could stop stressing about her. Feng decided to just go with the flow and asked if she needed anything else. She told him to just leave her alone, and that she wasn't going to look for him either. She also made it crystal clear he'd better not even think about finding her new place, because from now on, they were over. Feng hung up and actually felt happy. He figured it was time to get back to grinding, because it wouldn't be long before some keener hit level 10 and realized skills could be used in the real world. When that happened, the world was going to be a total gong show. A bit later, Xiao Yu and her friend logged into the game too. Her friend was confused, asking if ghosting her own brother wasn't a little harsh, telling her she should probably patch things up with him. Xiao Yu was having none of it, and then dropped the bombshell that she'd sold her life expectancy to the Qian group. She sold it for a crazy 2 million, which left her friend completely floored. Xiao Yu also said she'd bought a house for them to live in together. She added that she was going to find Shadow soon, and when she did, Feng would be a total nobody to her. Just then, some random player walked by and caught her eye with a smirk. The guy handed her the assassin skill book she wanted and reminded her with a huge grin not to forget her promise. She was like, yeah, once this is all sorted out, I'll take care of your little requests. But in her head, she was just calling him a total brown noser and thinking that once she found Shadow, nobody would give a single rip about a useless scrub like him. Xiao Yu messaged a contact named Wang, telling him she had a control skill book for an assassin, and asked if he could check if Shadow needed it, cause she could bring it by. A little smirk crept onto her face. That brown noser was actually good for something, getting a skill book this sick. This book was her way in with Shadow. The plan was to get close to him, just hang out by his side, keep his health bar full, and help him wreck enemies to level up. She'd make him feel her support slowly, so he'd trust her and see her as his go-to partner. But once she got OP enough and he was totally useless to her, she'd literally delete him with her own 2 hands and scoop his eyes out, all to get payback for her idol, Song Fei. But get this, Wang messaged back that Shadow thought the skill was total trash. He didn't need it, so Xiao Yu could just sell the book herself. A bit later, Feng logged in too and heard someone just giving her against some weird boss. Following the noise, Feng spotted a guy with a shield scrapping with some boss that had, like, 1,000,000 arms. The dude tried to bail, but it was a complete gong show. The monster just tore him to pieces, and Feng realized it was a golden erdopod, a level 8 gold class boss. That thing even had a level 2 anti-stealth skill, which pretty much meant Feng's whole invisibility gimmick was useless against it. Then out of nowhere, the monster starts to bolt. Feng jumped on the chance, popped out of hiding, and unleashed a shadow strike, doing a ton of damage. He knew his whole sneak attack bonus was a write-off, which was a major nerf to his power. But get this, the legendary effect of graceful release boosted the weak spots on the golden erdopod's head and heart by 200%. Out of 9 hits from his shadow strike, 3 absolutely hammered the weak spots, tripling the damage, and completely making up for the loss. What a truly legendary skill. Holy. He legit had to thank Xiao Yu for that one, since she helped him find the Temple of Faith. Feng's damage was so cracked that one skill took a 1/6 chunk out of the golden erdopod's health. Next, he yeeted a poisonous throwing knife that stuck right in the monster's dome and dealt 1,783 points of damage. The poison knife was only silver tier, so its damage was already falling off hard, but Feng still needed to level up his class to get that god tier invisibility. To his shock, the monster charged him and got ready to scrap. The mage was totally freaking out, but Feng just looked chill. The monster swung at him, but he dodged it like it was nothing, leaving the mage and her pal absolutely floored by his speed. They realized he wasn't just fast, his reaction time was nuts, like he'd already memorized the boss's attack patterns. A skill he totally grinded out in his past life. He learned that being a warrior wasn't just about eating hits. You also had to have slick moves and know how to dodge. That's how he managed to crack the world's top 100 with a basic as heck class. Feng lit up the boss with a combo, and the monster's health bar dipped below half. He went invisible and figured that, compared to bosses with those cheap, undodgeable attacks, dealing with this golden arthropod was a total breeze. The monster tried to bail, but Feng wasn't having it. He whipped out his dagger, gave its throat a little slicey slice, and got a system ping. 64,000 experience points, 7 evolution points, and 497 days of tradable life for taking out the level 8 gold class boss. Feng used a skill and bagged another 21 evolution points and 497 days of life. In total, the boss coughed up 28 evolution points and almost 2,000 days of tradable life. Then, plot twist, another window popped up, gifting him the assassin skill Dark Light Shield. The skill's deal was it converted his dodge rate into a damage reduction shield for 8 seconds. For every 20% of dodge chance, a layer of shield popped up. Combined with his epic skill, which gave him a 75% dodge, the black light shield could put up 3 layers of protection. With this new skill, he could wreck tons of bosses without taking a single hit. Feng spent 6 evolution points and upgraded the black light shield from platinum class to epic. The duration jumped to 14 seconds, and the conversion rate got way better. Now, for every 10% of dodge chance, a layer of shield would generate. He was pretty stoked, because now he had 7 layers of a damage reduction shield. With this, he could start exploring high-level areas way ahead of schedule. Since he still had 22 evolution points to burn, he decided to evolve the poisonous throwing knife too. He dropped 16 points and upgraded it from silver class to emerald, more than doubling its damage output. He'd also snagged 2 assassin items. The first was the platinum tier agile ring, which boosted his agility, movement speed, attack speed, and cooldown speed. The second was the gold tier heavy red leather gloves, which gave him more defense, resistance, constitution, and HP. With the new gear, his cooldown speed hit a wild 55%. His stats were so jacked now that he could probably eat 3 hits from the golden arthropod without getting wiped. Combined with the black light shield, Feng's survivability was on a whole other level. The mage and her crew took off, gassing Feng up, saying the boss was a complete joke to him, and they couldn't believe he soloed it. The mage asked if he had any gear or skills she could use, adding that she'd pay for it. Feng revealed he had a gold-level skill book for mages, the Ice Ball Ricochet, an area of effect skill that fires off ice balls that bounce up to 10 times, for the low price of 800 days. The mage thought 800 days was a bit of a rip-off, since she'd already seen a level 5 skill book, also gold, being sold for only 400. With a dead serious look, Feng explained that Ice Ball Ricochet was level 7 and did over 40% more damage than the level 5 one, so the price was a steal. The mage didn't even hesitate and closed the deal with Feng, snagging the book. The system window confirmed the trade. With the new power-up, there wasn't a single boss in the early game that could even touch their crew. Feng decided to head back to the city and post a message looking for the location of any silver and gold level bosses. This way, he'd have a constant stream of targets to farm, and his evolution speed would be totally maxed out. Just then, Wong Ming hit him up saying that Xiao Yu, the team's healer, wanted to send him a skill book. Feng thought that was kinda interesting and was curious what kind of book it was. He was surprised that Xiao Yu wanted to give him a book, especially since it was just bronze level, but he decided to check it out anyway. Feng wasn't naive, He knew everyone was whispering that he'd taken out Song Fei, and now all of a sudden Xiao Yu is trying to send him a book. He wondered if she was trying to get on his good side, get revenge for Song Fei, or maybe both, and decided to just turn down the offer. Wong Ming said that Xiao Yu replied that the book was trash and Feng didn't need it, so she'd just sell it herself. Feng told Wong Ming to meet him in the city, since he had something to sell him and to get a pile of lifespan ready. For real though, Wong Ming asked him straight up if it was Feng who took out Song Fei's group. Feng confirmed it. Yeah, he clapped them all. To him, Wong Ming was a good buddy, and he also knew that when Song Fei got wiped, Xiao Yu had been logged off the whole time, which made the motive and the timing of the whole thing just perfect. Since Wong Ming was asking this, it meant the authorities had pretty much figured everything out. Feng asked if he was trying to rat on him, since he knew in 2 hours other players would hit level 10. When that happened, the whole powers work in real life thing was about to stop being a secret. He saw this as the perfect chance to test how the Daxia government would react. When Feng got back to the starting city, he was met by Yu and his crew. Without wasting any time, Yu confronted him, asking if he admitted to offing Song Fei. With a chill smile, Feng confirmed it. Yu explained that a full-on investigation went down, and the results all pointed to Feng as the main suspect. But they also found out the real tea. Song Fei and the Zhang industry were conspiring against Feng, nabbing players and forcing them into being their minions. Because of this, the whole thing was ruled as self-defense. Hearing this, Feng silently figured that the authorities had probably decided to work with him, especially since his real-world identity was still a total mystery. Feng remembered that in his past life, he'd always worked with the authorities. But now, with Song Fei getting wiped on his hands, he wondered how this relationship would change. For now, he decided to just wait and see what would happen. Feng pulled out the items he was planning to sell and explained his master plan. Since Wong Ming and Yu worked for the government, they had access to all sorts of classes and, more importantly, had the tradable lifetime to buy the gear. They could snag both equipment and skill books for a bunch of different classes. When Wang Ming saw the platinum items Feng had laid out, he was shook and asked if he'd already soloed a platinum boss. Feng denied it, saying he just got super lucky and stumbled upon a platinum treasure chest. He added that Gu Yixi was there and saw him score a jade-level skill book too, which she confirmed. Hearing Feng call Gu Yixi by her real name while still calling her Little Black, Plun got a little bit jealous. Feng noticed and asked, totally joking, if she'd prefer another nickname. Embarrassed, Plun said that Little Black was fine. Watching the whole scene unfold, Wong Ming commented that it's a bad look to compare yourself to others. Yu agreed, pointing out that while they were still getting wrecked by silver bosses, Feng was already casually collecting platinum and jade items. Feng then got down to business about the prices. The platinum archer book would cost 500 days of life, plus the platinum berserker weapon, Wang Yuan, for another 500. The platinum maid book was a cool 3,000 days. A gold level book and gear set was going for 8,000 days. For the last 25 platinum items, he offered a beaut of a deal for 16,000 days. To Wang Ming's absolute shock, "You just snagged the deal, no dickerin'." He was like, "Are you serious? But you explained the prices were solid," and she'd spot Little Snow and Wang Ming. Feng was down with it, and the deal was sealed. He figured that once you crack over 10,000 days, your lifetime starts getting counted in years. The grand total was a wicked expense, even for the feds, but the investment was a beaut. With the new swag, the government could seriously juice their power level, dodge a few kerfuffles, and get a leg up on the world stage. Then, you spilled the tea that the Zhang industry was literally snatching players, and a rescue mission was popping off that day. She asked if Feng wanted to give her. He figured it was just some scheme by the government to get him on their side and sweep the whole Song Fei thing under the rug. Feng gave it a hard no, but decided to drop some intel in return. He pretty much confirmed what they were already thinking. He was the one who dusted Song Fei using his in-game powers. Feng laid it out that once a player hits level 10, they can spend negotiable lifetime to yeet their skills into the real world. He pointed out this was, like, majorly key info and told them to use it before everyone else gets wise to it. Hearing this, it all started clicking for Yu. She finally got why the DJing industry was stockpiling all that negotiable life. When its players hit level 10 and yanked out their skills, they'd be buff enough to block the government from saving the other players. With that sorted, Feng was basically like, "I'm out for a rip." He just ghosted without another word and vanished. With this new intel, Yu knew the game plan. Her squad was gonna split up for a bit to grind on their own. She explained the team was way too stacked. Fighting together, they were just smoking mobs in one hit, which was a brutal waste of XP. In smaller groups, everyone could level up way faster. Wang Ming was all for it, getting that the main mission was getting everyone to level 10. Elsewhere, players saw Feng had set up his shop again. This time though, he was buying, not selling. He was specifically looking for the coordinates of boss mobs. For a silver level boss, he was offering 30 days of negotiable life. For a gold level 1, the price was 100 days. Suddenly, some player moseyed on up and started chirping him, saying Feng was still there playing Tim Hortons. He said that Bird from the DJing industry had made a beaut of an offer. $300 million in cash and company shares for whoever helped her level up. He even said it was a deadly deal and that Feng should have taken it. But another player jumped in, asking if he'd even been out for a rip lately. He spilled that Feng had already dusted Song Fei and the DJing industry woman in real life. The news sent the first guy for a total loop. Dude was just frozen solid. As he heard the other guy casually say it was a real pisser, she was gone, cause she was a total smoke show. Still shook, the first player started to get his head around it. He admitted she was asking for it, since she tried to bag Feng in real life and paid the price for it. He said at the start, she offered Feng 10 million to help her, but he turned it down. Being a total keener for cash, the guy himself took the offer, but when he went to get paid, he got decked. He woke up chained in some sketchy cellar, where they got all medieval on his ass for days and forced him to grind negotiable life for them, using him as bait to lure in more people. Sounding right choked, he said she got what was coming to her. He added, chirping himself, that he'd made fun of Feng for saying no, but now he saw he was the real hoser all along. Feng stayed quiet. In his head, he thought, judging by this guy's vibe, he was pretty sure he'd helped bag other players too. Feeling the heat, the guy scrambled to be like, "I was forced." but Feng wasn't buying it and just told him to take off. As the guy walked off, Feng figured the authorities would deal with hosers like him soon enough. Suddenly, a group of shifty-looking players came over, offering the coordinates for a silver-level boss. Feng took the deal without even blinking, swapping 30 days of negotiable life for the info. As soon as the trade went down, the players around them started murmuring. Some of them spotted one of the newcomers, known in the game as Asda Espadas. The whispers pegged her as Qin Shui, the heir to the massive Qin group in the real world. The second everyone figured out who she was, all the other players basically dipped, like hard nope. Qin Shi and her crew had already clapped a whole bunch of people to yoink their lives, and everyone was bugging out that they were next on the hit list. Qin Shui, meanwhile, was giving, like, zero frigs about her rep. She just scoffed, saying the game was honestly pretty mid. For her, anyway. It just took a few loonies to buy the best gear and skills, which gave her a wicked head start. After that, it was just a matter of hunting down players with a lot of negotiable life and snagging whatever she wanted. Then she started bitching that the game made her miss a flight to North America, where she was supposed to be partying with her buds. Instead, she was stuck here in Axia, couldn't even leave the country. She literally rolled her eyes at two players shaking nearby and chirped them hard, saying the local guys were soft as a bag of milk, and not just in the personality department. Then she turned to a foreign teammate named Tony and said she was more into guys like him. Tony smirked and was like, "You've got good taste," saying guys like him were built different, especially downstairs. He even added that as soon as they logged off, he'd let her test that theory out. Qin just started pissing herself laughing, thinking it was hilarious, and hinted she was game for it. Anyway, changing the subject, Qin asked if the gossip about Song Fei's death was legit. She admitted she'd partied with him before but thought he was a total pylon, saying he couldn't even go for a minute. To her, he was a complete write-off. Her tone got all curious when she mentioned the rumors that Song Fei got dusted by Shadow. Even though she thought local guys were a bunch of hosers, she had to admit the #1 player in the world was kinda intriguing. She smirked, saying that if Shadow could take down a guy like Song Fei, then dusting some rando would be easy peasy. Making up her mind, Qin told her team she was dipping for a bit. She had to make some calls and track down Shadow. Since he clearly wasn't in it for the loonies, she planned to offer something way better, 3,000 days of lifespan. In return, she wanted him to off some random person for her. The kicker is, the guy she wanted to hire, Feng, was literally Shadow. Cut to a battlefield, where some player was getting his ass handed to him by a monster. After a real gong show of a fight, he just barely beats it, only surviving cause of a beauty of a heal from Xiao Yu at the last second. Completely gassed, he started bitching that she should have been faster, cause he almost bought the farm. But Xiao Yu, being a total princess, just told him to take a chill pill and settle down with the yelling, since he wasn't dead, was he? He tried to explain, but she wasn't listening. Instead, she announced her hunger was at 90% and she was bailing to grab some grub. She told her friend they were leaving, and they both logged out, leaving the poor bugger by himself in the forest. The guy was so cheesed off, muttering that Xiao Yu used to be way nicer, but got a real attitude problem. After meeting Shadow, he swore that one day he'd knock her down a peg. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Xiao Yu popped into her new apartment, which was a total gong show. She was starving, and tried to order some grub, but found out all the food delivery apps were down. Yeah, probably cause all the skip the dishes drivers were grinding in-game. Her mind totally drifted back home. Like, back in the day, her bro was the one on kitchen duty, and she literally did nothing, but she snapped back to reality real quick. She gives herself a little tap on the cheek, like, get your act together, bud. Compared to the freedom of flying solo, that was like a minor inconvenience. She takes a deep breath, trying to pump herself up, reinforcing that she's a total unit and way better off without her brother. And scene change. We're in some coastal cave, you can hear the waves crashing. Inside, our boy Feng is facing off against a massive boss, the Crab King. The thing comes scuttling at him, so Feng just gives her with a beauty shot right to the dome. It drops instantly, poofing into a pile of loot. Feng was just having a time. 4 silver tier bosses dummied in just over an hour, each one forking over 16 evolution points. On top of that, the gear they dropped was good for up to 3,500 days of lifespan. At this point, his whole getup was gold level or higher, obvious. His load reduction skill rocketed from 55 to a wicked 75%, and even his instant shadow cut got juiced, with the cooldown dropping from 12 to 6.8 seconds. He figured since there were no platinum level bosses just hanging around the starter cities, the toughest thing he'd wrecked so far was gold tier. To level that up, there was only one way to go: class advancement. He's just staring at his experience bar, totally scoping out the grind. All platinum level bosses had, like, level 2 stealth detection, bare minimum. To absolutely gong show them, he needed level 3 stealth, which was a steep 20,000 experience points. Only then could he scrap with them without getting smoked. He remembered, way back when, it took a whole crew of 20 players to take down one platinum boss. This time, though, he was absolutely gunning to solo it. So Feng decides to boot it back to the city and flog the loot he snagged to the government. He's determined to stay way ahead of the pack and be the first to solo a platinum boss. After cashing out, he's sitting pretty on 105 years. It's a ridiculous amount of time, which he figures is almost 40,000 days of tradable life. Enough dough to buy pretty much anything you could ever want for real. As he's cruising through the city, some sketchy-looking player sidles up to him. The dude hints there's a real-world target with a beauty of a reward, but Feng just gives him the cold shoulder. The player gets right up in his grill and spills that the target is some dude named Qin Feng. Since Feng already dusted Song Fei, the guy says this new gig would be a cakewalk. The second he hears the name Qin Feng, our boy is officially intrigued. He's wondering what would make a guy like Qin Feng worth taking out, but the player just shrugs it off, saying the why doesn't matter. What matters is the payout. 3,000 days of tradable life. That number gives Feng pause. He does the quick math, almost 3,000 days is like 50 million bucks. Feng's trying to figure out who'd want Qin Feng gone bad enough to drop that kind of cash. Sizing up the messenger, he pegs him as just a go-between. Feng doesn't remember this fella from his past life, which means the real big cheese is someone else. He recalls that in his previous run. The haters with a bone to pick only started crawling out of the woodwork mid to late game. It's way too early for enemies to be making moves. The only person who fits the bill and has the dough to hire some muscle right now is Qian. She's the only one with the motive and the bankroll to go after Qin Feng. But he also realizes that if she really wanted Qin Feng out of the picture, she could have made a move long before the game even dropped. This whole thing smells like there's another angle. He figures Qian's real goal might be to get in with Showdown. Taking out Qin Feng would just be a sweet little bonus, probably payback for him ghosting her. This whole twist actually cracks him up. He was already planning to go find Qian and sort her out, but it looks like she beat him to it. Seeing his chance, he agrees to take the job, but on one condition: he wants half the payout up front, and he'll call the shots on when the job goes down. The player is totally gobsmacked. He did not expect a legend like Showdown to just take the gig, no questions asked. After a quick chat with his boss, the player wires 1,500 days of negotiable life over to Feng. Feng just chalks up the advance as a bit of interest he's collecting way before he even thinks about dealing with Qian. The player then shares the target's location, and that's when Feng is actually surprised. The address is his own house. Without even batting an eye, he just takes off. He tells the player the results will speak for themselves when the job's done. The player watches him leave in silence, totally smirking to himself. To him, Showdown is just putting on an act. In the end, they're both just puppets working for Qian. Before Feng could get too far, he was stopped by another player, an absolute rocket of a woman. She heard he was buying boss coordinates and said she had the scoop on a gold-level boss. If he was interested, she offered to be his guide. Feng replied that he'd flick her 100 days of negotiable life as soon as he confirmed the spot. The woman was game, saying the boss was north of the city and the walk would be a bit of a hike. Curious, Feng asked what kind of boss it was. She told him it was a plague bearer. The fact she knew the boss's name made him think she might actually be for real. She then asked if he was sure he didn't want to bring a healer, since the plague bearer had a wicked area of effect poison attack. But Feng shut that down, saying she just needed to get him there. As they walked, Feng thought about the plague bearer, a gold-tier boss, known for its poison cloud attack that just constantly saps your HP. Even so, he was sure he could vaporize it in a few seconds with a couple of skills. Soon, they got to a cave. She warned him that all the trash mobs had already been cleared out and only the boss was left. They went through the cave and came out into a swamp. In the middle of it all was the monster, a creature that looked like some mangled tree, with a bunch of red eyes on its trunk and a gnarly poisonous aura. Seeing she wasn't pulling his leg, Feng transferred the 100 tradable life days he promised. He figured with his 75% evasion rate and his ghostly shadow bells, he could dodge the boss's poison. No sweat. Just then, the girl got super twitchy and confessed it was all a trap. The second the fight started, a whole crew of players was gonna jump out and try to gank him. To make it even worse, they had level 2 anti-stealth gear. Feng didn't look fazed at all, but she kept going, explaining her real mission was to get close to him to figure out who he was and his real-world address. Okay, asterisk that times part of the plan cheesed him off. She said she was being blackmailed for real and had no choice, and that she actually wanted the people behind this to get what's coming to him. When Feng asked who the big cheese was, she dropped the name Dongfeng, whose in-game tag was Shang Nian. She added that his crew was claiming Feng had already mopped the floor with them once. Then, it clicked for Feng. It was that same hoser who tried to swipe the ghost ship boss, and even offered a skill book to say sorry. Desperate, the girl remembered that Feng managed to dust Song Fei, so dealing with Dongfeng should be a walk in the park. She begged for his help, saying she was totally hooped. Feng found the whole scheme so juvenile, he didn't even remember Dongfeng from his past life, which meant the guy was a complete nobody. For now, he decided to just focus on taking out the boss, and then he'd go hunt down Dongfeng and finish this. Popping stealth, Feng moved in, deciding to flip the script on them. He told the girl to just let the players show up as planned, and he'd handle the rest. She tried to stop him, yelling that Dongfeng had already brought 3 full teams, 18 players, to face that boss, and they all got smoked in less than 30 seconds. The Plague Bearer's poison damage was insane, and facing it alone seemed like a death wish, but Feng was totally chill. He launched into the air and unleashed a skill combo, Blessed Release, Backstab Enhancement, and Throat Cut. He capped it with an instant Shadow Slash, delivering an absolute flood of attacks. The damage was so nuts that the boss's health bar instantly dropped to less than half. The girl just watched, completely floored. With a single combo, he'd just dealt over 80,000 damage to a gold tier boss. She had to be wondering if this guy was even for real. Without missing a beat, Feng used Latent Image, went invisible, and reappeared right beside her. He explained that the cooldown for Blessed Release was 25 seconds, but with his 75% reduction, the time dropped to 14.3 seconds. He said he wasn't going to finish the boss just yet. It was way smarter to wait for Dongfeng's little cronies to show up so he could take them out first. As soon as Feng's skill recharged, Dongfeng's goons stormed the cave, yelling that they were gonna kill the boss, and that anyone who got in their way would get it too. Feng recognized their leader in a heartbeat. It was the same hoser who jumped Little Pum on the ghost ship. The original plan was for the girl to block the attacks and pretend to save him to get on his good side. But seeing how many enemies there were, Feng doubted she could pull it off. To his surprise, the girl busted out a massive golden shield. Feng clocked it instantly a gold tier piece. The defense was so jacked, like, literally no one in the game could even scratch it right now. He figured she must have lucked out and found a gold chest after stumbling on some ancient god on the map or something. Anyways, back to the scrap. Feng ripped an instant Shadow Slash and absolutely bodied the whole squad at once, but Buddy wasn't even finished. Before their avatars could even ragdoll, he popped the flower on Flower Curse. These messed up red flowers just sprouted on them, literally draining their lifetimers. The girl was shook, no cap. She had to admit, this shadow dude was a straight-up beauty, just terrifying. Mans just wiped a whole crew with one move. She was left there like, what kinda OP power even makes those flowers? And realized that bailing on Dongfeng's plan was a total lifesaver. If she'd stuck with it, she'd be just as deleted as Songfay. To stay connected, she asked Feng to add Kumamika. She promised that if she ever found Dongfeng's real-world Addy, she would slide it his way. Feng was like, for sure, figuring the info could be clutch. She was stoked, and said if he ever needed any. Asterisk special services, asterisk, he should just hit her up, cause it'd be on the house for him. And that's when it finally clicked for Feng what her side hustle was. He thought, okay, that probably explains why she's always getting chirped by people. Shaking it off and turning back to the boss, he activated his skill again and just went for it. With the instant Shadow Slash, he landed a bunch of hits and totally overwhelmed the Plague Bearer. System confirmed the kill. Mission accomplished. The level 10 gold tier boss had been officially owned. As a reward, Feng got a beauty amount of experience, 7 evolution points, and 555 days of tradable life expectancy. He compared this to the chump change he got for taking out Dong Feng's goons. The boss loot was way better, eh? It made him wonder why sweats like them didn't just focus on farming life points instead of chasing smoke all the time. He glanced over at the cliff, kinda curious why the girl was still just chilling there. She just gave him a wave and said she was taken off. With that sorted, he focused on the boss's drops and used the Hand of Greed to snag his loot. And what he found was actually wild. It had been a minute since he got a new assassin's skill book, and now he had one. The system popped up the deets, a platinum tier skill called Darkest Moment. When you pop it, the blade just explodes in a black light, you know, blinding every enemy in the area. The base cooldown was 60 seconds, but with his 75% reduction, it dropped to a wicked 34.3 seconds. The skill needed level 10, had a range of 20 meters, and a base duration of 10 seconds, which got nerfed against targets with high spirit. Feng was already galaxy braining the skill's potential. If he could blind enemies without going into stealth, he could just spam his double damage skills. This meant that even if some keener had anti-stealth abilities, he could still get her done. Feng also got a dagger called the Plague Blade. It was an assassin weapon that juiced his attack by 216 and agility by 42, plus it added a 0.3 multiplier to attacks on weak spots. The weapon needed level 10 to equip and had a truly wicked, unique effect. The blade also had a unique effect. All of Feng's attacks now carried a toxin. 3 seconds after a hit, it dealt extra damage equal to 50% of the first attack. Feng checked and saw he was only 10,000 experience points shy of his class progression, so he decided to grind out the rest by murking the mobs in the area with the instant shadow cut. He cleared them all out, no sweat, even the ones that tried to bail, and finally hit the requirements for the progression. When the process kicked off, this golden energy just wrapped around him, and the system confirmed the class promotion from tier 0 to 1. With that, his stats got a huge glow up. Strength and constitution went from 3 to 9, agility rocketed from 8 to 24, and spirit jumped from 5 to 15. His passives got buffed, too. The duration of his stealth was doubled, and now he could use other abilities without breaking it. His stealth level also went up by 2, and attacks from outside an enemy's line of sight now dealt triple damage instead of double. Feng realized the progression had literally tripled his base stats. What a beauty. Even crazier was the ability to activate stealth while he was already times in stealth, which basically meant he could stay permanently invisible if he managed his timer right. With the triple damage, the shadow class was already broken, for sure the GOAT in the game. Then, out of nowhere, a system notification popped up for Feng, buddy, warning that 7 players in Shanghai had hit level 10. Right after, another announcement said the teleportation portal to the abandoned continent of the gods would open in 10 minutes, but only for players who met some secret conditions. A sec later, a leaderboard popped up on his screen. At the very top, in first place, was Feng, obviously. He was followed by some female player named Grey Rose in second, with Weimig and his crew in third. Fourth place was just a bunch of randos. Feng was kinda surprised, He hadn't expected so many players in Shanghai to have already hit level 10. The weirdest part was the leaderboard was just littered with names he knew. He remembered that in his past life, the top spots were all dominated by foreign players. Looks like him selling all that gear and those skill books started making some serious waves. He wondered how the world was gonna change from here, and was actually pretty stoked to see it happen. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the whole operation to rescue the players ganked by Zhang Industries was going pretty friggin' smooth. The cops had arrested a bunch of the group's higher-ups. An officer reported that most of them were in cuffs. But 3 of the top dogs were still jacked into the game, their bodies in a full-on immersion state. Since they couldn't just pull the plug, the officer asked what the play was, The commander ordered them to get in touch with an agent named Yu inside the game. The mission was for her to find the suspects and basically force them to log out, so they could be arrested for real. He laid out the plan. Even if the criminals were hiding in safe zones, they'd have to come out for grub eventually. The second they did, they'd be nabbed. The officer was thinking about how much they owed Shadow. He didn't just give them the lowdown on Zhang Industries, but he also gave them a heads up about how sketchy the game was. They were talking about how the game's powers could be brought into the real world. If they'd waited even a little bit longer, the head of Zhang Industries and his cronies could have hit level 10 and started busting out those abilities, which would have caused a hectic number of deaths. There were already reports of small-scale skirmishes and beefs in a bunch of countries with thousands of casualties. The commander added that, on the flip side, Most of the government players they sent into the game had also cracked level 10, mostly cause of the gear and skill books that Shadow hooked them up with. He wrapped it up by saying Shadow was a super important asset for the country, and they needed to give her and do whatever it took to make sure he stayed on their side. Meanwhile, back in the game, Feng was just strolling towards the teleportation portal. That girl from before slid into his DMs, all surprised that he's the type to put his neck on the line to protect people. She said she really looked up to him for that. Feng was a bit like, "Say what now?" at her comment. She explained that the city officials had dropped an emergency news report. Apparently, the Duxiank industry and Song Fei were kidnapping, locking up, and straight up zeroing other players. The report claimed that's why Feng clapped not just Song Fei, but also Zhang Li, the head honcho of the whole industry. Hearing this, Feng figured the authorities were just spinning a yarn to make future team-ups easier. He then asked her if she'd managed to find Dongfeng's real-life location yet. She replied that Dongfeng hadn't logged out of the game yet, but promised to ping him the second he did. As he got closer to the portal, Feng zoned in on what was actually important. His main quest right now was to get to the abandoned continent of the gods. He noticed a boatload of people were using the city portal, but nobody had managed to get into the portal to the continent. Nobody, that is, except for him. Feng walked into the portal and the system confirmed the transfer. Up until then, all the starting cities were basically the tutorial level. Reaching the abandoned continent was the real start of the game. For real, for real. Nearby, some players saw the portal light up, but they didn't see anyone go in and were fully bamboozled about what just happened. One of them guessed it had to be Shadow, the player who's famous for using stealth for, like, breathing. Another player was like, "No chance, buddy," saying he had a level 2 anti-stealth skill and didn't see squat. Someone else then figured that just meant Shadow's stealth level was already higher than 2. At that exact moment, Feng touched down on the abandoned continent of the gods. He's like, "Holy smokes, I know this place from his past life, a massive, empty zone that looks like a total ghost town. Feng's all, this is sketchy, it looks exactly like Zhang City." He's remembering that when noobs first spawn on the continent, they just appear in the rubble of their own hometowns. The layout of these ruins is a carbon copy of the real-world cities, a total mind-bender no one ever cracked. But while Feng's off in La La Land, he's getting death-stared by a pair of glowing red eyes. Out of the shadows behind him, sometimes creature time starts slinking up, finally picking up on the sketchy vibes. Feng whips around and is face-to-face with this wicked four-eyed worm thingy. The thing lunges at, like, light speed, but our boy's got killer reflexes. Feng smashes his ghost shadow blur skill, dodging the attack like it was a joke. Without even flinching, he claps back with an instant shadow slash, and the monster gets absolutely yeeted from existence in one hit. The system's all, "Nice one, you just smoked a level 1 earth trembler." But before Feng can even breathe, 2 more of these hosers show up. He launches himself into the air to dodge, activating his Grace of Relief skill. On his way down, he nails him with another instant shadow slash, and his lightning-fast attacks just poof both monsters. No sweat. As their bodies dissolve into loot, Feng's thinking, "Geez, on this god-forsaken continent, there are 0 chill zones like in the starter towns. Monsters are just roaming everywhere, ready to getcha at any moment. But, like, if a player finds a hidden shelter in the ruins, they can claim it as their own fort, and if they're strong enough, they can pretty much run the whole area." Then, Feng has a massive brain blast. The best shelter in Upper Zhang City was in the northwest, in the exact same spot as his old guild's HQ, God Slain. So Feng books it over there, trying to call dibs on the spot before anyone else. A couple hours later, another squad spawns on the abandoned continent. It's Wong Ming's crew. Feng's just staring at the scenery, while Wong Ming points out the whole zone looks like a trashed modern city. Feng figured it might be the ruins of Zhanghai City and pointed to a massive tower as proof. Little Hay was like, "For real, that tower's built the exact same." Then Feng started looking around for Shadow, cause word on the street was, "He teleported here." Little Shrek's like, "That's useless. Buddy, he's probably invisible." Then boom, 2 Earth Trembler monsters ambush them out of nowhere. Wong Ming charges in with his shield to take the hit, yelling at the squad to wake up. Little Snowy casts her spiritual protection on Wong Ming to boost his defense. The buff on top of the shield lets him just soak up the attack and even reflect some damage back at the monsters. She gives him a heal after, reminding everyone the mobs here hit way harder than in the starter zone. The squad's archer then lets his binding arrow fly, which turns into a magic rope and completely ties up the two monsters. The archer's yelling, "Let's go." Meanwhile, Plun is charging up a huge fireball, a real beaut, and just chucks it at the trapped mobs. The attack completely obliterates both of them, and they burst into a pile of items. Plun and the archer are doing a little victory jig. Wang Ming tells Little Snowy to send her owl out for a look-see. She does a quick sweep over the ruins and reports back that there are monsters absolutely everywhere, and their little scuffle basically just invited a whole mob over for dinner. And to top it all off, she found absolutely no safe spots anywhere nearby. The whole crew starts to freak out a bit. The archer starts complaining that this continent is basically a hardcore survival mode. Plun suggests Little Snowy use the owl to find Shadow, since he can't be far off. But the search comes up with nothing, not a single other player. Just when they thought they were totally hooped, she spots something odd to the northwest, a whole bunch of loot just glowing way out there. She realizes that has to be from Shadow. With the monster horde getting closer, she tells everyone to follow the trail of items. Since all the monsters in that direction were already taken out, it'd be the safest way to get to him. Wong Ming gets the squad hyped, reminding them to stick together because they're gonna have to fight on the retreat. In another part of the ruins, Feng was completely mobbed by earth-shaking monsters. He pops his instantaneous dark slash and just clears them all out in one go, not even needing the graceful blessing buff. Feng sees his skill alone is hitting for like 20 to 30,000 damage, which is massive overkill for these losers. For him, this place is an absolute dream for grinding. He finally gets to his destination, the hideout. Feng knows that deep beneath these ruins is a huge underground palace, a secret no one clued into until way later in his past life. He remembers the place had over 1,000 restrooms and dozens of massive halls. It was the biggest hideout in all of Zhonghai City and became the headquarters for his old guild, God's Lair. The place was an underground fortress crawling with robot monsters and some seriously jacked up guardian bosses. The bigger the base, the tougher the bouncers. Stepping inside, Feng gets hit with a major wave of deja vu. After starting God's Lair, he made 3 elite squads with 18 fully geared members, all at level 15. Even with all that power, they barely managed to take the place. But this time, it's a completely different ballgame. Feng goes even deeper into the ruins and the system confirms he's at the hideout. The hallways were swarming with weird-looking monsters. A system alert flashes. You have entered the land of pure souls, and Feng is locked in. He's about to take this entire place on his own. The system tells him that if he can wreck the area's guardian, the whole territory is his. All of a sudden, the monsters lock onto him. Each one looked different, and they all start rushing him. Without a second thought, Feng pulls out his plague blade. They were level 12 golden tears, just small elemental spirits, but you can't underestimate them. He instantly activates his unique skill, Darkest Moment, and throws the whole area into total darkness. With the monsters completely blind, Feng just goes wild with instantaneous dark slash, tearing through them like they're nothing. With every swing, the mobs just exploded into loot. Since they couldn't see him, he got the stealth attack bonus. Even his regular attacks were one-hitting these low-level scrubs. In, like, 2 seconds, the hall was covered in shiny loot. He'd killed 15 monsters, but that was just one hallway. The land of pure souls had dozens more, plus over 1,000 small rooms. This was going to be a huge job. Sizing up the situation, Feng figured that with this many monsters and this much loot, by the time he cleared the place out, he'd have enough points to evolve his daily hand skill again. He also clued in that the Earth Guardian would only show up after he'd taken out every single monster from all the areas. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a couple of players use a teleporter and get beamed to the abandoned continent of the gods. When they land, they're completely stunned. The guy's looking around, his eyes wide open, and asks if this is actually the legendary continent. The girl says the place looks sort of familiar. Right in front of them were the ruins of New York, with the Statue of Liberty all smashed to bits, and they weren't alone. Other players started to realize the same thing. The ruins they spawned in were of real-world cities. The wrecked landscape of Mountain City, the ruins of London, everything was a perfect match. The guy wondered if each squad was being sent to the ruins of their own city. The girl took it a step further, asking if the map of the ruins was the same as the real worlds. While they were having this major think tank session, a giant shadow fell over them. They turned around and just froze on the spot. Giant monsters were staring them down. They instantly started freaking out. The guy screamed to run, but it was way too late. The monsters attacked without hesitation, and the two of them were wiped out instantly. Back in Jianghai City, the area was just covered in loot after a huge fight. So Wong Ming and his crew were just hanging out nearby, trying to take a breather. He was like, let's just keep a low profile while there are no monsters around, eh? Yu, still totally geeking out, was pretty much fangirling over Shadow. She admitted that before, she thought their squad was the real deal, tough enough to survive on this brutal continent. But honestly, all they could do was hide from monsters, totally terrified. Wong Ming told her to can it, and she went bright red and was like, sorry, my bad. Aeroplan, meanwhile, was completely unbothered. She was just zeroed in on all the loot lying on the ground. She was all like, guys, we are so wicked lucky. If Shadow hadn't basically torched this whole area and wiped out all the mobs, they'd be total goners, for sure. Still, she had this one nagging thought. What even happens if you get iced here, with no safe zone on the whole continent? Like, where do you even respawn? While Guishi was scoping the area with her owl, Wong Ming was like, okay, let's hold up a sec on exploring for now. The group was only 6 of them, and he figured it was way smarter to wait till everyone hit level 10 to tackle this place together. Which, like, fair enough. Guishi kept following the trail of goodies Shadow left, but then she noticed something a bit sketchy. The trail just, like, vanished. Like Shadow straight up dipped into another dimension. She also saw that a ton of the gear was super high-end, some of it was even gold tier, and she was absolutely buzzing to snag it. Wang Ming, getting curious, decided to hit up Shadow's DMs, asking if he even wanted the gear. To him, it just made more sense for the crew to hoover everything up and pay him back in lifetime points based on how unreal the gear was. At that exact moment, Feng was still way in the back of the hideout, just straight up immersing elemental spirits like it was just another Tuesday, surrounded by a mountain of loot. He realized he'd just cleared another little room. All by himself, he took down more than 400 mobs, which included 4 bronze bosses and 2 silver ones. This whole grind got him over 80,000 experience points, and his evolution points hit 205. He was only 5 points shy of being able to evolve his S-hand skill again. And that's when Wang Ming's message pops up. He explained they'd found a whole whack of items and asked if they could just scoop him up and pay him back with lifetime points. Feng was a bit rattled that Wang Ming's team was already chillin' on the abandoned continent of the gods. He told them to just chill out, and he'd buzz them later. He also mentioned he had a whole pile of gear he was looking to sell. Wong Ming was good with that and said they'd wait in some beat-up bunker nearby at coordinates 89, 5, 5, 4. Back in the room, since Feng had immersed every last mob, the zone's big cheese started to spawn in. A blue energy swirled in the center of the hall, materializing into this absolute unit cracklin' with lightning. The system flagged the creature as the solitary Purifier, a level 15 platinum grade monster. The system also gave him the lowdown that if Feng beat it, he'd be the new top dog of the place, the land of pure souls. Feng had a massive flashback about this monster. It was the gnarliest dude in the whole city, both in level and in grade. In his past life, the solitary Purifier had a crazy 750,000 health points, split into 3 phases. Back then, even the best players kitted out in full gold gear could barely take 1 zap from it. But now, oh buddy, how the tables have turned. With his current power level, Feng knew he wouldn't even have to bother blocking. He was just gonna absolutely clown this thing. He started the throwdown with an instant dark strike, landing a flurry of hits. The solitary Purifier's health bar barely even budged. Next up, Feng went for a lethal strike right to the monster's neck, taking a huge chunk out of its health. Once its HP dropped into the second phase, the solitary Purifier started charging up a move, a lightning arrow that unleashed a whole lightning storm from the ceiling. Using his wicked speed, Feng bobbed and weaved through the attacks like a beaut. He knew that with his current electrical resistance, getting hit by even one of those bolts would be an instant trip back to square one. There was zero room for error. Against platinum or higher bosses, all their attacks came with, like, auto-aim. This meant the boss's accuracy got a massive boost, bypassing a normal 75% dodge rate. While most mobs only had a 25% chance to even lay a finger on Feng, a boss like the Purifier's hit rate shot up to at least 50%. Even so, with his 182 agility points and a speed of over 40 meters a second, He could dodge most of the attacks as long as he kept his head on a swivel. In his past life, he was wrangling a whole guild for this scrap, and they barely squeaked by on priest shields and a prayer. But this time, he was running the show. Feng dropped a massive hit, dead set on not giving the Purifier of Souls a single second to even think about fighting back. The combo of his gift of liberation, Dark Strike, and the plague-bearing blade shredded a beauty 250,000 hit points off the monster. With that, the Guardian flipped into its second phase and, right on cue, popped its invincibility bubble, glowing with some seriously sketchy, out-of-control energy. 3 huge lightning orbs formed around its body. Feng knew this phase like the back of his hand and knew he had to yeet those orbs, like yesterday. If he didn't, the Guardian would go full-on beast mode, and not even he could handle that kind of gong show. Feng remembered the absolute horror show from his past life when his crew got totally smoked by the Purifier in rage mode. The worst part was seeing his sister after they lost, telling him with full-on waterworks that she didn't want to fight anymore. That's why the next time he challenged the boss, he left her behind, and he actually dusted it on the first try. Snapping back to it, he locked onto the lightning orbs and hucked a poison dart. He nailed one of them, explaining that any damage the orbs took went straight to the boss's HP. He hucked another dart, shattering the second one, and then lined up the last one. When the third orb went kaboom, the Purifier of Souls health bar tanked into the red. The Guardian let out this wicked roar and started spamming a huge lightning explosion in every direction. This was it, the third and final phase, where lightning was just non-stop coming down all over the battlefield. Feng stayed totally chill and dialed in. In his past life, it took a whole crew with electrical resistance, 4 priests, and a pile of healers just to not get insta-zapped in this phase. This time, he didn't need any of that. The bolts were only hitting the floor, so Feng just yeeted himself up to the ceiling, dodging the whole mess down below. He popped the Dark Light Shield and the Gift of Liberation. Storms on the ground? Whatever, bud. He'd just fight from the sky. Using Shadow Cut, Feng blitzed the boss and finished her off. After it was dead, he hopped back down to the ground. A system window popped up, telling him he'd iced the platinum-level Soul Purifier. For a reward, he dinged level 11, got 4 points for his main stats and 10 freebie points to spend. On top of that, he also scored 20 evolution points and 15 to 20 days of tradable lifespan. Feng was pretty friggin' stoked. He snagged the world's first takedown of a platinum-level boss, earning 10 reputation points and becoming the new king of the hallowed grounds. He knew this hideout he'd just conquered was a way bigger deal than just some in-game flex. A hideout wasn't just a shelter, it could literally be yanked into the real world. This was super important, because when the game finally crashes into reality, real-world weapons start to rust out. Big-time stuff, like nukes, become totally useless, and tanks and jets are gonna be just glorified paperweights. Future scraps would be all about your in-game skills. A hideout brought into the real world would create a magic, defensive bubble, making it a proper safe zone. Feng thought about this for a sec and then dipped from the area. He remembered that his old crew, Godslayer, had used this exact spot as a base to grind. Despite the good memories, he also saw a whole lot of drama and backstabbing. With that in mind, he was more dialed in than ever. This time, he wasn't gonna make the same screw-ups. He was gonna go solo and grind his way to the top. Somewhere else, things were a total gong show. During a fight, Xiao Yu's friend hit the deck to dodge a hit and screamed at her to move it. She, however, completely froze up, and the monster's axe literally split her in 2. Xiao Yu respawned back in the city with a system notification. She'd croaked, losing 14 years of non-tradable life and 2 days of tradable life. Totally rattled from getting iced. Again, she heard her friend start going off on her. He was fuming, calling her a total hoser and questioning how she could possibly miss such an obvious dodge. Xiao Yu, totally cheesed off, shot back that he was the tank, and if he wasn't holding the boss's aggro right, how was she supposed to dodge anything? So the argument totally blew up, and he just starts chirping her again before dipping on the party. Xiao Yu's other bud absolutely loses her mind when she sees the tank bailed, starts screaming for a carry cause the boss was now on them. A bit later, she respawns back in the city too. Super stressed, she's like, Xiao Yu, maybe we should just grind some easy mobs for a bit, cause she's sketched out about her timer getting low. Xiao Yu's just quiet, deep in thought. Then, bam, a system alert goes off. Some player named Shadow from Jenge just got the world's first takedown on a platinum tier boss, nabbing 10 rep points. and like, everyone's eyeballs just snapped to the system window, totally spazzing. Deadass, it was buck wild that some rando soloed a platinum boss when most players were still figuring out how to leave the starter zone. The name Shadow was living rent-free in everyone's heads, and they were all like, who times this guy? Like, the flex was absolutely legendary. Most players hadn't even seen a gold tier mob, so Xiao Yu was just proper confused, wondering why everyone else was so nerfed. She could barely take down a silver boss, so she was shook thinking about how Shadow just clapped a platinum one. Meanwhile, back at the hideout, Feng started hoovering up the lifespan orbs. After wrecking the soul purifier, he hit level 11. He knew that every level past 10 gave him 4 points to all his stats plus 10 freebies, so my guy just yeeted everything into agility, obviously. With that cracked agility and his perm invis, he could basically mop the floor with these massive bosses without even getting a scratch. On top of that, he scored an extra 100 storage slots. Feng blew 210 evolution points, with 15 to spare, to juice up his greedy hand skill from epic to legendary. With this, the chance for an extra drop was boosted to a bonkers 500%, and that extra drop had a 100% chance of getting a level up. The skill also gave him a passive bonus, 100 greedy storage slots. He then used Greedy Hand to yoink all the loot, scoring 5 extra rewards and another 100 evolution points, bringing his total to 115. His level was still kinda low-key, so he stashed the high-tier gear in his hideout storage for later. Proper stoked with his 115 leftover Evo points, Feng started upgrading his other skills. He dumped 42 points to get Dark Stealth to the epic level, which jacked its duration to 60 seconds, buffed the stealth break attack to between 300 and 500 damage, and slashed the cooldown to just 15 seconds. Next up, he spent 34 points to get Backstab enhancement to epic, boosting the damage bonus to a sweet 75%. Finally, he used a measly 6 points to evolve Darkest Moment to epic. The skill now flashbanged every mob in a 50-meter radius. The base effect lasted for 16 seconds, though it was a bit nerfed on enemies with high spirit stats. To cap it all off, he spent 33 evolution points to push Curse of Flourishing all the way to legendary. Now, the skill could be used on a player's corpse up to 60 seconds after they got clapped, hoovering up any life juice left in the target and whatever was scattered around. Anyone hit by this curse was just deleted from existence. For real, Buddy was actually shook when he realized he could slurp up non-tradable lifespan. He remembered that in high-level zones and boss arenas, your lifespan drains way faster, and it always eats the non-tradable stuff first. Snowy slid into Feng's DMs to gas him up for being the first to deck a platinum boss. She was like, I've got some wicked news. The Sage of the East had just logged off. She'd also heard his whole crew was posted up at the Jin Man Hotel, and they'd bought a boatload of lifespan to turn into in-game power. So while the girl was sorting the loot, Feng gave her a shout. She was all, no worries, it's literally my job. She also added that he had to take down the Sage of the East anyway, or she was totally hooped. Feng just told her not to even sweat it and started stashing the gear. He checked and saw everything fit with, like, half the space still empty. That 100-slot backpack was a real beaut. He decided to find Wong Ming to flog everything. The second Plun saw Feng come back. She got super stoked and bolted towards him. But before she could get a glomp in, Feng put a hand up, full talk to the hand mode, and just cut to the chase. He laid it out bare. He sets the price, take it or leave it, same as always. He explained that over 30 of the items were just common or bronze junk, so he'd cut him a bit of a deal. The final price was 950 days of lifespan. Yu just grinned and said, bet. They'd already guesstimated the last haul was around 1,000 days, so to make it easy, they'd just float him 2,000 days for everything. Feng was like, whoa, hold up there, bud. This batch had silver, gold, asterisk, and times platinum gear in it, worth a whopping 18,000 days of tradable lifespan. She pulled up the trade window and her jaw just hit the floor. She could not believe her peeper's legit platinum level equipment was in there. For real? She only had one measly piece of gold gear herself and figured only some absolute unit of a player would ever sell stuff this good. Totally jazzed, she realized this would put Shanghai City's growth into overdrive, and she thanked Feng. He was just like, it's all good, we're helping each other out, eh? Plun, looking all sketched out, asked Feng how he had so much inventory space, and then straight up asked if he was the legendary Dawn Man King. Feng just figured their packs were probably chock-a-block. He gave him a hot tip. There was a stairwell under the statue in the middle of the ruins that led to a portal back to the starter city. As he started to bounce, he made sure to mention that the first trip through the portal would cost them 500 days of lifespan. He warned them that return trips were free, but they should really noodle on it. And with that, he was gone. You just smirked and pointed after him. She was like, "Told you so. He's gotta be a reborn player. It's the only way he'd know all this secret sauce." Seeing her act so chuffed with herself, Wong Ming got all flustered and asked the captain to take a chill pill, saying she was kind of freaking him out. She went red as a beet and was like, "What would you guys even think if I tried to shoot my shot with Feng?" Anyway, the second Feng bounced from the area, the system pinged him, asking if he wanted to cash in some tradable lifespan to yoink a skill into the real world. He was like, "Oh, heck yeah," and activated level sync and class advancement sync. The system told him he'd torched 27,000 days of lifespan and that both syncs were done. Feng was absolutely buzzing, cause now it was time to yoink those skills for keeps. He already had Dark Stealth at level 1, but he wanted to crank those numbers up and snag some other skills. So he spent 1,146 days to get Dark Stealth to level 10. After that, he went on a skill buying bender. Rear guard improvement for 900 days, Greedy Hand for a clean 1,000, Dark Lightning Strike for 3,200, Ghost Blur for 5,366, Bloom Curse for a steep 16,099, and Black Light Shield for 11,313. Once the sync was all done, he had 7,480 days of lifespan left in the tank. Gear was next on the list. He coughed up 3,600 days to pull out the concealment boots, and another 3,394 for the devotee's pendant. Both of them were gold tier. Feng twigged that the pendant didn't just lower his cooldowns, it also summoned a follower that would be basically unkillable in the real world. That's just busted. After going on that massive spending bender, he only had 486 days left. But the payoff was massive. His real-world power was now pretty much on par with his in-game character. He knew he still had to grind out more lifespan to get a full sync next time he logged off. A few minutes later, Feng's eyes snapped open in the real world. His first thought was that since his enemies knew where he lived, bouncing for a bit was probably the smart move. He knew that to yoink the Sanctuary of Soul Purification, he'd need over 1,300 times years times of lifespan, so for the time being, he'd have to find a place to crash for a bit. Feng decided to just use Greedy Hand and literally hoovered up his entire room. That skill's storage was a real beaut, packing up all his stuff with no sweat. He hopped out the window, grabbed his phone, and saw that Dong Fengxian was at the Jiangin Hotel, which was about 15 clicks away. He popped his invis, then hopped down from his flat to the street. Feng figured with his new speed, he could make it there in, like, 10 minutes, and started giving her through the night. A few minutes later, he rolled up to the hotel. Inside, a bunch of guys were having dinner. One guy was rambling on about how the game's skills and lifespan could actually affect the real world, which was a wicked opportunity for the Dongfeng family. He was gassing up Shan for starting a faction in the game, and Shan just played it cool, saying it was his duty. The grandfather, who was absolutely stoked, said he was super chuffed with Shan's progress. He explained that they'd bought a boatload of lifespan to get kitted out with gear and skills. The game plan was to get all the main family members to level 10 pronto to get a leg up and expand their power in the real world. And boom, just like that, the Dongfeng crew would be a proper force. Their whole build an empire shtick wouldn't just be some meme anymore. Shan's just glaring at his gramps, dead silent. Low-key, he straight up hates the old dude, who's like 1 foot in the grave but still thirsting for power and trying to live forever. So Xian's big brain plan was basically to snag Shadow, make him spill all the deets, and use him like a life expectancy cheat code. The second he hit number 1 on the leaderboard, he was gonna make sure everyone else got absolutely zeroed. Gramps then asks how the whole Get Shadow mission is coming along. Shan's all like, "No worries, bud. It's all good," saying he's got some solid girl on the case to figure out who this guy is. The old man is dead set they gotta grab him alive so he can basically be their family's golden goose, which would be a massive level up. Outside, Feng had already, permanently deleted the guards at the hotel door. He overheard them making a toast to the Dongfeng family forever, or some cheesy stuff like that. Feng was shook that these bougie families were moving this fast. He knew his own skills weren't a 100% guarantee for plot armor. Plus, he hadn't ported any of his gear into the real world. If a spicy metal pellet found its way to his ticker or his noggin, it'd be game over, instantly. So, playing it safe, Feng whips out his pendant and summons a minion, a loyal follower with some serious claws for getting up close and personal, and green fireballs for yeeting from a distance. He tells the creature to get in there and make sure no one's left to tell the tale. Feng knew that as a silver tier boss, his loyal follower was a total tank and could soak up a wicked amount of damage, even from guns. Oozing the chaos, the creature busts open the door with a massive roar. Someone screams for help, but instead of being a hero, Sean just bolts, doesn't even look back, his eyes just glowing with pure panic. Xian gets all serious, points at the thing and tells his security to light it up. He's in total denial, thinking it can't be a monster from the game, and just yells at them to open fire, like, right now. The bullets just ping off the devotee's dome, doing basically nothing. With one swipe, it unalives one guard and then shoves its claw right through another guy's chest. While this monster is just causing a total gong show with the party guests, Xian is literally sweating bullets. Then the creature turns to his Gramps, who starts screeching for help. And what does Xian do? Bails. Abandons ship without a second thought. All he's thinking is gotta escape, gotta log in, gotta be safe. Xian's thinking if he can just hit level 10 and port his skills. In real life, he'll be untouchable. But when he gets to the hotel entrance, guess who's just chilling there? Feng. Before he can even blink, Feng makes his move, and Xian's head goes for a little flight. As the, human ketchup starts spraying, Feng just turns and walks away, colder than a February night in Timmins. Xian's eyes are just full of pure, what the heck, as flowers start blooming from. Well, you know, this new garden will apparently help ease the stress in future rage zones, which is wild. A minute later, someone at the hotel hears the ruckus and calls the cops. The body was totally changed, letting Feng stroll right into the room. Yep, the body was now a full-on flower arrangement. Feng's like, yup, this blooming curse ability is seriously OP. Not only did it clean up the mess, deleting the bodies and any, red stains, but it also yoinked all of Xian's lifespan. And with that, his non-tradable life bar stacked up to 2,027 years, which would definitely take the edge off when Feng was in the room. And the body? Poof. Just flowers. Like, totally just a bunch of flowers. Seriously? Nothing but flowers. You wouldn't believe it. Just flowers. It was a legit botanical garden where a dude used to be. Not even kidding. Just petals and stems. So yeah, Feng just waltzed into the room. No problem. Because, again, the body was just a floral explosion. All flowers. The evidence? A lovely bouquet, bud. Feng's just inside now, probably admiring the, decor. Which, I cannot stress this enough, was a human-shaped pile of flowers. Just so many freaking flowers. Did I mention the flower thing? Because the body was 100% flowers now. Like, a walking, talking, well, not anymore. Flower shop. Just a whole scene of floral carnage. It was all flowers, for crying out loud. I'm not sure you're getting this. There was no body, just a very suspicious-looking arrangement of tulips and roses. A whole meadow where a rich guy once stood. All flowers, all the time. The cleanup crew is gonna be so confused. Dispatch, we've got a horticulture incident over here? Because, you guessed it, the body was now a beautiful centerpiece. Nothing but flowers. At this point, I'm just impressed with the ability. Holy, talk about leaving no trace. Just a fragrant reminder of your enemies. It was seriously all flowers. Every last bit. Okay, I'm running out of ways to say this. He got turned into potpourri. A human potpourri. The whole room probably smelled amazing, which is messed up. All flowers. You could have picked him up and given him to your mum for Mother's Day. That's how much of a flower situation this was. Just a dude, AZ. All flowers. The cops show up, they're gonna need a botanist, not a coroner. Geez. 'Cause the victim bloomed. He straight up bloomed. Nothing left but pretty flowers. I wonder what kind of flowers they were. Probably something ironic, like bleeding hearts. Because the body was, for the last time, maybe, all flowers. A floral masterpiece, I guess. This is my life now. Just describing a guy who got rezoned as a garden. It was a total flower apocalypse. The body was gone. There were only flowers. What a gong show. So, yeah, the body became flowers. The whole thing just poof, petals everywhere. The dude was basically compost now, just a big old pile of flowers. He was redecorated into flowers. It's the new trend in interior design, I guess, villain-based floral arrangements. The entire corpse? Flowers. Honestly, it's a way to go. Better than most. He's fertilizer now, for a bunch of flowers. The body was just a memory and some daisies. The transformation to flowers was complete. No going back. He's one with nature now, I suppose, in the most literal, flowery way possible. And that's the story of how the body turned into flowers. The end. Finn. No more body, only flowers. Are we done with the flowers yet? Please, eh? Yo. The body literally turned into flowers. No word of a lie. The body turned into flowers. It actually became flowers. I'm not messing with you. The body turned into flowers. It's a whole garden now. The body turned into flowers. This is buck wild. The body turned into flowers. Seriously, the body turned into flowers. Okay, for real this time. The body turned into flowers. Wild, eh? The body turned into flowers. Okay, I get it. The body is a flower bed now. And get this. It juiced up the blade with some wicked dark power, causing elemental damage to all baddies within a 5-meter radius, and adding 500 attack points. The cooldown was a chill 5.7 seconds, and you had to be level 11 to use it. Feng was absolutely feeling it, cause this was the exact elemental damage skill he was jonesing for. Since his whole Shadow class gig was more about spirit than being a tank, his magic hits way harder than his melee, which, obviously, is why an elemental skill was a mint fit for him. Feng knew he had to just chuck all his points into spirit to max out this kind of damage. His stats were looking like 9 strength, 9 constitution, a wicked fast 24 agility, and 15 spirit. Feng decided to just yeet his evolution points to boost the skill straight to the epic level. He burned 6 points, leaving him with a solid 36. The Night Ring blade went through a whole glow up, from platinum to emerald, diamond, and finally, frickin' epic. The damage radius got buffed from 5 to 12 meters, and the bonus elemental attack jumped from 500 to 1300 points. The extra attack effect, which gave 30 attack points after getting dinged, Feng knew that was kinda weak sauce for mowing down mobs, to be honest. Shadow Cut only had a range of 5 meters, and it was a straight line skill, which is pretty brutal. The Night Ring blade, though, was a whole area of effect skill, way more clutch for when you're getting swarmed. The platinum level resentment leather armor gave 55 physical defense, 45 elemental resistance, 42 damage block, and a beauty 777 health points. The level requirement was 11. It also had that resentment effect, giving 30 attack points after taking a hit. Feng figured the effect was whatever, but the armor's defense and resistances were totally cracked. He decided to turf his old Ghost Fire leather armor for it and then started walking towards a giant door. If he hawked the, 20 pieces of junk he wasn't using anymore, he'd probably bank over 10,000 life days. Now that he could finally get into the tomb, he was hoping to find some decent materials, and if he was lucky, a mount. Meanwhile, somewhere completely random, a goblin just diced Xiao Yu and her friend clean in half. Their group wiped again, and this hoser starts going off on Xiao Yu. He called her useless, saying the only thing that grew was her height, not her brain. He blamed her for the team getting clapped again, whining that cause of her, he's only got 2 years of non-negotiable life left. He literally shoved her to the ground and threatened her not to even look at him at school, or he'd deal with her, buddy. Then the dude just rage quit. Her friend came over to help Xiao Yu up and invited her to her parents' city, saying she heard about a support group there for people who are, kinda garbage at the game. Xiao Yu was absolutely fuming, told her friend Yan Yan to go alone, and slammed the virtual door on her way out. Back in her room, still seeing red, she grabbed her phone and messaged some guy named Hanan, asking if he could help her level up. Hanan was like, for sure, but on one condition, she'd have to spend a night with him. He said he wanted to see how the school's girl handled her controller skills. Xiao Yu went ballistic, told him off, and said to get lost. But then her whole vibe just did a 180. With a sweet smile, she told Hanan she'd actually had a crush on him forever, but couldn't really date a player, cause her brother, Feng, was a total control freak. Now that she'd cut him off, they could finally be a thing. But my guy did not fall for that weak attempt, calling her an idiot and asking if her plan was to make him die of laughter. He pointed out that if she'd do her own brother dirty like that, what wouldn't she do to him down the road? Finally, he just told her to take a hike. So then she started sliding into other people's DMs. First up, she hit up the young master, Xiao Yu, inviting him over for some company and to help her level up. But he totally recognized her and just chirped her, flexing that he was now a platinum level talent drowning in DMs before telling her to get lost, buddy. Next, she shot her shot with Sister Ma, saying she was bored and waiting for her in the city. That response was just as brutal. He reminded her that everyone knew how she played Zhang Wei and threatened her with his new ability. Depressed and desperate, she cursed all of them, thinking that none of these guys could be trusted. She was spiraling, lamenting that she only had 2.5 years of non-negotiable life left and had absolutely no clue what to do. With her eyes all watery, she felt totally alone. She thought of Qin Feng, remembering that he would for sure never ghost her like this. He'd probably have some 5 to 100 IQ play to fix this, and she had to find him to see if she was right. It was already dark out when she showed up at Qin Feng's apartment. For a hot second, she imagined walking in, finding Qin Feng, dropping a few nice words as an apology, and he'd just forgive her. But almost immediately, she was like, as if she hadn't actually done anything wrong. Like, for real, why should she be the one saying sorry? She paused before knocking, telling herself that eating a little humble pie was just a temporary debuff. First, she'd fake being sorry so he'd help her out. She was sure he'd say yes, since he was the one person who'd cared about her the most since they were kids. A little smirk crept onto her face. As soon as she leveled up and fixed her whole life expectancy crisis, she was gonna ghost him so hard he'd think he was a ghost himself. Happy with her master plan, she knocked on the door and called out for Qin Feng. No answer. She tried again, yelling to ask if he was asleep and announcing that she was back. Her voice started to sound desperate, basically begging him to open the door. Furious, she went full-on beast mode and kicked the door clean off its hinges, but then just froze. When she looked inside, the room, the bed, table, clothes, everything was gone. She spammed his phone, but it went straight to voicemail. She had no idea where the guy had gone. At that exact moment, deep inside the tomb of Rancor, Qin Feng was just farming and deleting every single monster in sight. Pretty soon, he made it to the end of the tomb. He summoned a devout follower, thinking about how he'd murked over 200 trash mobs and a bunch of bronze and silver tier bosses on the way, which got him crazy close to hitting level 12. Right in front of him was the final coffin. He knew that cracking this thing open would spawn the tomb's final boss, and he was really hoping it would be at least platinum level. He started to push the coffin. His eyes were glued to it when something super sketchy happened. Some seriously messed up energy started seeping into his body through his eyes and mouth. The system pinged him. His devout follower just got deleted. Qin Feng realized it was the Death Miasma, a freaking gold level boss. He cursed his luck, knowing this boss was basically a ghost with no physical form, so physical attacks were useless. He remembered from his past life that some keener had let this boss out, and it ended up spreading and causing a massive wipe at a base nearby. Getting possessed by it was basically a one-way ticket to the graveyard, unless you had a buddy to help clear the debuff, or if you were one of the few classes with invincibility skills. The guy's eyes lit up with some serious focus. The Blade of the Dark Night Ring, that new skill he just snagged, it dealt straight-up magic damage. The corpse flower thing let him see the creature's real body hiding inside the toxic fog. Using his dagger, Feng went to town on the body, and a system pop-up appeared, telling him he'd smoked the Golden Tear, the hidden boss of the toxic fog. Feng knew this boss's power was clearly way above platinum level, even though it was listed as gold grade with only gold level rewards. Thank goodness the Blade of the Dark Night Ring he just learned dealt magic damage. The corpse turned into lifetime, and Feng used his greedy hand ability to yoink the orb. After all that work, he was expecting some golden tier gear, but instead, he got a rare item called the Mount Bell, which totally caught him off guard. Feng was stoked to finally get a mount. This was proof that the legendary luck of the Linny Spiral wasn't just some rumor. The system laid it out. The Mount Bell, Ghost Knight Wolf, summons a level 11 creature. It could fight and be ridden, but it required the user to also be level 11. The second he used the item, it clicked for Feng. The Ghost Knight Wolf had a wicked fast cooldown. Its triple charge lets it pounce on a target 3 times. A. Each hit smacks for 255 Constitution, 135 Spirit, and 191 Agility. Plus, the mount levels up with you, so it just keeps getting beefier. But, if you trade the bell, the poor thing gets reset right back to level 1, which is a total bummer. The skills are absolutely cracked, though. Charge gives you a 245% speed boost when you're riding it. Out for a rip. Night Path is bonkers at night. The mount just goes full-on stealth mode. Attacking breaks it, obviously, but it slaps on an extra 120 damage and has a 60-second cooldown. And that triple charge again? It's a 3-hit combo, with each hit dealing 267 extra physical damage on a 12-second cooldown. So deadly. Then there's Wolf's Howl, which juices all your buddies with extra attack, defense, and elemental resistance for 18 seconds on a 60-second cooldown. Feng was like, okay, this isn't just a mount, this is my battle buddy. That stealth ability alone was a massive dub. It was already dark by the time Feng dipped from the ruins on his new wolf, and he started spamming instant shadow cut to just rip through mobs. The whole time, he was power leveling his new mount. The plan was, after logging off, he'd boot over to Magic City to finally sort out Changxi and end that whole gong show for good. Feng cruised by the Jiangnan Coliseum, this huge zone with 2 underground floors just crawling with mobs, a beauty of a spot for grinding XP. The Ghost Knight Wolf, being an absolute unit, just scrambled up the Coliseum wall, which was packed with jacked creatures. Naturally, all the monsters immediately aggroed onto him. The wolf just launched itself, and Feng dove right with it into the thick of the mob pile. Totally in the zone, Feng started spamming instant shadow cut and just went to town on the monsters. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the ruins, Yu was busy one-shotting some random mob with her sword. The monster poofed into some loot, and she let out a sigh of relief. Her hanger-on, Yan, some department head's kid, starts clapping like a seal. He's totally hyping her up about her DPS, going on about how the Dragon Swordsman class is OP and how Yu is, like, his dream girl or something. Super cringy. She just rolls her eyes like, buddy, it was a level 8 golden boss. Take a chill pill. He got all defensive, saying he's too honorable to cheese a boss with piddly damage, and even claimed he soloed a platinum boss. Then Mo Nian praises her, but totally throws shade at Shadow's achievement, saying he's just some sneaky assassin who probably cheesed the boss to death. According to Mo Nian, that kind of playstyle is for hosers and will never get you on the leaderboard. He was feeling pretty smug, thinking Yu would be easy to manipulate since she didn't have any big connections. So Yu just claps back, asking if a mid-archer like him wasn't basically the poster child for taking forever to chip away at a boss's health bar. Mo Nian gets all defensive again, claiming he's too honorable to cheese a boss. Then he starts spreading some sus rumors, saying he heard Feng has a garbage personality and is an actual killer in real life. Mo Nian's genius idea? He knows a police hunter with level 3 anti-stealth and wants to set a trap to dox Feng and get him on a short leash. He's arguing that a guy like Feng is a liability unless he's on their side. Otherwise, you get more fiascos like what happened with Song Fei and Zhongli. He basically called them useless for not having high enough anti-stealth to keep him in check. What a total hoser, this Mo Nian guy. They had to lay it out for him. He had the whole situation backwards. It wasn't Feng asking them to clean up his gong shows, they were the ones cleaning up after him. They had to clean up Feng's trail to make sure they could all work together and their goals lined up. They reminded him of Feng's flexes, world first solo kills on a golden boss and a platinum boss. But Mo Nian, clearly salty, just kept insisting Feng was nothing but a squishy assassin. He couldn't believe they couldn't control him with matching anti-stealth and called them useless again. Mo Nian was so offended, someone dared to question him. He turned to Yu and was like, watch this, I'm about to end Feng's whole career and snag him. He actually said that when he pulls it off, she'll be on her knees begging for his forgiveness. Just brutal. Anyway, Wong Ming changed the subject and asked Yu about the boss loot. She listed off a gold priest item, a silver piece, and a silver skill book. Then it hit her. Feng was always selling stacks of gold and platinum gear. She wondered just how many bosses he'd farmed, or if his special talent was just insane RNG with treasure chests. Wang Meng then admitted he was sketched out by that Jonan restaurant case where the Dongfang family got smoked. He basically theorized that Feng was behind it and questioned if they should even be helping him anymore. Wong Ming confessed he couldn't get a read on Feng's vibe and was worried he might be a legit killer in real life. Yu knew the higher-ups were taking the case super seriously and were already connecting the dots to Feng. But even with all that, she guaranteed she was still going to team up with him. She said that even if the suits refused to handle the fallout, she'd do it herself with her own lifetime units. They were just gobsmacked by the sheer number of dead Isaacs. There had to be hundreds of them. Like, with a guy this OP, who wouldn't have his back? Just then, some lackey runs up to them. He reports they found an arena up ahead where every single mob was cleared out, bodies friggin' everywhere. The guy had no idea what kind of crew would be strong enough to pull that off. Yu looked totally stoked and decided they had to check out the arena, which just left Wang Meng even more scrambly. When they got to the Shanghai Coliseum, the ground was just littered with lifetime units. They were absolutely gobsmacked by the number of dead Isaacs, we're talking hundreds. It made them wonder what kind of OP crew could have pulled this off. Yu was 100% sure it was Feng's handiwork and said they should go find him. Mo Nian, of course, questioned how she could be so sure. Yu just replied that it was simple logic. Feng was number 1 on the leaderboard, and their crew was right behind him. Since there was no way they could pull this off, it had to be Feng. Mo Nian, absolutely fuming, claimed he could do the same thing with his invisibility. It would just take him longer. Yu completely ignored his whining and messaged Feng, figuring he must have a boatload of extra gear and skill books after a massacre like this, so she offered to buy the whole shebang. Mo Nian was shook. Then, out of nowhere, Feng just appears on his wolf right behind Mo Nian, who literally jumps and lands on his keister. Captain Yu, meanwhile, was totally geeking out and asked Feng where he scored the sweet mount. He explained it was thanks to the coordinates Plun hooked him up with. Hearing his name, Plun got all flustered and was like, "Buddy, you didn't have to put me on blast." Feng then turned to Captain Yu with a deal. She could take all the loot on the ground as a package deal, usual conditions, plus 55 evolution points. He was pretty chill about it, saying the co-op was totally optional if she wasn't feeling it. And while they were chatting, Mo Nian was just over there, absolutely seething. Feeling completely clowned by Feng, he swore he'd make every single one of them pay. Meanwhile, Feng just kept cruising through the ruins on his wolf. The system pinged he'd already hit level 13. Under him on the leaderboard, at level 10, were Justicia Implacable, Wan Meng, Goblin Negro, and Grandes Mentiras. Feng was sitting on 245 years of tradable lifespan and had 255 evolution points. He was super stoked because clearing that arena also got him a gold tier skill book. The book was for a skill called Silent Camouflage. It let you go full-on perma-invis as long as you were standing stock still and not attacking. Plus, the first attack you land coming out of that state gets a bonus 300 points of penetration damage. Absolutely disgusting. Alright, so this skill had a brutal 120-second cooldown and you had to be level 13. Feng figured out that it wasn't just a health boost. It was like a times health times boost. You know, the skill went on a wicked glow-up, from emerald to diamond and then full-on epic. It's called Maximife, for real. Paired with the game's God mode, he could literally just peace out. Poof. Gone. So he was like, Ferda, and just chucked 11 evolution points to get the book to epic. Watch that skill go from gold to platinum, then emerald, diamond, and finally, the big kahuna, epic. What a journey, After that glow-up, the bonus damage from his sneaky little stab attack rocketed to a ridiculous 800, and the cooldown dropped to a minute flat. He was on a heater, so he figured he'd juice up his other skills too. First up, he tossed 34 points to get Poison Dart to epic. Another wicked transformation, emerald, diamond, and boom, epic. Its max range got buffed to 20 meters and the damage per hit was cranked to 400, plus it slapped on a poison that did 100% damage per second for 5 seconds, but you couldn't stack it, which is a bit of a ripoff. Then, my dude went absolutely feral and dropped 200 points to get graceful release to Mythic. From Legendary to Mythic, the weak point bonus jumped to 300%, and the damage multiplier on weak spots straight up doubled. Activating it now triggered the throat cut effect, dealing 200% damage a second for 3 seconds. And the cooldown? Just 15 seconds. That's just nuts. Feng was seriously vibing. You know, Mythic skills are just built different. Now, like, basically every single one of his hits was gonna find a weak spot. He grabbed his necklace, the pendant of deceit, and was like, "You're up next, bud." This platinum-grade bling gave him 45 physical attack, 20 strength, and 20 constitution, but you had to be level 13. It also had a unique buff that cranked his stealth to level 4, which meant literally no one at this point in the game could even see him coming. On top of that, he had the Golden Tears Veil of Shadows, an item giving 5 constitution, 5 spirit, and a beauty 32% evasion. All told, his total dodge rate was a bonkers 83%. Then, from out of the blue, a little explosion goes off nearby. Feng pauses to see what's going on. He turns around and, holy hoser, a massive boss just spawns right in. Its arms were just chains with these ridiculously sharp blades on the end, all made of some gnarly-looking steel. He's thinking, who was the absolute keener that let this thing out of its cage? Feng remembered from his past life that this exact boss showed up in the Shanghai ruins. The hunt for it got, like, 4,000 people absolutely dusted. Turns out, the monster was the guardian of the sanctuary, the second biggest safe zone in the ruins. His whole plan was to take out another target before this boss. But whatever, the boss was already here, so he was like, alright, let's have a go. Feng and his wolf yeeted themselves to the top of a building. Down below, the boss started doing this wild Beyblade thing with her arms and just shredded all the players nearby. She clapped one player, and everyone else figured out way too late they were completely hooped. She just kept swinging her blade arms and deleted the rest of the squad. Feng's just watching these hosers try to fight the Steel Saint, and it was so cringe how badly they were underestimating her. Then some dude on a tiger rolls up to fight, and Feng recognized him right away. It was Xiang Yang, a paladin. In his past life, they were rivals for 9 years straight, and it was always a draw. Xiang Yang was super greasy and shady, always pulling some cheap move to get away. Feng also remembered that, way back when, it was Xiang Yang's guild that actually took down the Steel Saint. The guild was called Night Sanctuary, and they basically ran the east side of the Shanghai ruins, which led to that cheesy saying, God of the West, Sanctuary of the East. To get new members, they used this super sketchy contract. It promised safety, but it cost you up to 50% of your life expectancy. A total scam, eh? Most of them basically became slaves, just grinding away for the guild leaders. For Feng, this was just perfect. A total gift, you know? He swore to himself that this time, Xiang Yang wasn't getting away with it. The boss started her Beyblade move again, creating the perfect distraction. Feng saw his opening, went full-on invisible, and dropped in right near her. No hesitation, he popped his blade skill and, in a flash, just deleted the players around him. He's glowing with this red aura, spins like a top, and just mops the floor with everyone. Xiang Yang was absolutely shook, realizing it was Shadow. He's like, buddy, why are you attacking me? We've got no beef. Feng teleports behind him, gives him a death stare and says, that's the problem. You don't have beef. Among the respawned players, Xiao Yu was crying, totally confused about why she got ganked. Feng used Shadow's Cut and finished Xiang Yang. Next, he fired up the Curse of the Blooming Flower skill. A minute later, the players all popped back up in the city. Xiang Yang was losing it, completely baffled by the attack. One of his crew started freaking out when he saw his life expectancy had literally dropped to 0. Xiang Yang clued in that it was one of Shadow's messed up skills. He decided they'd bounce, go level up somewhere else, and get back what they lost before trying to get their revenge. Xiao Yu was there too, bawling her eyes out, with no clue why she got jumped, as her life expectancy was pretty much toast. The system pinged Feng. His skill had just yoinked 4 days of tradable life and a whole year of non-tradable life from Xiao Yu. Feng was actually stoked to see she was rolling with Xiang Yang's crew. The piddly amount of life he jacked was a dead giveaway of how desperate she was. It meant she for sure signed that sketchy slave contract with the guild. And for Feng, that was exactly what she deserved. Karma's a beaut, eh? Just then, the boss finally attacked Feng, throwing up a huge smoke screen. But by the time the smoke cleared, he'd already dodged it with Phantom Blur. Too slow, bud. Feng knew the boss's first phase was kind of a joke. Not gonna lie, she seemed legitimately confused by the whole player-on-player beatdown. The chains on her arms stretched out and started to spin, but she still looked totally lost. Feng was just watching, completely dialed in. He knew her attacks were just the same boring swings with her chain swords again and again. He popped up right over the boss and comboed the Blessed Blade with the Plague Blade. Right after it landed, the first skill popped Throat Cut, causing a massive burst of damage. The second one set off a nasty toxic explosion 3 seconds later. GG's. Like, wicked fast. Feng just yeets a throat cut and this gnarly gash opens on her neck. The boss's HP bar just tanks, like, less than half in a blink, and her eyes are pure rage. Feng's chill though. He knows the real gong show is phase 2. The second she hits half health, the demon inside her wakes up and basically pulls an Uno reverse card on all damage back at you. And get this, there's some wild lore that her stomach is a portal to a freaking volcano if she ever swallows you. But Feng's like, nah, that's a load of bull, probably just some keeners mixing up the game mechanics. Meanwhile, a whole crew of randos is spectating from the cheap seats. They're all chirping about how Shadow is an absolute beauty. The Night Sanctuary Guild spawns this platinum tier boss, and Shadow just rolls in and mops the floor with a lot of them. A minute later, Buddy just drops a skill that claps half the boss's HP in one go, forcing phase 2. While they're all running their mouths, Feng, still fully stealthed, clocks the peanut gallery. He knows phase 2 has a massive weak spot. The whole damage reflect thing gets all screwy for a split second right when she swings. If he times his hit perfectly, he's laughing and dodges the ricochet. The problem is his skills, like Shadow Cut, Throat Cut, and the Plague Blade, cause they all do that damage over time thing. So even if the first hit lands mint, the bleed damage would just boomerang back and smoke him instantly. Mulling it over, he peeks at the looky-loos and gets a truly greasy idea. One of the players, Anquan, tells his buds to back her up for a better look. The second they see him, the others get all jacked up. When Anquan says he's probably dipped, since not even her level 3 boss's skills. A girl from the squad adds that after the boss's health took a nosedive, she just froze solid and her whole body started wigging out, probably getting new skills. And right when phase 2 kicked off, poof, Shadow was gone, and Anquan's not buying that he's taken on the boss solo. He tells his sidekick, Cho, to pop the red eye and track down Shadow. She's like, on it, and juices up her power. This tiny little bunny just materializes and scoots right up to the boss, completely unnoticed. Then Cho's like, no sign of Shadow, boss. He figures Shadow must have booked it, since even her level 3 anti-stealth couldn't get a read on him. Anquan's on board, thinking no way some rando has level 4 invisibility, and just yeets himself off the cliff, leaving Cho absolutely floored. He tells her to keep her eyes peeled and give a shout if Shadow shows up again. As Cho nods, Anquan sticks the landing and whips out his swords. A wicked smug grin just takes over his face. The other players are thinking this hoser's about to get absolutely dusted, trying to 1v1 a platinum level boss. One of them, though, totally knows who he is. It's the famous player, Safety Furt, who just rolled and dodged yet again when the boss tried to make a break for the city without him getting a single scratch. Turns out his class is Soul Warrior, which gives him a 100% dodge chance when he rolls. On top of that, the rumor is he used to be a huge streamer, famous for his insane reflexes in those Souls-like games. The second he shows up, the boss's attention snaps right to Anquan. The boss comes at him with her razor-sharp arms. Anquan reacts in a flash and slides across the dirt, barely getting out of the way. Next, the boss whips up these energy arms to try and pancake him, but he just rolls and dodges it again. When the boss tries to close in, he rolls back to make some room. His crew starts gassing him up, totally blown away by his skills and how chill he is while dodging. They clock his discipline, how he's not getting greedy for that extra hit. One of them says Anquan's performance is just unreal because he's flawlessly dodging every single attack. They also spot a bunch of slicey effects on the boss's body, which makes them wonder just how busted the Soul Warrior class is. The girl with the black hair explains that by rolling, Anquan's triggering his class's passive counterattack. His buds finally clue in that the strike would cause 4-digit damage. With the boss's health bar shrinking, Cho adds with a smirk that the dodging is just the warm-up. Anquan's real strength is his offense. His attacks turn defense into a relentless beatdown that ends fights fast. While the boss is going all out trying to land a hit, it turns out that a successful dodge lets Anquan's next attack ignore 50% of her defense. Anquan then turns to face her, and this blue energy starts flaring off his body. Seeing this, his crew knows this next hit is going to be huge, like 4-digit damage for sure. Before the boss can even blink, Anquan unleashes the attack he'd been brewing. His one slash splits into 3 shadows that nail the boss right in her weak spots and leave some nasty gashes. In a heartbeat, her health bar plummets to less than half. His crew starts cheering, seeing the boss is already down to just 1/3 of her health. Anquan turns his back on the baddie, but in that exact second he takes over 34,000 points of damage and gets deleted. His crew is freaking out, completely clueless about why he died. Because of his class's whole shtick, they're even more confused because even though Anquan tagged the boss, her health didn't drop times much from one hit. A little ways off, Feng is quietly watching Anquan's health bar and gives a little thanks for that, buddy. Anquan's whole song and dance forced the boss to use a pile of her moves. Feng realized that while the other player was being a total show-off, he was the one actually landing non-stop hits on the boss, which is what really dropped her health down to a third. The Soul Warrior's moves did some okay damage, but in the end, they just got him sent back to the spawn point. Right, so his class was a total write-off, eh? Like, it was actually impossible for him to beat the Iron Maiden. If he dodged, he couldn't attack, and if he attacked, he got hit with that big ol' no damage. The boss starts to turn, and Feng's just like, oh buddy, this is not good. He knew this was going to be a gong show. Her health was basically on fumes, so she tried to bolt back to the church for a full top-up, which would have made this whole thing a total gong show, eh? He peeked at Anquan's crew and clocked that watching the Soul Warriors get absolutely dusted had them shook. Feng was pretty sure those guys were hooped, but, like, if nobody's wailing on the boss, that stupid reflect damage thingy stays on. So, it was time to give her. So Feng just rips his invis skill, goes times poof asterisk, and pops up right in her grill, blocking her path to the sanctuary. Seeing him, the other players were just absolutely floored. Buddy. To them, Anquan was just the warm-up. The real main event was this shadow guy. Low-key terrifying to realize every single one of those smacks on the boss came from Feng. Cho was losing it, couldn't believe what he was seeing. His level 3 anti-invis skill didn't even make a peep, which meant Feng's had to be at least level 4, maybe even higher. That's just buck wild. Feng scopes out the loot Anquan dropped. He was down to only 7 layers, so he fires up the black light shield, and this golden force field thing just flares to life around him. The skill gives him a 10-layer shield, and each layer can eat a hit. The boss locks on, her arms morph back into blades. She takes a swing, and Feng's like, alright, bring it on. This is it. He unleashes the instantaneous shadow cut, just a blur of fast smacks. He realizes the last 3 of his 9 hits landed right as she was countering. For real, if it wasn't for that black light shield soaking up the reflect damage, he'd be a goner. The shield's now down to 7 layers. Then the boss starts juicing up some energy in her gut, leaps, and just unleashes a massive wave of purple fire. Feng tries to bail, but that flamethrower was wicked fast and just melted all 7 of his remaining shield layers in a flash. He barely made it out. Half a second slower and it would have been game over. No joke. Just then, some random keener tries to snag Anquan's loot. Feng clocks it, and times thwip asterisk, a poison dart to the dome, and the guy gets absolutely wiped on the spot. He was sending a message, don't touch his gear. He dodged slowly, but played it safe. From a ways back, Xiu has tradable life, and 67 years of the non-tradable kind. His skill also slurped up another 355 days and 20 years. Feng was actually rattled by how much life that guy had, which probably meant he was on a 0 death streak. Kinda neat, so he decided to tuck that info away for later. The boss is shrieking, but Feng is totally unfazed, just chilling. He knew the game plan, use the shield, whittle her down with basic attacks. He just kept on attacking and dodging, slow and steady, playing it safe. Meanwhile, Xiu's watching from the back, totally blown away by how fast Feng is moving. Before, she was all, how'd he even snag those first kills? But now, seeing him go, she had 0 doubts. The guy's a certified beauty, Feng was like, alright, I'm over this. He just rips in and dices up the boss with wicked speed. And then, boom, system message. Steel Maiden has been yeeted from the server. That scores him 48,000 experience points and 120 evolutions. Feng was pretty pumped. Just that one piece of gear was better than a whole kit from some of these other hosers, which, like, totally explains why he's number 1 on the leaderboard. He uses his greedy hand skill, snags the loot, and gets an emerald tier leather armor called Gift of the Black Flames. The stats were bonkers: 95 physical defense, 120 elemental resist, 77 damage reduction, and 77 constitution. Plus, its special effect smacks a black flame debuff on targets, which just craters their defense and resistance, though it's kinda nerfed against bosses. Still, Feng was feeling it. Seriously, that one piece was better than what most players were rocking from head to toe. On top of that, he also scooped up the Emerald-level Assassin's Instinct skill. It lets him sort of see the outlines of invisible units and gives him 2 points in anti-invis. Feng decides to just give her and evolves the skill, chucking 33 evolution points into it. The skill just blasts past Emerald, Diamond, and Epic, all the way to Legendary. What a glow-up, eh? With that, his anti-invis bonus jumps to 5 points. The Legendary perk also adds the ability to see an enemy's weak spots, cranking his crit chance by like 45 to 50%. Stack that with his Lethal Grace passive, and the total bonus hits a wild 350%. Buddy could probably hit weak spots with his eyes closed now. And he still had 97 evolution points to spare, so he decides to spend 80 of them to beef up his Blur and Ghostly skill. It goes from Epic to Legendary, boosting his passive evasion from 75% to 85%, and it gives him full-on damage immunity whenever his evasion kicks in. Just then, Captain Yu and the crew show up. She says what's up to Feng and asks if he scored any decent loot. She's absolutely gobsmacked, says she hadn't checked the rankings and didn't expect him to hit level 13 in just one night. She's like, that's actually nuts, eh? Then Wong Ming jumps in, saying they were grinding all night and barely scraped their way to the middle of level 11. He's just like, buddy, your speed is unreal. Captain Yu gave Wong Ming a good whack on the head to shut his yap. Feng, looking totally confused, was like, hey, I've got some gear to sell, worth a cool 45,000 days of life, eh? She gave him a death stare and zapped the life days over. Then Feng was like, alright, I've got another beauty drop for sale. You know anything about these hideouts? Captain Yu was basically like, yup, that's the deal, eh? She explained that since the Shanghai city ruins were a total gong show with no safe zones, players were using hideouts as their home base for stashing loot and throwing up defense shields. Feng clued in. She was totally talking about that little hideout the Golden Boss left behind. She confirmed the Shanghai city suits hadn't found squat yet. Since he already knew this hideout was a huge deal, Feng just whips out this sick golden key from his inventory. He's like, yo, key to the sanctuary, a little souvenir from the boss I just clapped. You know, he let them know the spot was over 800 mu and told him to go have a powwow and figure out a price. Captain Yu and Wang Meng were absolutely shook, eh? They knew a bigger base meant beefier defenses and way better intel, and she was like, bet I'll hit up the higher-ups as soon as possible. Then she was like, okay, but I need your help with something else, buddy. She asked him straight up what he was thinking of charging for a massive spot like that. Feng was like, nah, hold up, let's see. You could flip it to the feds for a solid 2,000 years of life. With that cash out plus what he already had, Feng would be stacked enough to bring his whole kit, skills, and levels back to the real world. Unreal, eh? Captain Yu was legit bugging out but agreed to the deal, promising she'd hit up her bosses like, right now. Then she's like, Sue, I kinda need a favor with something else. She spilled that 7 gold tier bosses just rolled up together in Black Moon Village and were absolutely wrecking house. So, they were offering a 10-year life bonus if he'd help yeet them. Feng heard that and was like, K, 7 gold bosses? Doesn't sound like a big deal, eh? He figured the official crew could eventually take him out, even as a squad. So, if they're begging him for help, something's gotta be proper sketchy with these bosses. She was shook by his big brain moment and was like, facts. Then she wished him good luck. He was thinking, damn, the captain's a straight-up G. For real. What a beauty. So the squad actually managed to smoke one of the 7 bosses, but the thing just insta-respawned, eh? And to make it a total gong show, all 7 of them got a wicked buff and just absolutely smoked the whole crew. Feng was like, are you serious? He clued in that some raid bosses can self-res and figured they were probably just meat puppets for the curse slate. You know, some ancient god-tier artifact or whatever. If that was the deal, he couldn't just let it slide. Feng was ready to bounce right then and there, so he hit up Captain Yu for the coordinates. She wished him good luck, and he's thinking, yeah, she's a beaut, for sure. Like, the loot from those 7 gold bosses was probably worth 40 or 50 years of life, and she was just gonna chuck in another 10 years as a bonus? Holy smokes, what a beauty of an offer. So Feng's ripping through the ruins on his Ghost Knight Wolf King, just chillin'. Then he zips past this statue and spots something nuts. A whole crew of players is jumping some girl. Holy cow, it's Wan Maggie, Feng's sister. Some girl just clocks her right in the face, screaming about how she's a snake trying to get with the guild leader. Wan Maggie's face is a total mess, and she's losing it, crying her eyes out but looking absolutely livid. The main girl threatened to mess her face up if she didn't back off the leader, and then they just kept laying into her. Feng, perched up on a roof, figures his sis is caught in some lame-o guild drama. After his time in the Sanctuary of the Knights, he knew the deal with these stupid power plays. In his past life, he was always the one cleaning up her messes. This time, he just hops down and decides to let her sort it out herself. When Maggie's a wreck, bawling and begging them to stop, saying the pain is literally gonna zero her out. While they were still going at it, Feng dipped behind the statue. He remembered there was a secret room under the main statue in the Xianhai city ruins, basically a secret shortcut back to the starting city. It was, like, top secret info that pretty much nobody knew about. A magic circle flares up right in front of him. But, yeah, this little warp was gonna cost him big time. The first jump cost a solid 500 days of life. The second, 1,000. The third, 2,000. And it just kept doubling. He knew that eventually, the starting city would evolve into a high-level zone, where all the scrub mobs would turn into bosses and secret loot would start popping up. The ancient god slate was one of those treasures, a total must-have he absolutely could not miss out on. The system hits him with a notification: teleport to the abandoned land of the gods, Black Moon Village. Feng was totally freaking out, because he remembered that village wasn't supposed to even exist until way later in the game. He'd literally never even heard of the place in his past life. Without even thinking, he just hammered that accept button. The place was packed with a bunch of old-timers just chillin'. Feng was completely floored. He didn't expect the village to be so busy and was wondering why it was basically a home for the olds. He saw some other players nearby. One dude was helping an old lady get to her feet, and she looked super relieved to be back in the safe zone. They reminded her that, just like they agreed, they'd power leveled her to level 3. She snagged 72 days of life from it, and now it was time to pay the piper. But the old lady got all bent out of shape and refused, claiming they were supposed to be some kind of charity. One of the players was like, "Whoa, we don't want cash, just the life days the mobs dropped. Which you only got 'cause you were in our party, buddy," he added. Another player jumped in, saying she just had to give back their share, just like they planned. The old lady went full-on Karen mode, denied the whole thing, and accused them of trying to rip off a poor old woman. They tried to get her to take a chill pill, but she just started screaming her head off for help, accusing the Main Character Guild of being a bunch of hosers. He just grabbed her by the neck, gave her a 1,000-yard stare, and whipped out his dagger. Without missing a beat, he just deleted her. The other two players were absolutely gobsmacked as the life orbs materialized on the ground. Feng was all like, "Yo, there's her life days. Go give her and snag 'em." The other players were going nuts, scooped up the 72 days, and were like, "Thanks, buddy. Who even is this absolute beauty?" Feng just shrugged it off, said it was no big deal, and dipped. He figured it was pretty bogus you couldn't scrap in the city. Then his brain switched to the Main Character Guild, clicking that this Black Moon Village was ground zero. He remembered it started as a charity, just helping out the seniors, keeping them alive for free. After a bit, it got legit and totally exploded, becoming the biggest guild in Ruia, population-wise. Feng's eyes lit right up. He was thinking, in this gong show of an apocalypse, the world needed more buttes like them. Later that night, out in some random bush, a squad was taken on a mud monster. One of the mages yells at her buddy, Mother, to yeet a lightning bolt. He just reminds her their guild contract is basically a 24/7 job at Timmy's. The crew's swordsman saw an opening and just clapped it in half, turning it into a life orb. While they were trekking, the young buck in the group asks Yan if her friend Wong Ming legit joined the Night Sanctuary Guild, cause the membership fee is a total ripoff. Yan just nods, saying she tried to get her into Mentor Ever, explaining it's like a charity guild where players have each other's backs, but Wong Ming was just like, hard pass. The other player was like, Zuyu's already level 10 cause she got power leveled by Night Sanctuary. He added that the guild's contract basically locks you down for 3 years, turning members into complete digital hosers. The young guy was on board, saying they're just taking her for a rip cause of her build. He figured players with no skill should just be grinding on low-level mobs and getting XP the hard way, like them. Yan sighed, saying, Wong Ming thinks she's hot stuff just cause she has a hidden class, acting like she's way better than them. Right then, a whole friggin' blizzard of invisible arrows started pouring down on the group. With like zero time to even blink, the arrows lit the player up and he just got dusted. Remembering the GMs put the kibosh on Peking, Yan absolutely lost it, cause that guy was her dad, and her mom just started soaking her keyboard. The archer who let him fly just smirked. Super pleased he one-shot the poor fella. The masked goons told him to take a chill pill with the ego, saying the Mansion River Guild is just a bunch of absolute pylons. They were wondering why some high-level player would even waste their time babysitting a bunch of scrubs like them. Smiling, they started closing in on Yan and her mom. The archer demanded they cough up every single life orb they had. Yan was shook, remembering that the mods will bring the banhammer down for ganking other players, and these guys were risking a huge bounty on their heads. The archer just pointed at her, basically saying he didn't give a single flying puck about the rules. He gave him 3 seconds to fork over the life orbs. Yan's mom started to, but the girl stood her ground, telling her mom to hold up. She told her to spam the guild chat for backup while she tried to stall these hosers. Seeing this, the archer ordered the attack, yelling to smoke the older one first. In that split second, some crazy energy flared up, and a sword made of the stuff just cratered the ground near them. Yan was totally bugging, with no idea what was going on. Before the archer could even react, someone zipped in and took his dome clean off. It was Feng. While his wolf went absolute sicko mode on the minions, Feng just stared at the archer's head, realizing the dude was Shadow. Back in the city, the archer and his crew respawned, absolutely seeing red. They had no clue how they got their health deleted in one shot. Fully rattled, they started hoofing it back to the forest, needing to grind some mobs for HP before they logged out for the day, eh? Just then, that same bonkers energy showed up, and an energy sword slammed down, freezing them in place. 2 priests strolled up. One of them, holding a book, announced they were official bounty hunters, and, according to the game's rules, they were totally hooped. The other priest gave him the stink eye, warning that if they tried anything funny, they'd get permabanned right then and there. Back in the woods, Yan thanked Feng, saying that without him, she and her mom would have been absolute goners. Feng looked at the ground, just thinking about how decent Yan was. Somewhere else in the forest, a whole crew of players were waiting around for Shadow. They were whining that it had been like a half hour since he was supposed to be there. After that, Feng just totally dipped on them. Yan and her mom were super confused. Yan picked up the life orb, not even sure if it was her dad's. Her mom asked where their hero went, and Yan was like, "Beats me." The only thing she knew was about the guy who jumped them. He was Shadow, the #1 big cheese of the entire worldwide Shadow Guild. In another part of the woods, a group of players was waiting for Shadow. They griped that he was over half an hour late and were wondering what the heck he was up to. One of them was doubting Shadow could even take the area bosses, since they had, like, infinite respawns. Totally invisible, Feng just strolled right past them and kept on trucking. Feng knew the deal with the Ancient God Slate. It slapped a buff and a debuff on your gear, and could even get screwy with your class specs. The 7th ranked player on the global leaderboard had already used 7 of them to absolutely demolish a legendary boss. He watched the mobs, which were just chillin'. The bosses made by the slate had some seriously weird mechanics. Some were invisible, and one just beelined it for Feng, clobbering players before they could even flinch. Others were getting puppeted by some hidden summoner. Word on the street was, if one of them bit the dust, they all respawned with a stacking rage buff. The real question was if they'd still pop back up if they were all wiped out at the exact same time. Worth a shot, eh? Feng decided to give her a go. He equipped the follower's pendant and summoned one of them. The creature charged in to scrap with the bosses and got smacked for over 1,400 points of damage. One of the bosses glanced over, and a second later the follower just went poof, but the monsters didn't even twitch. Feng took stock of the situation. The bosses were level 10, with no damage reflect, and their stats were only double what normal golden tier bosses had. He then used the Shadow Ring Blade, a red energy wave blasted out, and Feng popped the gift of the poisonous. The bosses' bodies just vanished without dropping any loot, which was kinda weird. A second later, they all started smooshing together into one single, massive, and way scarier monster. The boss made a beeline right for Feng. He was on his game, confirming that blasting them all at once was the ticket to the next phase. That's when he noticed the giant monster's body was covered in these sketchy symbols. Feng dodged the attack and recognized the symbols as the writing of the ancient gods. He managed to make out random words like disaster, sky, god, and ancient, and was trying to connect the dots when the boss's body just crumbled and kerplunked into the water. Feng stayed ready, waiting to see what would happen next. He wasn't 100% sure what the move was. Then an idea hit him. What if he had to smack the boss's body parts in the same order as the characters in its name? All that time he'd spent being a keener on ancient gods' lore was for this exact moment. Feng zipped forward and tagged the symbol on the monster's leg, then the one on its arm, and finally, the one on its chest. Some gnarly poison started oozing from the boss's body, which roared in pain as it fell apart and splashed into the drink. Feng stayed on guard, watching to see what was up. A bunch of coffins rose up from the water, and the boss leftovers started to float and change shape. A second later, a bunch of smaller mobs exploded out of its body, all roaring. Feng noticed the scribbles on the coffins matched each of the new monsters. He totally figured out the gimmick. He had to take them down right beside their matching coffins. The ancient god slate was already out, which pretty much screamed that this was the final round. Buddy, the monster swarmed him, and he got ready to drop the mitts.